Get hype, get up, time to learn something new. Always honest, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising. The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing. Open your mind, let's take a ride. Jaren's almost here, time to talk the lies to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in. Truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no faker, no shill. Jaren's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right, he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now we back on that ball. No more fakes, no more scams, no after the track. Guaranteed to save the day from these lying maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath, it's time to rise. No regrets, no regrets. Was flat, but that was whack. It was fake, out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back, now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. You can tell the shape of the ground, just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up, since they said TFB was fake. We are waiting on the man, the myth, the legend, and host of the show. The show is about to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. The show is about to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Friday night, the vibe just right. Always honest, sometimes right my plight. Weekend here, the hustle unwind. Kick back, chillax, leave the grind behind. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. From the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow.
Oh, memories. Unplugged. Coming at you. Friday. Late night. Buried dirt. In the dirt. 6 feet below the dirt. Cover it with dirt. Call it a dirt day. That's all we gotta do. Uh-oh. Timeout. Reverse it.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the lies of Dave Weiss. Dearth or potato? I can't figure it out. All I know is don't download the app. It's trash.
That is true. Welcome to the show, everybody. It is time for another, believe it or not, Friday Unplugged. But not quite one like you remember. It's a little different, a little special edition. Hopefully everybody's doing well. I do need to move the chat over here since I can't see it. And I haven't seen it yet. Sorry, we're running late. But we will get the show in regardless. Because we're going to be going through Dave Weiss and his many fabrications. They are kind of just keep going. Kind of upsetting. And all right, there we go. Sorry or not. Hey, thank you very much. Addicted to Globing says he is here. I appreciate that much. Who else is here? We've got Kevin Venture in the house from the Philippines. We've got, there's Melbri, what is it again? Melbri Alidez. I told you it was great. Whale Panties in the house. I learned today that Dirtball lives in Greenwich, Connecticut. Damn, that's a lot of scam money. Yeah, he's doing pretty well. I heard him say today that he used to make mid 6 digits. That's what he used to make money-wise before he became a flat earther, which we can call a lie. Okay, we'll just call it that. Do we have a sound effect for that? I did have this up, and now it's not working. You know, I lost a monitor, and now I'm going to have to get a new monitor. Like, I need 4, right? I don't know why I have that many, but it's pretty upsetting when you... let's see here why this isn't working. Yes, this one. Should be this one. Let's see if we've got any sound effect for that. Don't know if this one will work or not. Should, but it's not. It's the weirdest thing. I think that my soundboard is opening on the broken monitor. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but when I'm clicking these sound effects, they're not coming on, and my monitor's off, and then I try and open the sound program. 1 second, I'm just going to check something here and see if it's open in the task manager. If it is, oh, it is. 2 of them are open. Great. Let me end one of these. So I don't know how to fix that. My damn monitor's like, can I turn it on for a second and bring it over here? No power. Weird. All right, well, I guess we don't have the sound effect. That's real cool. All right, let me show you what we're going to be doing. I have a little counter system up here. I just figured we're going to go through, I heard 2 or 3 this week, and they were both all garbage. And I have a little scorecard, and figure we'll just go through that. Let's bring it over here. That doesn't look very great. 1 second, we're going to fix this. Move this down. That's a little bit, okay. Oh, I should probably tell you about that. Let me tell you about this real quick before we get too far. Why don't you check this out if you could? When? I don't know. I need you guys to go and sub at my news channel. If you haven't done so yet, we're going to do it right now. I'm going to put it in the chat because you guys are so cool. You're going to do it right now because you love me and all that stuff. It is youtube.com/inter... Oh, no, you got to do the @ sign. @ interesting is... There you go. Whale Panties. I love that name. 4 monitors, rookie numbers. I got 6 telescopes getting a 7th. I've got actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monitors if we really need to, but 4 right now because one of them is out of commission. It's the oldest of all of them, so that seems to be expected. Wait, did I not? Oh, there you go. See if that opens up my. Make sure I put the right thing in there. Yes. How many do we have? 233 only. We need a lot more than that. First show is going to be October 3rd. On a Friday. It'll be a great little time. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if you guys saw my post recently. I guess I could read part of it because I do like part of it. But I just kind of said here that, how's it going to be? The channel is interesting and the show will have the same name. The show will consist of conspiracies and things I don't believe in or formerly didn't believe in. I will research and give the best arguments for both sides and come to a conclusion. Shows that will be early on in the series are Stonehenge. So if people don't know, I've called Stonehenge fake in the past. The Trump assassination. I don't know if I ever made a determination on what the hell will happen with that or the assassination attempt. San Bernardino massacre is one that I pointed out that could not have been a real event. However, we'll see if I change my mind. Stoneman Douglas is one that I've pointed out before that I thought was an actual real one, even though the entire truth community says it wasn't. Pole shooting, same thing. January 6th death of Ashley Babbitt is one that I've always believed happened. The JFK shooting, I've also always believed happened. Many people think it didn't. The rovers on Mars, I've always said that I don't agree with them. Cassini images of Saturn, I certainly have always said I don't agree with them. George Floyd death, same thing, and then so many more. So really the whole point of the show is going to be one show, half hour, dedicated to one subject, where I basically do 10 minutes on one side, 10 minutes on the other, and then reach a conclusion. And people can throw rocks and throw tomatoes and all that stuff at the end of that. So that should be fun. And that's starting October 3rd. And I think I'm just going to do one show a week, but if it does well and I get some views, or we'll see, then I'll do 2 or 3 a week. Because those shows actually take time. They're going to take research and putting together decent videos. So anyway, what was this first? Trump ducked and slapped some ketchup on his ear, or maybe it was catsup. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the general consensus is. I think if you ask truthers, they will just tell you they don't know. That's what I think they would tell you. That's what I think they would tell you. All right, anyway, I'm not going to put up the graphic. No need for that. I was going to do that, but I'm not now. And let me just fix this one more time. By the way, I'll fix this for you. How's everybody doing? Very well, I hope. Nice to see you. It is unplugged right there, which is funny. I still laugh because what is it? It's unplugged, but it's plugged in. So, you know, how does it get power if it's hard to explain. We don't need to get into that. We're not going to get into that right now. So you'll see there's a scoreboard up above me, way up there. Oh, God bless it. Hold on, I'm being blocked by my own graphic. Move up. There we go. It's better. I unblocked myself. You'll see the scorecard up top. It's got Dearth scoreboard, truths and lies. And I believe it's very easy, or should be very easy for me to add numbers. If he lied 3 times right now, we would be able to go, oh, that's truth. That's wrong side. 1, 2, 3. Lies, is that showing up over there for you guys to see? Let me check. I just want to make sure we are all good. Ready to go. Yes, it is ready. Okay. So what will the final score be is the question. I don't even want to venture a guess. The sad thing is I have these sound effects lined up. Wait, let me see if I go. And the problem is I cannot play a sound effect. Let me try and go, wait, right click, open. See if I open, it's going to open on. I think these things are opening on the monitor that they always open on, which is the one that doesn't work. Shit. That's so weird. So I'm just not gonna be able to play any sounds. It's kind of seems a little bit crazy. Let me try and open this real quick. There's got to be some way to open. Man, I didn't know that was gonna happen. Huh? I've never seen that happen before. All right. So I have 2 programs that I keep on this far monitor, which are my soundboard and the video player. And both of them are not working. All right, let me start out with something that I wanted to show you guys just so we can have a little refresher course to begin, and then we'll get into the Dave Weiss stuff. Let me get this open. And what are you guys seeing here on the screen? Oh, over this, good. Okay, so we got to go here. And we got to go to, hold on, what's going on here? Let me fix this. Did this work? Okay, so we're going to move this one over, and this one, and this one. So if there's any flat earthers watching, which I doubt that there is, but we're going to give them a little reason why they should not believe in the flat earth anymore, or a way out. Just quickly. Let's go here, main screen, and I did it again. Why do I keep doing that? All right, so we're just going to be looking at a couple sunsets, so you get the idea that we know where we live quite simply. Okay, what happened to my... Hold on, I don't know why I turned myself off. There we go. All right, so this first video here, just by watching the sun, that's all you need. You can know whether you're in the north or south. And that wouldn't make any sense on a flat earth, because what's the difference between the north and the south that would cause the sun to change direction? Nothing, of course, right? So you'll notice this sun is going left to right. It is setting. So you know that you're in the north. Okay, everybody in the north has always seen the sun set left to right diagonally. Don't let flat earthers tell you, oh, well, if we turn this direction, it's actually switches and it's a perspective issue. No. We're watching the sunset. So do we know which direction we're looking? Absolutely. If you're watching the sunset, you're looking west. if you're looking west, if the sun is going left to right diagonally, as you see it doing, left to right diagonally, it means you're in the north. Okay, and if it's going more up and down, that would be closer to the equator. If its angle gets more steep like this, you're getting closer to the poles. So you could drop me off anywhere blindfolded tonight, and I'll be able to tell you where I'm at. Let's look at the next one. Here's a sunset. The sunset is going right to left. So do we know where that's at? It's in the south. Simple, easy, figured out. This makes no sense on a flat earth. Watch again. This is in New Zealand. Place yourself in New Zealand right now. You know where New Zealand is. It's in the south. It's next to Australia. Okay, I'm in New Zealand. And you're looking to the west to watch a sunset. Okay, I'm looking west. How is the sun going left? It makes no sense. It's going towards Antarctica. It's going to the left. How would that be possible? Doesn't it have to stay above the Tropic of Capricorn? Well, that tells us that the Tropic of Capricorn goes left. Let's go to the next one. Where are we at? Well, the sun's moving left to right. That means you are in the north. By the way, I'm saying the sun, the same is true for the moon. If you're in the north, the moon will rise left to right every day. It will set left to right every day. If you're in the south, the sun will set right to left every day, and it'll rise right to left. I might have screwed that up. If I did, I'm sorry. I meant in the south, it's always right to left, whether you're looking west for a set or whether you're looking east for a rise. In the north, same thing, left to right, if you're looking west for a set or east for a rise. Let's go to the next one. These are easy. This is how you can know where you live without the need of any help. We don't need authority. We don't need NASA. You don't need professors. You don't need teachers. Look at this sun moving left to right, and look at its sharp angle, right? So it's coming down. So you know you're way north, and you know that you're probably, I wouldn't even want to take a guess, 55 degrees north, something like that. Okay, you could just figure that out on your own. Let's go to the next one. See what this is doing here. This is a rise. Again, if somebody blindfolded and you woke up and here comes the sunrise and you go, which way is that sun going? Right to left? Well, therefore, I'm in the south. Now, pay attention to this. Now picture you're in New Zealand or Australia or somewhere south, and you're looking east at a sunrise. How is the sun coming from the right? Think of what the right is. The right is south. The sun doesn't come from there. How could it come from there? Okay, and you'll see here as it rises up, it's going right to left, right? That's crazy. Let's do that. So right to left, sunrise means you're in the south. Right to left, sunset means you're in the south, and the opposite is true in the north. Why is that? And what model predicts that? There's only one model in the world that predicts that and says this is what you will see because you live on a sphere. And it's that simple. If flat earthers would just pay attention to that and rather not because this is what flat earth has been reduced to. Flat earth has been reduced to three things. One, water finds its level. Okay, that's a globe claim. What do I mean by that? That's what the claim is on the globe. The globe says wherever you're at, water finds its level. Way to go, flat earth. We got one. Next one, they say it looks flat. Guess what? Living on a large sphere looks flat. So you've now given another globe proof. That's two. And then the other one is we see too far. And guess what? We see too far in a world with an atmosphere. It's that easy. Let's go to, let me see if we get this one. I want to go to Melodome just to show you some because people always want their proofs. Go here, go videos. I want to show you this one. Okay, very simply.
Turn this bad boy back on.
Let me rewind a little bit.
That is out of
Is on the back blue spot.
people claim that light can bring that.
So what Melodome did, because flat earthers, and we're going to hear Dave Weiss say this actually, is that you can't see further because of refraction. But you'll notice here that on this ball that we've placed here, Melodome put thumbtacks behind it. Okay, but if you move this piece of plastic here, you move this what do you call it, lens, you'll actually see that you don't see that thumbtack. It's behind the curve. He'll show you when he moves the board. Let's get a little bit further. Oh, he's going to do it right about here. Okay, so watch what happens. And remember, the atmosphere works as a lens. I can show you scientists saying that. I can show you atmospheric scientists saying that. The atmosphere makes a lens. Okay, so you'll notice here, geometrically, we can't see beyond the curve of that ball. But when we add an atmosphere, all of a sudden we can. And that's all that we do. So we always see too far. Now, you don't see 30 miles when you should see 10. You see 11 when you should see 10. Notice there we've got the blue thumbtack has now appeared over the top of the ball. We're seeing further than geometrically we should. And that is, again, what you would expect on a globe. So you've now got flat Earth with 3 proofs, and all 3 of them are globe proofs. So, I mean, there's really nothing left. You'll notice there, they move the sheet. We don't see the thumbtacks, put it back, and there's the thumbtack. Okay, so we do see too far, and we do find our level. Water does find its level. And I don't think Weiss is hurting people by believing what he wants. At least he's getting people to question stuff. No, he is hurting people. Let me explain. He didn't put any security on his app, which exposed my address. That's hurting people. Let's look at what Culture Cats did today. And you tell me if you think this is hurting people. Possibly. Whoops. I always forgot to spell his name with a K. Culture Cats. With a Z. I don't know how to spell his name. Jesus. Where is it? Culture Cats. There we go. I want you to see this.
If you've gone off my content, I implore you to watch this. I genuinely believe that people's well-being and safety depend on getting this information out there. There's going to be no silliness, no messing about. Let's just get straight into this, and we'll keep it short and sweet. I was looking for a video to make this weekend, and I stumbled across, deep inside the rabbit hole, Flat Earth Dave, David Weiss, whatever he goes by. Stumbled across his channel, 107,000 subscribers. A lot of you know him. And he had a video here about something called the Plasma Geo. It looks like it's some kind of wellness device. At the end of it, there was an email here, info@theflatearthpodcast.com. So I thought, I will email that. And it's not just YouTube, actually, he's putting that out. He's also mentioning it on Twitter as well, etc. But anyway, I emailed it. Before I did that, I wanted to make sure, because Flat Earth Dave often mirrors videos, that the email address at the end was actually his email and not the email of somebody that he was mirroring. But when I Googled the email address, it does appear that when he's on podcasts, this is the email address that's given us his contact information.
His
so I was very confident. I could only assume that I was emailing Dave. So I said this: "Hi, Dave. I was just watching the latest video and wondered if you could give me a little bit more, tell me a little bit more about the Plasma Geo. So what it does, how much it costs, how it works."
So Dave is selling something called the Plasma Geo, which I don't even know about. And Culture Cats just emailed him, said, "Hey, can you tell me a little bit more about it? How it works, how much it costs, and how I can order one?" And let's hear what Dave had to say, and you tell me if this is dangerous.
Etc. This is what he told me, and it's sickening. He told me his good friends make it, but he handles the purchase process for them. I don't know the legality about whether I can show you his exact email or not at this point. If it turns out I can, I will. But for now, I'm just quoting him as accurately as I can. He told me his setup is about $12,000.
If this is the same thing that I think I know it is, Dave Weiss told me before that he pays $3,000 for it. So he's uppriced it $9,000.
But he's only ever seen them perform miracles. He told me he's seen people with stage 4. Now, you know what word this is. You know what word that is. Who were sent home to DIE. Right? He's seen them completely recover.
So I don't know who that is, but it'd be good if Dave gave us the name of that person so we can talk to them and interview them, because if they are curing stage 4 cancer with this machine, it would be good to get that person's name out there. But Dave has a habit of saying he knows this guy, he has this whistleblower, he has this person on the inside track, he knows these pilots, he has these priests, anything he has to say.
If anyone from YouTube is reviewing this, I am not endorsing this. I'm putting it out there as misinformation. I'm calling it misinformation so people don't fall for this. All right. He's told me people with Parkinson's that could not walk out after 3 sessions. He told me his friend had aggressive. This word here is colon, and again, you know what this word is. But
so he has a friend with aggressive colon cancer. So we should probably know that person's name and be able to talk to them.
Now doctors can't find it. They can't find you know what that word is beginning with T. And again, I'm trying not to trigger warnings or anything like that. He told me if it wasn't out of my price range, he'll help me select the proper setup on a call. Or the replier did. When it comes to how does it work, he told me it creates a biomorphic field allowing life force to thrive in every cell. And this biomorphic field was transmitted in the old world by the natural infrastructure of free energy buildings. I mean, what does that even mean? Hogwash. Really sad.
So you get the point. You get the point that it is dangerous, the things that Dave's doing. Another thing that's dangerous is what Dave Weiss does is he blocks anybody that says anything about him. Okay, so he's blocked me. He's blocked Culture Cats. He doesn't see this video. He blocks Toon. He blocks everybody. So the problem with that is that you want to talk about creating an echo chamber. There's no easier way, better way to make an echo chamber than to delete and banish and erase anybody who goes against what you say and to promote and push only those who agree with you. Because what happens is when he makes a mistake, and I say it in my video, he doesn't ever hear about it. So he just keeps making the same mistake. One of those mistakes he's been saying for now probably 2 or 3 months, he keeps showing an image that he says, and this is from NASA, this is from NASA. And it's a picture of Mars, but it's got bushes in it. And it's not from NASA. And I keep saying that in my videos, and so do other people. But does he ever hear that? No. So he just keeps going on and on to these shows saying the same bullshit. He's lying to children. He's lying in high schools, okay? He's lying in every podcast that he does. Now, does he know that he's lying? I think that sometimes, yes, he does. Now, is it because he's lying for the greater good, meaning that he thinks the earth is flat and so he doesn't mind lying to get that point across? It's possible. We did get a couple of super chats over here. I want to check those out. Say hello to everybody. I am the Craig in the house. What's up? Ken P in the house also. Fitz of Raid, nice to see you. Shay Shay's here. Emerson Biggins. Admitting that your thinking doesn't change when new evidence is presented, definitely not a flex dummy. Yeah, it's embarrassing, really, what Flat Earth has become. They have nothing going for them. And so any normal human being, any group would gather together and they would reconvene and they would get their huddle up, get their stuff together, and then come out strong in the future. No. Flat Earth has been decimated, and yet these people are still on Facebook. They're still messaging me death threats and nonsense. It is gross. It is gross. And they allow all this backtracking. Think of all the people who backtracked. Sov, Eric Dubay, David Weiss, Dean Odell. So they'll allow backtracking, which is basically in Eric Dubay's 200 proofs is the southern sun not existing. There being no 24-hour sun in the south. There's 3 or 4 proofs. But the second we said we're going down there to look, Eric Dubay changed his tune and said it doesn't matter. Then when we went down there, he changed his tune again and said, now we faked it. I thought it didn't matter, but now we faked something that didn't matter. Doesn't make any sense. But they all backtrack, and guess what? Flat Earthers allowed it. And then they, give me shit for being honest and sincere and having integrity. So the other thing that's happened is Flat Earth has completely exposed itself as being a group of terrible researchers. How could you say that, Jaron? Well, it's because I went on a trip that was 100% real, and I came back to all the Flat Earthers saying it was fake with all their evidence, and they're so sure of themselves. They're so sure. Imagine being me for a second, and you know that the trip was real, and you watch Flat Earthers flounder and make the most nonsense claims and garbage, ad hoc, whatever you want to call them, accusations. And then you saw, I don't know if you guys saw the farewell stream from Will, but this guy, Chicago Cubby Bear, comes on and just looks like a retard. I mean, it is so sad. And they think they're like, he's like talking to Duffy, like, oh yeah, I'm sure you guys did that. Oh, I'm sure you really did go there. And Duffy did. Everything Duffy did was on the up and up. It's so funny. And it looks so bad. The only people who don't think it looks bad are this small group of Flat Earthers. But I will tell you, it does look like Flat Earth is dying. The numbers are not coming back great at all anymore. What was I going to find? I lost my train of thought. We were talking Duffy. We were talking... Oh, yeah, I know what I was looking for. Sorry. I wanted to pull this up real quick. So let me get to some funniness here. Yes, this part's good. This part's good. Yes, good. More. So what I was saying is that Flat Earth has been reduced to having no map. They have no model. They make no claims. They have no explanations. They have no predictions. They don't have any high-profile backers, like some sort of celebrity or something. There's none anymore. There's no cohesion. They're all separated and arguing with each other still. There's no leader. There's no funds. They don't have any money to do anything. They've got no class. They'll call anybody names. They'll call people pedophiles like it's nothing. They've got no clue. They've got no idea. They have no idea even what they're doing, what direction they're going. They now say we don't know what the sun does when we know exactly what the sun does every minute of every day. Do you understand how retarded you have to be to say something that's completely opposite of reality? When you say, we don't know what the sun does, when yes, we do know exactly what the sun does. Exactly. But they keep saying it. They have no future. The flat earth will never be anything. It can't be anything. It's a false thing that will never go anywhere. It will never become anything. It's got no truth in it. It's got no answers, and it's got no evidence other than the three things we already went through. It looks flat. That's what a sphere does. We see too far. That's what a sphere with atmosphere does. And water finds its level. That's what a sphere does. Okay? So that's what flat earth has been reduced to. And the only thing keeping it alive are the actions like Dave Weiss's, blocking people and just continuing to do these interviews where he just tells lies. And it's pretty sad. Pretty sad to see. So let's get over to, I'm going to put this one here. God, I can't believe I don't get to play any sound. Trying to think, could I download a program real quick or something to play sound? I don't really know what I've got. Oh wait, Audacity I can open. Hold on, maybe we do have something here. We might have. I can bring sound in here, can't I? File open. All right, we might do this. This is probably better. And where was those and downloads? All right, now we can have some sounds. All right, good. What are all these? I like these ones. Let's see if we can. No, I'm just gonna play those all at once though. Uh-oh, I've messed something up. Let's open them all in separate windows. All right, well, it'll have to work. Let's just do it. All right, let's try, see if these work. We're going to try some sounds here. I heard nothing. Anybody else? Why would I hear nothing? Okay, computer's working real well today. What is going on with this? Why didn't I hear that? Hold on 1 second. Let me just check my volume mixer. Why am I getting... we got to go there, and the output device is going to be this one, right? Okay, let's see if that works. Come on, work, you stupid thing. Man, are you guys hearing that? Not a thing. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. Let me just try tools real quick. That will help. No worries. I thought this was going to work, but preferences, is it in here? Is there a way to change the audio settings? Oh, here we go. Host, playback. Let's try and go with, I don't know, it doesn't work. Recording. I don't know if that'll work. I don't think so. Let's try one time.
You're a bum!
Yay, we got it. Thank you, Judge Judy. I couldn't do without you tonight. You're going to be my friend, even though that was a little loud. Can I turn that down somehow? Maybe this way a little bit. Let's try another one, see if Judge Judy's ready to get mad at Dave.
You're an idiot!
Yes, good. She's ready. Judge Judy, you ready?
You know you're a liar.
Okay, just making sure. Good. This one, we good?
Outrageous!
All right, good. So we're ready. We're ready for the lies.
You are such a liar.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. It's not the easiest way to make audio, but we're going to do it. We got the score at 0-0. Great. What else did I want to show? Anything else? Anything else? No. You guys all subscribed at the new channel. Interesting. I hope so. Be nice if we could get to 1,000 subs before that show begins, and we'll see how that goes. So let us get started. If you're not joining me on Thursdays, you should do that for Fact Down. We just do a little quiz show. We got 2 places left in the much too young but Sweet 16 final bracket, so be there with that. Let's get over here and we will get going. Wait, where's my... Here. Okay. We're done with you. Thank you very much for that, Culture Cat. Let's see if we're going to start with... These are all sunsets. Let's start here. So this is, I guess they did a high school class, senior class 1 of 4. Now, I think what's happening, I can't be sure of this, but I think these teachers are inviting Dave in as to make fun of, basically to have him speak, and then he leaves, and then they tell the class, do you see what happens when you smoke weed? You know, do you see what happens when you do cocaine? Or something like that. That's my guess. Let's see how this goes. I don't know who this new guy is, but he is, here's the thing. there's flat earthers, and I, don't give them a lot of credit, but then there's flat earthers like this guy who live below the equator that I don't understand. It makes zero sense in the South. I've been there. That the sun, as soon as you see the sun, you're like, that invalidates flat earth. Oh, wait, it's going that way? No, flat earth is false. This guy watches the sunset south of west every day, going right to left, but he thinks that the sun has this, he thinks this map with earth here is right. Think about that. He's here in Australia, watching the sunset right to left like this. The sunset's over here, going this way. And he's a flat earther. In the north, at least you get it right. At least in the north, when you see this circle, you're like, oh, that's what I see. I see the sun rise left to right and set left to right, just like we see. But in the south, it's the opposite. Yet it would be the same on a flat earth. So this guy can't be very smart at all. And he just repeats what Dave says. He has no clue. Let's listen.
Yeah, let me do like our formal intro, and then we'll get rolling. All right. How we all doing? So we do have very special guests with us today.
Very special.
And so okay at the lights off so you can see that. Yeah. Okay. So
turn a little faster.
So we're going to turn it over to them. They're going to chat for a bit and share a little bit about their background, their beliefs, and then be open up to you guys to ask one other question. Right. So let's do this. I'm going to flip the screen around, and so let's see. Everybody. All right. I think we can see everybody. Everybody wave. Everybody say hi.
All right.
All right. I think we're good to go.
Let's
all right. Well, we'll turn it over to you guys.
All right. I'm going to keep this short. Everything you've been taught, except in this class, is a lie, right? You've been indoctrinated into believing a whole bunch of things with no verifiable evidence. All of our history is a lie. And everything they teach you about the earth and space is also a lie, provably so.
That's two.
People say that flat earthers are science deniers, but we're the ones that actually use science. We don't use the word science. We actually use testable, repeatable, independent, variable science to prove what we're saying. And we ask you not to believe anything we say today. We ask you to take the time and effort to verify everything that we say today. And in the end, if you start doing that, you might throw your hands up and say, well, what difference does it make? I still have to go to school on Monday. It makes all the difference in the world, and it will change your life forever if you pay attention. Right? But the hardest thing to do is get a senior in high school's attention when all they want to do is wait for that bell to get out of school. This is the earth at 127,000 feet, right? I'm going to move so you can see the sun. There's the sun. It's right there. It's not, I bet none of you know how far the sun is. 93 million miles away, they claim. It's a local light, and it's lighting up the earth right here, but not as much over here.
What?
If it was 93 million miles away, it would be an equal lighting. That's just when people say,
you're
well,
a liar.
flat earth, every picture is a flat earth. Then you'll see things like this. Oh, well, if we're a disk, why are the other planets round? Well, the planets you're being lied to about planets. They're not what NASA and Disney tell you they are, because no one else tells you anything about them except NASA and Disney. They're lights in the sky. You don't live on a light and you don't live in the sky. You live on the earth. You'll see memes like this. This is a false dichotomy, a false flat earth in a false space universe, right?
Okay, that's the dumbest thing ever. That doesn't mean it's a false dichotomy. This is a false dichotomy because it's a fake Earth and a fake space. What? I don't think you understand really what you're saying at all. Maybe we need Judge Judy to tell us. Judge, what do you think?
Outrageous.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Let's go.
Where we do not live. Real quick, water requires a container, and when at rest lies flat. Here's a flat hallway with these lights reflecting on the floor, and here is some flat water with the sun reflecting on the water. If the water was curved, you would see the light turn into a pinpoint like that.
Oh, because look how you curved that piece of paper, because we actually see curve like that. It's so ridiculous, because if we did see curve like this, then the Pontchartrain pictures and things like that would make sense. We don't see curve like this. There's no curve like this. And he's saying, oh, this is what you'll see on this curve. Well, when would we ever see the Earth curve this much? Look at how much you've bent this piece of paper. Dave, in 660 feet, the Earth curves a nickel lying down. So it's essentially flat. It's the same thing. Do you understand that we live on a giant sphere that is essentially flat? You might as well think of it as flat. We build like it's flat. We build bridges like it's flat. We build canals like it's flat. We railroad tracks like it's flat. Do you get that? I know it is hard to grasp, but it's really not. Can a sphere be so big that you don't notice the curve? I think it could be. I don't know if the Earth's that big, though. Is it? Well, let's look at the math. The math says for every 600, and if you don't know how I get that math, because I've had people question me, we know that you can do, oops, didn't want to open that. you can just do the math this way. Is we know that in 1 mile there's 8 inches of curve, and we know in 2 miles there's 32, and in 3 miles there's 72, right? And all we're doing is the 8 times 8 inches per mile squared. So, for instance, if you ever wanted to figure out what something's half is, so let's say, let's go with 5 miles. We don't do half of that. 6 miles. So we're going 8 times 6 equals times 6 equals 288 inches, right? Okay, that's over 6 miles. Oops. And then you could divide by 12 if you want to get the feet, 24 feet. Okay, so that's 6 miles. So if you wanted to figure out what the curve of half of that is, okay, so now instead of doing 6 miles, we want to know 3, which we already know the answer to that, right? The answer to that's 72. So how do we get from 72 from 288? It's just half of the half. So if you got 288 inches divided by 2, there's your 72. So does that make sense what I'm saying? To go half of the distance, you can half of the curve. Okay, so if at 6 miles it's 288, at 3 miles it's 72. Okay, so from there we can just keep reducing. So 2 miles we know is 32. So half of 2 miles to get to 1 mile would be half of 32. 32 and a half is 16. Half of 16 is 8. So we're back to 8 inches per mile. Great. So we can keep going. So if we know 1 mile is 8 inches, then we can say what's a half mile? A half mile would be half of the half. Half of 8 is 4, and half of 4 is 2. So at half mile, it's 2 inches of curve. Now we can do half of the half again, right? So at a half mile, it's 2 inches. We want to figure out what it is at a quarter mile, which would be half of that. And that would be half of the half. Half of 2 is 1. Half of 1 is 1/2 inch. So now we're at a quarter mile equals a half inch of curve. We can keep going. We can say let's do 1/8 of a mile, which we're now cutting it in half again, doubling it. So now at 1/8 of a mile, half of the half, instead of 0.5 would be 0.25, and then half of that would be 0.125. Okay, so for 1/8 mile, it is 0.125 inches of curve. Okay, so now let's do the math on that. So what is 1/8 of a mile? So we take 5280 divided by 8. What do you know? 660 feet, as I've been saying for months. And what is the curve? We said it's 0.25 inches, which is about 1/8 of an inch, right? I think it might be exactly 1/8 of an inch. What is 1/8 of a inch? Yeah, be 0.25. So 0.25 times 8 is 125 times 8. Should be right on the dot, right? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we were right. So 1/8 inch of curve for every 660 feet. 660 feet is 2 football fields in length with end zones. Think how far that is. And the curvature of the Earth is a nickel laying down. So that tells you that you should not expect to see the curve. It would be ridiculous to see the curve. We can't even measure that. Do you understand? Over 660 feet, you wouldn't be able to measure 1/8 of an inch of curve. First of all, with refraction, with the atmosphere, you're already kind of like, well, that's about what probably the atmosphere was going to change it. So you can't even measure that. We don't even have the tools to precisely measure that. And yet you're thinking we should see that. It's crazy. We should not see that. Okay. So you don't see this bent curve thing here like this. Is this curving 1/8 inch for every 660 feet? This is curving about 4 inches for a 1.5 feet. Pretty sure that's a lot different, Dave.
Right, but we don't experience curvature. Now,
we don't experience curvature because we live on a giant sphere.
You might be thinking is, well, the Earth is so big, we're just a microbe on a basketball.
Hey, you told the truth. Okay, what do you know? Let's just get him a truth point. We don't want to go too far here. Get him back in the scoring column. There we go. There's a truth, Dave. Way to go.
It looks flat. Sure, microbe on a basketball might appear to be flat.
Correct.
But the Earth is if the Earth is a ball,
yes,
it has curvature. All balls have curvature. This ball has curvature.
Yeah, but we just said the Earth is so big that there's 1/8 inch per every 660 feet.
Provably so, to the point where you can't see my mouth right now because it's behind curvature. If you zoomed in with a telescope, you still couldn't see my mouth because it's behind something physical.
Okay, do we need to go back and watch the Melodome video?
Right? The Earth is required to have curvature, and we've tested it. We've gone out and tested it. All the people that say, well, flat Earth has been debunked, right? They have not gone out and tested it. Because if they did, they would know the Earth is flat. So what is flat
Lies.
Earth? I look at it like this. We live in a big pond. The shoreline of our pond is Antarctica.
Lies.
This is Antarctica.
That's not
Antarctica. If you take all the continents in the world, the average height of Antarctica is double number 2. That would be the container that holds in our oceans.
Why does he do the whole theatrics? Like, look at, let me see. Can't stand it.
So what did they do to make you think you live on a ball?
Thank you, Andrew.
And hide where you live. They took our map. This is the map that was in all encyclopedias, school books, everything until the 1950s. They took it out. They cut
that. Jesus Christ. Dave, we have access to books from pre-1950. I can go out in my garage right now and find 3 geography books from the 1930s. They don't show that map. Why would you lie like that? Look at what he says. I mean, he's just lying to children. It's disgusting. One more time.
Height of Antarctica is double number 2.
Let me give another point here in the
that
lies
would be
column.
the container that holds in our oceans. So what did they do to make you think you live on a ball?
What'd you say?
And hide where you live. They took our map. This is the map that was in all encyclopedias.
That map has been debunked. It's been falsified. Do you know what that means, Dave? It means it cannot be true. Because we'll look at it right here. Move out of the way. When I was over here, where my mouse is, I saw the sun do this for 4 days. Right around my head. At the same time, we know for a fact that the sun did this. Do you understand? That's testable. That's provable. We know that there were people in Australia, the sun was above their heads when it was midnight for me here, meaning the sun was over here. So once you find an impossibility with your map, it means it's been falsified. This map cannot be true. Cannot be.
School books, everything until the 1950s. They took it out, they cut it out, and they wrapped it around a sphere.
This was in school books till 1950s. Guys, you have parents. You have people that were alive in the 40s and 30s. You go ask them if there was flat earth was the thing being taught in schools in 1950. Give me a break.
And they said, you can't go to this white part. This is off limits because of penguins.
It's not off limit because of penguins. That is a lie. Another one. Okay. And it's also not off limits unless you have to do $1 million EPA study. Now, I don't have $1 million. You don't have $1 million, but guess who does? ALE, Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, has $1 million and has paid it, and they've done their EPA, and I've seen how they go about it. It is very well run. You don't put trash in the ice. You don't pee in the ice. You're not allowed to. They take all the waste and they fly it back off the continent. Do you understand? That's what they do. And they had to tell the government what they were going to do. It is the most pristine thing I've ever seen. And I like it. I want it to stay that way. I do not want people going there for no reason. What are they going to go there for?
Right? And ice. Right? You live here. Excuse me. So they've limited your ability to think.
By what?
By cutting you off and not letting you know where you live.
No, you can go there. Let me show you again, because I've shown this a million times and you still don't get it. You still aren't getting it. Just type in Antarctic Marathon. Okay, you're going to get this page. Welcome to the Antarctic Ice Marathon. Look at a nice video play here to start. Here's registration. Here's events. Here's competitors. Look at this. You can't see that very well. Let me change this to my browser instead of the YouTube button. Oops, that's that. YouTube, go. Did I fix it? Browser. What's going on here? Okay, that's better. All right, so there's I thought. If we go over here to events or competitors, look at this. You can go to any year. Okay, go to 2015. And you can look at all the people who ran in the Antarctic Marathon. So are these all lies? Dave, what do you think? You can go to these people. You can look them up. Let's see who the woman that won was, or the first. Here's Susan Urad. Look her up. She's from the United States. If you call her and say, hey, did you go to the Antarctic Ice Race Marathon? She'll say yes. Did you see the 24-hour sun? Yes, we did not have darkness when we were there because it's in December. Same thing with Christina Loth. Same thing with Lisa Colon Richardson. Same with Eric Emeland. You can go to any date. If you want to watch videos, go over here to, where's it at? Race info, video footage. You can go to any year, 2024. Hey, look, they were there when I was there. 2023, 2022, 2021, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016. Do you want to see these people? This is the Ice Marathon from 2024. The plane that I flew into Antarctica on is the plane they flew out on. So if we go to, let's go to, I don't know if you can find him. I always, Mark Herman, Antarctica. Tika. I don't know if we'll, yeah, good, perfect. Let's watch as we, first of all, where's the, this is awesome. Okay, so this is us getting off the plane here. So there's anybody saying this trip was fake is a retard, is a moron, because they can come and they can check this video footage. Do you understand? Okay? You can do this yourself. Come check it out as we are, oh, this is a 360 camera, so you can see, here we go. And there's Mark talking to me. Yes. He's got a 360 camera on like a pole on his shoulder or something. I don't really remember, but he did ask me if his camera was on. I asked him if mine was on. There you see us leaving the plane. This is not in any possible way fake. Do you see these people here that work there? Do you see us this is not a soundstage, Eric Dubé. This is not a set, King Nico. Look at what's in front of you. If you can't tell when something is real, when you can't tell that you don't make fake 360 videos like this, that you can look around and say, oh, there's the plane that we're getting off of, and here we go. And that's Jaron, and we know him, and that's Mark here, and we can see Lisbeth is already off there. These are all the people that went on the trip. Makes sense. It's all self-explanatory. To say that it is anything other than real is ridiculous. Okay, this is a very, and so to say that, oh, they faked it, they faked the sun. What do you mean? So Dave, do you realize that the sun is right here? You can see the sun. Is this fake or real? It's lighting up all of Antarctica. Is that a stage? Are we inside of a sphere? Are we what? No, we're in the real place called Antarctica. And then all the things that these guys say is they keep saying, oh, they could have taken you anywhere. You could have been on an island. Dipshits. The Earth is mapped. If they tell you, hey, you're going to 80 degrees south, you go, oh, okay. You can go to Google Earth. You can look up 80 degrees south and you can see what the sun is supposed to do. And when you go down there and it does what it's supposed to do, you are at 80 degrees south. That's where you are. Okay? That's where you are. There's Critical Think coming off the plane. And look, that's crazy. I mean, this plane lands right on the freaking ice. It's an unbelievable memory. And I know I'm actually trying to get back down there at the end of this year, believe it or not. I don't think it'll happen, but we did put in a request. I want to put a camera there, a permanent camera at Union Glacier, to be there every year, to be live streaming for the entire 4 months. I don't think it's very expensive. I think it's something that the NSF should pay for. I think that you're talking about $15,000 or $20,000 being able to do that. That is, again, I put this up because people don't seem to think NASA makes too much money. Let me show you how easy this would be. I'm talking about installing a permanent camera that plays 24 hours a day at Union Glacier to show people the 24-hour sun. Okay, they can look at it any time. We can make sure that graduating high school students all see it, because guess what? 4 million children graduate from high school every year. I'm pretty sure it's pretty important that we show them the southern sun so that they don't get stuck like I did. Now, NASA makes $72 million a day. Okay, if we go 72 million and we divide that by what I need for the whole year, which is 20,000. Okay, that's 1/3600th. You know what I'm saying? That's my need is 1/3600th of NASA's daily budget to do something that would actually help the world, that would help people, because they don't seem to think it's important. Oh, they got better things to do than prove to you that the Earth is flat or not flat. Cool. But for something that's $20,000 that can actually probably have prevented what we have going on right now, I think it's well worth it. And then once you buy it once, guess what? The price next year is significantly less. We don't need the turning mechanism. We don't need the camera. We would only need to pay the person that's down there managing it and pay for it to get down there. It'll already be down there. Probably be $5,000 every year after. And then also, if we put it on a website, earth.view or whatever, southpole.view, you could probably put advertisements on it. It would pay for itself. It would pay for itself. And so, sorry that some, they don't see a reason to do this. If you don't know, and I'll bring it up again, we still have a South Pole webcam site that still has. Type in South Pole webcam. And why do I bring this up? Because it's important to me, since this is what got me stuck. Okay, you come here to the South Pole webcam. I mean, this is the South Pole live webcam site. So when you get here, if you can't see the 24-hour sun, what would you think? Okay, it's not like they have just one camera. Let me show you. Let me bring this up and pull this over. You'll see here it says you can also view time-lapse movies from the camera. All right, let's click the time-lapse movies. Look at what it shows. From 2024 all the way back to 2007. Every one of these time periods, there's not one. I repeat, there's not one. And if you're somebody out there watching this show right now, science lover, that can't grasp that this is not right, you need to look at yourself in the mirror. It's okay to say, yeah, Jaron's right. It doesn't make sense that we have a South Pole webcam site and there's not one example of the 24-hour sun. If you can't admit that, I can't help you, man. That you're clueless if you think this helps anybody. This site is useless. This site is useless. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What is the point of the South Pole webcam site if you're not looking at the 24-hour sun? It's just nothing. It's completely, and it's reason for people to start doubting it if the one site that's supposed to show it doesn't have any examples of it. So if you go here, September to December, okay, you're not going to see a 24-hour sun. In fact, it skips every day. Now, the guy is showing me, oh, it's because of the satellite uplink. There's no excuse now. We have Starlink. They have Starlink that's over the poles at all times. So there's no excuse anymore. You might have had an excuse in the past, but, oh, they only can upload one picture every 15 minutes and only when the satellite's in the place it's supposed to be. Great. But what you get is, look at the time up here. If you notice, it skips. Right? It'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 22, 23, So it's just taking out 8 hours or 10 hours a day, and it just so happens to be the 10 hours that the sun would be behind you, which would be south, which is what we need to see. Okay? So anyway, I'm just pointing out that for something very cheap, in the scheme of things, we could have a camera down there that actually turns with that sun every day, and it's transmitting live through Starlink back to a website for all. They could show it in schools, they could show it in classes, they could show it whenever, and it would only be $20,000, 1/3600th of NASA's daily budget to do something that could really help people. But no. They'd rather just, we have better things to do than prove to you the shape of the earth. I get it. I know for thousands of years we've known the shape of the earth. I get it. But I think that if you've noticed what's going on around the world now with flat earth and the pickup of that, it would have been very beneficial to have a 24-hour live streaming camera. It's 2025. There is a 24-hour camera on Andy Warhol's grave. You heard me right. I can go right now and find a camera on Andy Warhol's grave. I can find a live webcam of JFK's funeral or burial where there's a, what do they call it, perpetual light on it or something. Whatever, regardless, it's 24-hour video. You can go look at it now, but you can't look at the 24-hour sun. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think we've got our priorities screwed up. But let's get out of there. Anyway, none of these have it. You can go to any one of these dates. It's not there. Okay, and I get it. I understand, Jaron. There's only certain times. Okay, I get it. These are just photographs, and if you're telling me that we can only upload, you can't upload. Like, you can't save a couple when the satellite's not above your head, and then when it is above your head, you send those photos so that it connects a whole day. That's impossible. You make it sound like it's impossible. It's like, this is so simple to do. They've just chosen not to do it. Okay, so let's get out of here. Back to this. What were we doing here? We're off the plane. Thank you, Mark, for that. But again, for anybody to say this is fake, what are you doing? How could this be fake? Let's watch, what is this here? Oh, this is when we get to camp. I mean, what do people think? This is in a soundstage? I mean, isn't it not clear what's going on? It's pretty clear to me. Pretty clear. And if I was a researcher, because people, oh, if you were, there's no way I would call this fake. There's too many cameras. There's too much evidence. Like, you don't even notice. He's got this 360 camera way above his head. Oops, can't move it from there. Okay, he's like above his on a pole. But if you notice, I start filming with my camera. Lisbeth is filming with her. We're all filming each other. You can't fake that. How would we all have the same footage if it's fake? It doesn't even make sense. Okay? These people are welcoming us. There you can see us all there. People have said this is a set. I mean, how does this not? Oh, by the way, I knew what we were getting at. I knew why. Now I remember why we came here. If you notice, here is a group of the marathon runners. Like I said, we've arrived. We're getting off this little, whatever this thing's called, truck. Okay, we get off. They all get on. They drive to the airport. That's what's going on here. So these are all the ice marathon runners here, and there's all a bunch waiting over there. They've taken in groups, and then when everybody's over there would be when the plane's ready, and then they get them all on the plane and take them home. Okay, so this is the ice marathon runners from 2024, which was here. You can go to any of these years and pull up the marathon. You can see all these people. These people are all not lying. These people will all tell you, every single one of them, that they didn't see night while they were there. Why? Because we live on a globe, and there is no night at 80 degrees south in December. There is no night. Okay? So here you go. The only year that there's not a ice marathon is 2020. And that's, of course, because dear Fauci told us not to. Okay? So anyway, you can go all the way back to 2011. And if you want to sign up, you can go. Go do this. Where do we go? Events, sign up, preparation, race gear, race trail, race info, schedule and prizes. I don't know where it's about. Testimonials. Where does it say? Here's the itinerary. 2025. Here's your provisional schedule. You're leaving on the 9th. You'll be there the 11th, 12th, 13th. The marathon's on the 13th. You'll come back on the 15th. Okay? And you can just go registration. And then we can figure out what the price is. I don't even know. It might be $21,000, I believe. I don't know where that's at. There we go. For the 2025, entry fee is $22,500. The 2026 Ice Marathon, the entry fee is $22,500, $21,900 if paid in full before December 31st. You get your entry to the choice race of your choice. You get a briefing in Punta Arenas 1 day prior to departure, which we got. You get the round trip from Punta Arenas to Antarctica, is what we got. And by the way, jackasses, there will be no stamp for your passport book that is legit. So here's the discrepancy coming back. Some of us got a stamp. It is a novelty. We went into the little gift shop and somebody said, hey, if you want me to stamp your book with a novelty Antarctica stamp, I will. So I remember John doing it, and maybe Duffy did it. And I kind of thought to myself, oh, I'd have to go back to my tent right now and get my passport. I'll get to it later. It wasn't a big deal to me because it's novelty. There is no customs department in Antarctica. So you're not going to get an official Antarctic stamp. When you're down there, you are I don't want to say citizen of, you're down there on behalf of Chile. Okay, Chile's in control of you. You're on your Chile passport. There is no Antarctic passport group. There's no customs. Okay, so when people are asking for that, it's ridiculous. Like, well, where's your Antarctica stamp? And then for people to say, well, Jaron doesn't have one and Toon doesn't have one, but Will Duffy does. Well, Will Duffy has the ceremonial token stamp that's just a stamp with a picture of Antarctica on it that they stamp your passport if you want. Now, I didn't get mine stamped, but I don't really care. The second payment, oh, sorry, that's something else. Anyway, this your schedule. If you want to go down there, go down there. You don't need to, though. You can go down to the south of South America for like $1,500, and you can see everything you need to see right there. Okay. Let's get back to where we were. A little bit more of this.
They want you to believe that you are living here. This is the sun. We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. You can't fathom that speed. We're orbiting at...
You can fathom that speed. Anybody want to fathom it? Go outside. I believe the moon's out right now. Everybody go outside and watch the moon. Can you fathom the speed that you're moving? That is the spin of the Earth. The moon moving in the sky is the spin of the Earth. Right? Think of how slow it's moving. Have you ever watched the moon move? It's moving extremely slow. Extremely slow. And as we've done many times before, he says you can't fathom that speed. Well, it depends what you're talking about. Are you talking about in a car? Are you talking about in a plane? Are you talking about in a rocket? Or are you talking about in space with no friction? Where did we used to go? I'm trying to think of what I used to go to. It used to be is on a... That's not right. Solar system scope. That's what it was. I remember that. Just to show you, because it's worth seeing. Now, what is it called? Can't remember the name of the site I used to go to. It was not. God, I used to have a site I would always go to, but I don't remember the name of it. Solar System Scope. This one maybe. Yeah, there we go. So this is Solar System Scope. We're going to go start the online model just so you can see here. I just want to show you how fast we're really moving. And again, once you start thinking about these things, they make sense. We don't want sound though. Mute. Thank you. All right, so this thing's bringing us, and it's doing a crazy speed. We're going to go to press play. Oops. Stop. Okay, go to actual time. How do you go to play? Oh, is that already playing actual time? This is what I could never figure out last time. Is this moving? Hold on. I see. Keep same day time. I think it is moving. All right. So if we go over here and we look at Earth, I'm just showing you that right there, if I'm not mistaken, is spinning. It is spinning 1,000 miles per hour. I think. Although is pause button play? Hold on one second. Actual time. Okay, so now 22:45. Let me just watch this for a second. Yes, it's moving. So that's how fast we're spinning. So you can't fathom the speed, but look at us move here where I'm at in the United States. Look at me move. Look how fast I'm spinning. How am I hanging on to that ball? I'm spinning so damn fast. Well, it's because it's spinning so freaking slow. Okay, there's actual time. And this is spinning. It goes around once a day. Everybody grab something near you. Grab something near you, whatever it might be. Let's grab, do I have anything fun to play with? I'll just grab this screwdriver thing and turn it once a day. Once a day. Can you imagine? How slow is that? Okay. And that is the case. So you're lying to children when you say you can't fathom that speed. It's spinning so fast. No, it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour. It goes around once a day. And the Earth is 25,000 miles around, so that's why it's 1,000 miles per hour. Let's go back. Listen to some more.
66,000 miles an hour, and we're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour, traveling 4.5 billion miles every year, never to return to where we were before. But for some reason, all the stars in the sky stay in the same constellations. They're in the same place.
Yeah, not for some reason. It's because they're so far away, Dave. If you have to understand their model in order to combat it. Okay. How do I explain this any easier for you? I don't know. Let me see if I've got this. Might help. Just to show this picture here, Dave, I don't know how to explain it to you, but if you have stars that are we knew a lot smaller than that, super, super far away. Okay, so you have these stars that are super, super far away, and then the Earth is moving like this little a bit in a year. So the stars stay the same. They're super far away. Do you understand? And I know you'll have that picture of the spiraling thing, but if we think of that, one circle is 1 year of one, when the Earth goes around once. So it's showing you like 20 years in no time. Let's watch. Whoops. That was weird. I saw Dave there.
Go out tonight, take a picture, and next year, same night, same time.
Oh, there you go. So this picture here that he's showing, let me get it on a bigger screen so you can see. Yeah, you can go out next year and the stars are going to be relatively in the same spot. And you're showing this graphic.
Take a picture of the sky and every single star will be in the same place.
1 year.
4.5 billion miles where we were.
2 years.
Last year.
3 years.
And none of the stars
4
ever
years.
changed.
So you just talked about 4 years worth of movement, which is not much in conjunction with the distance to the stars, right? I mean, if we are, let's say that you're not going to be talking about stars that are 25 trillion miles away. They're going to be more. But let's just say we're talking about the closest star, which is 25 trillion miles. So how far is the Earth moving? Also, it's moving, so it's going 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, but that's not really the distance that it's moving. It says it's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour. I'm not sure what that would be, but I'm just thinking if you took that number and figured it out, it's going to be such a tiny percentage of that 25 trillion. Do you understand how many trillion is? Okay. When we're talking about we are getting a certain amount of millions of miles a year, and you're talking about the stars being 25 trillion miles, then you should figure out why the stars don't move year to year.
So I could go on and on. Angel, why don't you throw in 2 seconds, and then we're going to take your questions. What we would like from you is your best proof that you live on a globe, because if we live on a globe, it's
well, let's not ask people for that, because sometimes when people do bring back the proof of the globe, you just ignore it.
2025, you should be able to have one piece of evidence.
We do.
Angel, go.
Yeah, so our position is that we live on a level topographical plane. We are physically enclosed. That's how we're breathing air. The globe violates many, many different natural laws. And it's
Jeez, do I have another counter for this guy? I just heard 3 lies in the opening sentence.
like, how many laws does something need to violate before it's fake?
What?
So it violates all the gas laws, the second law of thermodynamics, the first
All the gas laws. It violates all the gas
law
laws.
of thermodynamics, Newton's third law, and a whole bunch others. But our position is that we're the center of creation. We have luminaries above us to tell time. They move all around Polaris, and we're the center of creation on a level topographical enclosed plane.
What? Polaris does move, though.
There you go. And to keep your interest, and the school probably won't allow this, but if any of you can give us a globe proof today, email me privately outside of school grounds, and you win 3 Bitcoins.
There's a lie.
Okay? I got your attention?
No, you lied.
You guys know what Bitcoin is, right?
No, you lied.
So here we go.
That's not a lie.
Teacher, can we go to some questions?
Yes, let's go to some questions.
Let's listen.
Go for it.
What about the time?
Time?
Tide.
Oh, the tides.
No, lots
so
of bullshit.
we're told that the tides have to do with the moon. But if we go to tide, if you look at tides, when there is a new moon, a new moon is when the sun and the moon are close to each other. We don't see the moon, but it's still there. During a full moon, I'm trying to pull up a graphic as we speak.
You're not making
During
any
a full moon, we have a high tide, right? So here we have the Earth is here, and no,
the moon.
That's the moon. I'm sorry. There's the moon, and we have a high tide here. And there's also another high tide on the other side of the world because they're 6 hours apart, 6, 6, 6, and 6.
Yeah, but do you realize why? Because the sun is over there.
Is 24 hours. So why is it when we have a full moon that we have higher high tides than when there's a new moon? Because when we have a new moon, the sun and the moon are both on the same side of the Earth.
Right.
And there should be a higher tide. And let me give you your official school-taught explanation on why there's a high tide over here. The moon's gravity is pulling the water away from the Earth, creating a bulge.
Right.
And at the same time, it's pulling the Earth away from the water on the other side, creating another bulge. And the reason that you're scratching your head is because that's a ridiculous statement, but that's what they want you to believe.
It's not ridiculous. Ridiculous is to say that the tides have nothing to do, or the moon has nothing to do with tides. That's ridiculous. I've shown you before how you can prove that.
And my theme is, you're not stupid. It's stupid.
No,
the
no,
stuff
no,
that
you're
they teach
stupid.
you is so stupid,
No,
but
you're
you
stupid.
believe it because it comes out of a book, right? How do you become a teacher?
Here we go.
How do you get a degree? You memorize and regurgitate everything. You guys have spent 15 years in school.
Yeah, they memorize and regurgitate things, but what if it's the truth? What if what they're memorizing and regurgitating is the truth? Then that's a lot better off than not memorizing and regurgitating the truth. Then you're just a dumbass.
School, and what are you going to get? You're going to get a piece of paper that qualifies you to what? It qualifies you to take out a loan and go into debt and go to college for 4 years, right? That's it. You're not prepared for anything else, and you think you live on a ball spinning through an endless space vacuum. Want to add on to that, Angels?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, so there's also things called tidal nodes where there's no tides on the Earth in certain areas.
Yep.
Which makes no sense. If the sun and moon are pulling physical bodies of water off the Earth, then there shouldn't exist any tidal nodes.
What do you mean? There's actual currents and stuff in the ocean.
Just like Dave said, when the sun and moon are on the same side of the Earth, we have a high tide on the other side of the Earth where there's no sun and moon. Now they tell.
How could there be? What are you claiming would happen? I don't understand what would happen. Wouldn't you have a high tide on both sides? You're saying that all the water should be pulled to just 1/4 of the Earth? Is that what you're thinking?
The whole Earth has shifted between the bulges. Well, if that's true, well, we should be able to detect or feel that motion of that shift, but we don't.
What?
And also.
I wish I had another lie counter. What is this guy talking about? Why would you feel the shift of the gravitational pull of the moon to the Earth if it's pulling the water for tides? What do you mean you'd feel the shift? Are you talking about a surfer is going to be out surfing on the ocean and they're going to feel the pull of the tide? Shut the hell up.
Bodies of water such as lakes don't have tides. So anything connected to the
some lakes do have tides. So I don't know what you're talking about.
The ocean has tides. Other bodies of water don't.
That's not true.
Makes no sense.
So the saltwater oceans have tides because the saltwater carries the current. We live in a big electrical system. The sun and the moon are the anode and cathode of the system. The land is the salt bridge, and the water.
Oh, the land is the salt
carries
bridge.
The current. We live in a giant free energy battery system. These
Yeah.
are the tidal nodes he's talking about. The high tides and low tides spinning around an
Free
area
energy
of no
battery
tide.
system.
So tides actually disprove the gravitational globe theory.
Tides disprove the gravitational globe theory.
Yeah.
Come on, Dave. You got to get better than one truth.
Go ahead, Angel. You can say first.
What was the question?
Well, it could be things like extra lens.
I didn't hear what they said.
What do you
Sorry.
think they're hiding in Antarctica?
Oh, nothing.
Go ahead, Angel. You can say first.
Well, it could be things like extra lens. There could be anything there. They could be with the air we're breathing requires containment. I mean, we could have a container touching down past Antarctica, but
Let me show you something. I've done this before, and it is very helpful to people, but I don't want to go through the entire thing because it's a little bit time intensive, but I'll just show you. If you go to MoonCalc, stop it. Make sure you can see what I'm seeing. Nope, not yet. I've got the browser solo here and the YouTube off. All right, so we're here. So I've done this before. If you go to, hello, this thing not moving. Move. All right. So if you go to Florida, okay, and if I find the high tide time for Florida, so if I find a beach here and I find high tide, and we look at when the moon goes around, okay, let's say that the moon, it's high tide here, and I don't know where it is. We can find it if we wanted. But then what I know then is that whenever the moon gets to that same spot, it's high tide. Okay, and it falls backwards a little bit, and it's not much. I forgot what it is. It's just a few minutes a day, I believe, that it falls backwards. But you can actually predict the high tide based on where the moon is. Okay, so the moon is the cause. Let me see if I can show you, just because I've said it now, and people are going to be like, what? You don't believe him? So I'm going to Monterey here. Where's Monterey? San Francisco, San Jose, right in here. Okay, so this is Monterey, my old stomping grounds, right up in here. Okay, so if we look now and we go to a Monterey tide, come on. I'll just show you once and we'll be able to see it. So we're going to look up Monterey tide tables. Monterey tide chart. Okay, let's get this going. All right, so we need to find that little chart where they show, here we go, this one here. So this shows us all of our tide times. And we're going to go ahead and look at, let's look at a couple days. I don't want any, it's weird because every once in a while you'll see one of these spots get skipped is because the tide falls into the next day. So I'm going to try and leave those out so we don't have to get confused. But this is good, like here. Basically, this is September 18th. We'll go from here through like here. Okay, so like the 8, you'll see that there's times in every slot. So we can go 18 is a Thursday. So we're going September 18th. Okay, and we're going to look at the tide. So September 18th, we've got I want to see the top of that chart. Shit. Hold on, I want to do a better time. We're going to do September 10th through the 13th because I want to be able to see up here. Okay, so the 10th, we have a AM high tide. Hold on, let me do this over here. So we have an AM high tide on the 10th at 12:36. Is that AM? 12:36 AM. That's the AM high tide. Then at 12:45, so then you'll see it says PM high tide. So then at 12:45 PM, we have another high tide. Okay, and then if we look for the low tides on that 10th, we have, I'm sorry, did we do in the 10th? Yes. No, we're doing 12:36. Yes, the 10th. So then on the over there we got 6:30 AM is the low tide. 6:30 AM is the first low tide, and the 10th, 7:28 PM is the low tide. Okay. And then on the 11th, we come back and we go 1:39 AM. Oh, you know what's funny? The tides are off by 50 minutes a day. How funny is that? What is the orbit of the moon in a daily? If you were to look at the moon as it's orbiting daily, what would it be? 24 hours and 50 minutes. Why is it 50 minutes longer than the 24? Because that's the Earth's spin and it's the way it works. But we've got the tides that are reducing each day by that same amount. because the moon goes around and it falls behind 50 minutes, falls behind 50 minutes. So what happens? The tides fall behind 50 minutes. Well, I wonder if they're connected. I wonder if they could be connected. Let's go check. So we're going to September 10th. Wait, where did I go with the... Oh, come on. Did I erase my... Oh, here we go. Moon calc. Okay, so we're here in Monterey. We are doing the 10th of September. 10th. And we are going to come around with our time and see here. So we said our high tide is at 12:36 a.m., which is going to be over here. Okay, so 12:36. Wait, no, that's high tide. Yeah, 12:36 a.m. is that's one. So about there. Okay, so now what you can get used to is that this will be the position for the high tide. So now if we look again, so 12:36 a.m., then 12:45 p.m. is going to be the next high tide. So we know that that's going to be across from it. Right, so if you go here now, you just go to 12, and there's your 12:36, 12:45. Sorry, 12:45, a little bit more. There. So now you can kind of see, and you could then predict every day where the sun and where the moon will be for each tide. Okay, the low tides are going to be here and here, right? So if you kind of look, you can even pull it away and say, well, is this because when the what time is that? 6:30 a.m. Let's go there. 6:30 a.m. I mean, this is kind of crazy. It's pulling the water out of the Monterey Bay, causing low tide. Okay? It's explained quite well. And then it's going to be on the other side, the complete other side over here, for the next low tide. Okay? Because it's like a swish swash, swish swash, swish swash, right? So now if we go to the next day, it was supposed to be 6. What did we do here? So we did that one, and then 1:39 a.m. on the 11th. So now we're going to the 11th. Boom. And now we're going to 1:39 a.m., which is going to be here. And you'll notice, wow, look at that. Is the sun and is the moon in the same spot it was? Well, what do you know? And if we go to the next day, let's go here. Back to, come on. Here. Get out of here. So now we're taking the 12th. The 12th is 2:57. Is that high tide? Here you can see it here. I don't know if you can see it. 2:57. So if we go back to the chart and we go to 2:57 on the 13th, on the 12th, now go to 2:57, and what do you know? The moon is in the same spot. That's because the moon is the cause of the tides. End of story. Game over. Easy to figure out. There's no question. So how could it be that the tides coincide exactly with the moon if the moon isn't to do with the tides? It doesn't even make sense. Again, we could keep doing that. Go to the next day. The only thing if you do this is just be careful when you get to the skip day. Like if you're doing it and you come across this, you'll get confused because there is no high tide for that time slot. Okay, because the 50 minutes is going to fall back every once in a while. You'll see you'll miss one, right? So if we go even further, let's just go further and see, what are we at? We last did the 12th or something. So we can do all the way to the 14th. The 14th is 6:29. Go back to the 14th. Come on. No. 14th is here. And we're looking for 6, what did I say? 6:59? Something in there? I forgot what it was. 6 something. So you can see it's the same spot. And it would always be that. So whenever the moon is here, you're at high tide. Whenever the moon is here, you're at low tide. Here, high tide. Here, low tide. Okay? And the tides fall back by 50 minutes every day because the moon falls back 50 minutes every day. Okay? Easy. Easy, easy. Let's click that out and let's go listen to more of these guys tell lies. Actually, I got to use the restroom real quick. Let's listen to a song. This is by the great Scoundrel. It's a little scary. Be careful. But I'll be right back. I just got to piss real quick. And I will remember to mute. Don't worry. All right. Here we go. See you guys after this great song about the scary legend of David Weiss.
Once upon a time in the land of doubt, a monster lurked creeping about. If you question the rules, if you think too free, David Weiss will come. Just wait and see.
Deep in the
shadows where the skeptics hide. There's a monster creeping, better step inside. If you whisper, the gov might lie. He'll slither from the dark with a glint in his eye. He'll smile real wide with a voice so slick, holding up a phone like a magic trick. Wanna see the world for what it is? Just $9.99, let's handle biz.
Run and hide, don't need his eyes. David Weiss will sell you lies. If you buy, you pay the price. Your soul, your phone, he'll take your life.
Oh no, you clicked. Now your date is his. Your email's passwords, who knows where they is. Your GPS, now he's tracking your spots. And every night, he just watches a lot.
Your bank account, oh, it's looking real light. David Weiss just drained it overnight. He don't care, he just laughs and grins. Scamming on repeat, where do I begin? The earth is flat, don't you see? The truth is fake, just trust in me.
If you ever hear his name, if he knocks on your screen, turn off your phone, don't let him be seen. He's a digital demon, a lurking scam. Once he's got your trust, he don't give a damn.
But if he finds you, run, don't wait.
Or your life gets sucked through a data gate. A fairy tale? Nah, this is real. Beware of the monster when he makes a deal.
Run and hide, don't need his eyes. David Weiss will sell you lies. If you buy, you pay the price. Your soul, your phone, he'll take your life.
He's watching. He's waiting. And he always knows where you are.
Thank you very much. That was Scoundrel. I put the link in the chat if you want to look that up. I saw somebody say the music was terrible. I did not make the song, but thank you for your 2 cents. It's all right. I wouldn't listen to it in my car or something, pounding it or bouncing that, and I'll pass. But it's still funny. It's about David Weiss. So you asked thoughts on Himawari 8 picks now. Good question. I'm going to put that as one of my interesting shows. I don't know. I don't want to say that yet. I don't want to say that yet. I think that it is probably a photo. I mean, that's probably but I don't want to give a confirm on that. We will make it one of the shows. And this way I can actually look into it and dig into it a little bit deeper. All right. So let's go back to here. Thank you very much. I see somebody. I'm going to look at the super chats real quick since I don't want to get too far ahead. And I'll say to everybody in the chat, see if anybody's got any questions before we continue. But I mean, if you guys don't know, I mean, David Weiss has proven himself to be, I mean, the guy said before we left, he told his crowd, he said 100% he said there's a 0.0% chance that Jaron will be compromised or lie after the trip. Then I got back and he told everybody it's 100% that I lie and I'm compromised, which makes no sense. What changed? Well, what changed is that his model got debunked. Shit, I can't grab, hold on one second, I'm having trouble. I can't grab the top of, I don't know how to do that. Open link in new tab. Hold on, sorry, my chat got stuck. I can't see the top of it. All right, well, we're just going to scroll this way. So somebody says, don't repeat and regurgitate the truth, Dave Weiss. What's interesting ism going to be about? I've already said it, and if you look at my posts, you can see that. It's going to be 30-minute to 45-minute episodes on a subject that I will dig into deep, mostly things that I've considered to be fake in the past, and we'll figure out if I've got a new eye to look at deceptions, to look at possible conspiracies. Have I learned my lesson, or will I continue to be a conspiracy guy who can't quite get it straight? We'll see. I saw a clip of Weiss saying if there is a 24-hour midnight sun, there would be real trouble for flat Earth. Now you saw Whitsitt say that. Whitsitt said if there's a 24-hour sun, it'd be a big problem for flat Earth. And Weiss said, let's go here. If you want to find a good channel for things that Weiss has said, go to Melodome. Let's go Melodome here. He was really calling him out for a while once he realized what we had all fallen for. He has quite a few videos. Just go to videos and you'll see down here, Weiss Dearth doesn't remember. Let's play this one real quick, just because it's funny. Oops, we need a little sound.
Look,
here we go.
Do you remember this?
Remember what? And look, I've never gone into space. I would love to go into space. Now let me ask you this, Dave, as we're nearing the end. I want to book an Antarctic trip. You want to go to Antarctica? Yeah.
Now listen to what he says here. This is what should be used in court to make him owe me $330,000.
Absolutely. Go down there and film the 24-hour sun and prove the Earth is a globe.
Wait, what? Anybody hear that? Let's hear it one more time.
Now let me ask you this, Dave, as we're nearing the end. I want to book an Antarctic trip. You want to go to Antarctica?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Go down there and film the 24-hour sun and prove the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so go down there, film the 24-hour sun, and prove the Earth is a globe. And then he says, I've got 3 Bitcoins if you have 1 proof of the globe. So we went down and filmed the 24-hour sun, which is essentially then the proof of the globe, and we don't have 3 Bitcoins.
Yeah. The Antarctic should, if it's a ball, have the same light as the Arctic did in its summer.
It does.
And there should be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but there isn't.
Oh, there is.
There's no 24-hour sun simply because the Earth is flat.
Right. But if there is one, then what?
Latitudes in the south in January and December, it should be the same, but it's not. There is no 24-hour sun in the south.
What do you think about the 24 sun that doesn't set in Antarctica?
There is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. No one has ever seen it. That makes sense. But 24 hours of sun, well, how could that work, right? If the sun was in their summer,
you big fat
all the way out
liar.
here, well, how can there be sun here when the sun is way far away? Well, here's the thing. There is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Do you remember this?
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, the sad thing is it's okay. We were wrong, right? We all went too far on the idea of we think the South is a lie. Well, we should have sent somebody down there to verify, because when we did, I verified that the South is the opposite of the North. The opposite, complete opposite. The sun goes the opposite direction. We 50 degrees north, then go to 50 degrees south. It's just a reverse of that. I've shown that before on Google Earth. Go to 50 degrees north, watch the sunset, then wait 6 months, go to 50 degrees south, watch the sunset. It's just a flipped image because you're just upside down, and it's 6 months later, so it's the other side facing the sun. Let's get back out of here. I just want to see if there's one more I thought that was good. This one.
Now let me ask you this, Dave, as we're nearing the end. I want to book an Antarctic trip. You want to go to Antarctica?
Yeah, absolutely. Go down there and film the 24-hour sun and prove the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Well, ask and you shall receive.
When we landed, they picked up some group that was doing a marathon here, ice marathon. I'll show you the wall that they made of the ice. But everybody we asked so far, we asked these employees were like, so what time's the sunset? They're like, what? What time's the sunset? They're like, the sun just goes around, bro. The sun just circles you. We're like, yeah, but what time does it set over there? They're like, no, it doesn't do that. So, and they want to have a meeting with us to talk to us about it because they can't believe that anybody would ever believe that the sun sets. Here's your Antarctic ice. So if Dave was being an honest person and wasn't backtracking, and if flat earthers actually cared about keeping integrity and being truthful and honest, he said, go ahead and go down there and film the 24-hour sun and prove the Earth's a globe. Well, this is what's going on here. This is not fake. I was there.
I say let Dave do Dave.
No! Dave done Dave long enough.
He owes someone important money.
He does. He owes a lot of money. Owes a lot of money. But, I guess people get... Because here's the thing. He uses this idea to sell the app. So he's still going around saying he still has 3 Bitcoins for a proof, even though that's a lie. Right? We know that's a lie. So this is another one I want to show you because Dearth doesn't understand how refraction works. Watch this.
Frozen lake. We've done it over Lake Balaton.
Where?
This one, I don't know exactly where this one is. I forget, but we have a whole bunch of ones we did. We did a 26-mile laser test.
Can you stop saying we? You didn't do any 25-mile laser test, Dave. You haven't done that.
Over Lake Balaton, and it showed no curvature.
It hit the building behind them many feet up high in the sky.
And the curvature of 26 miles is far more than this, right? But These are rounded down, giving the globe every benefit of the doubt. So what does this mean? So if we look, if the earth is flat, it means the camera's here and it can see all of these lights and they all line up.
Okay.
If the earth is a globe,
right,
at 6 inches, the horizon should be about a mile away. So then you have the tangent of the earth, and all of these are refracting up the perfect amount to appear to be at this tangent.
But do you realize that your globe here drawing is if the distance that you're looking is about, what is that? 1/8 of the globe? What'd you say? 20. So that's about 4,000 miles, Dave. Okay, that's what you've drawn here. 4,000 mile curve. And you're saying, oh, these things popped up in the sky. Yeah, that seems a little bit outrageous.
That's what you have to believe.
I don't have to believe that things are popping up in the sky that many feet.
If you believe the earth is curved, that they're refracting up.
Yeah, that we can see further than the geometric edge. That's fact.
And they're tricking you. They don't refract higher.
How would they reflect higher? You are seeing further. So what are you seeing further? The ground. Why would they refract up into the sky? Do you understand? You're seeing further and the things are on the ground. So if you can see further than the edge, then it's just going to bring that up and make it look like you're just seeing further. How does this not make sense? If you can see further, then the things that are farther, you can see. Do you get it? So those lights are sitting farther and you can see them. They're not rising up into the sky because they weren't in the sky to start with. If they were in the sky to start with and you saw further, you might see them still in the sky, but they were on the ground. So if you can see further, guess what? They're still on the ground.
They refract up to the exact level of the tangent.
Not the exact level. They're on the ground. They are on the ground. That's not the exact level. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing the ground. Where do you want the ground to be?
Of this viewer. That's what you have to believe. That's crazy. The reason you can't figure it out is not because you're stupid. It's because it's stupid, right? The globe is the dumbest thing ever.
No, it's people that don't get it. I was just talking to David Sanchez before the show, and he said, really, us believing in the flat earth was just a not understanding the globe, which I totally agree. It took me 10 years. If you go back and watch my videos, which would be hilarious to do so, you know what? I have to just go back. I just want to watch something just so I can cry. Let's go back and watch me at the beginning. Watch how dumb I am. This will be hilarious. This will be classic because I don't have any clue what I'm talking about. Watch. I remember even these videos thinking to myself like, I totally understand. Oops, not Jeranism.com, you idiot. So if you go to Jeranism here on Odyssey, we'll go to, can't you just pick a channel? I put a period after it. I can help. There we go. Jeranism, then you go here. You're going to go content. And let's go and pick something very old just for a second, just to see, because what I'm trying to show you is I've come a long way between what I thought happens on the earth and when I learned. I don't feel like anybody else in the flat earth ever learned as they went along. They just ignored everybody else, which I did a pretty good job of as well. But I was starting to learn, starting to pick it. Oh, okay, that's how it works. Okay, that's how gravity works. Oh, I was wrong about that. I used to say too, why don't we fly off into space? Well, I didn't realize how slow we're actually moving. Come on. Let's go. I don't know if you can actually reorganize this. I should have done that because I probably have too many videos to go through here. Are we getting anywhere near the old stuff? Close. Let me keep going a little bit more. Come on. I want to go real old so we can get something real stupid. What's this one called? Oh, I thought that one with the globe was on it. And this is another thing I want to point out just for everybody, because I do think it shows you that I was the only flat earther being honest the entire time. If you didn't know, I'm the only one that has ever posted a ISS transit from both the sun and the moon. Why would I do that? Why would I post those on my channel unless I was looking for the truth? If I was just trying to sell people flat earth, I would never post that the ISS size, I put ISS shape confirmed. The shape of the ISS was confirmed because I saw it cross the moon. Okay? Nobody else has done. There's not another flat earther who has ever observed the ISS go in front of the sun or moon. Just me. Okay, so let's keep going here. Do I agree with some of these videos still? Maybe. I think a little bit. Some of them, yes. Oh my God, these are so cringe. I can't. Some of these will make. I don't even want to watch. I wouldn't watch it. It's too cringe. This one here is too cringe. This one here, it's a great song, but I can't even press play. It's so sad. So sad. By the way, this is my #1 video of all time right here. This video had 1.3 million views on YouTube at one time before it was removed by YouTube. How lucky. But that was my #1 video. Let's see. Stonehenge. There you go. Stonehenge is fake. See, and we're going to recover that. We're getting down to the old stuff here. All right. So let's watch this one here. The flat truth of the new moon. It's going to be so bad. I'm going to cry. I cannot believe this is me. This is my evil brother. He used to live here.
What's going on, everyone? Jeranism again. Back
nice
with a
intro.
new video. I'm calling it the flat truth of the new moon. Hopefully you guys can help me out. I made a little observation, a new observation about the moon.
Oh man, I don't even want to watch
phases.
this.
And so I'm going to show that in a little bit.
Oh,
have you guys
boy.
take a look at it and let me know if you see the same thing I do, which is a major problem with the current structure. So the other thing I wanted to do is just cover real quickly with a few people that have been writing and are still very confused about would we fall over the edge, and I understand the reason for thinking that. It's been taught to you that it's hilarious to think about, did NASA come from? What is this country, speaking of the United States, sailing? It's used in tons of applications, so you should look into that. Right, you'll see I have a person pointed out, and as long as they're facing north.
Wait, what is this?
You know, take for instance if they have a compass in their hands.
Just, you know, I don't even remember this. This is April 19th, 2015. This is more than 10 years ago. If you face north, then south is behind you. Okay, good job. Yeah,
If facing north, then south would be anywhere, and also 3,000 miles up.
Oh boy, do I want to read this. How is it that the moon and the sun appear to be the same size from our perspective? It's an interesting question, though. That is a very cosmic coincidence. You still have to believe that. It's quite a coincidence.
This is something that you...
Man, look, I said this down here. I said the sun is 32 miles in diameter and about 3,000 miles up. The moon is 32 miles in diameter and 3,000 miles up. Buy a sextant and measure it. Oh boy. I mean, I should be fined.
You can buy a sextant and measure yourself and see what you come out with.
Fine me.
If you do it, let me know. Be interested to hear your results. I don't think you'll come out with 92 million miles for the sun.
You're an idiot!
Thank you.
This next picture is just a little image I put up in my last video, just to show that the distance between California and Hawaii would cover 2,471 miles, and this distance would have to have 770 miles of curvature.
Man, I sound like, so see, at least 10 years ago, I sound like Steve Falconer does today. Steve Falconer has not taken a step in understanding in 10 years, whereas I went from thinking that this meant something to not. Steve Falconer, if you haven't seen his recent video, he's talking about this canal, and he says that it has to be this far down one side. They don't understand that the front and the back of the canal are level. They're the same level. It doesn't matter how far on the earth it is. You can't say that, oh, there's 600 feet of curve, so it falls 600 feet. No, it doesn't. It's level. And the river will always flow in the direction that is from the highest to the lowest. So let's say you've got a canal that's, 10 miles long, let's just say. Well, that 10-mile canal is 66 feet lower at one end than the other, but the entire thing is level. So at that point, which way would the water flow? It doesn't, there's nowhere to flow. So at one side or the other, it's going to be slightly lower. Maybe it's a foot, but the 66 feet, that one side is lower because the other side is also 66 feet lower than the other side. That's called living on a globe. It's all level. See this water here? Level. Oh, sorry, you can't see my mouse. See this water here? It's all level. Still, it's 0 degrees, 0 feet above sea level. So is here, 0 feet above sea level. So is here. So is there 770 miles of curvature? Yeah. Does that mean much? No. It's still level. It's not anything else. Keep going. Oh, look at me here.
Just as if you think of yourself.
Wow. I mean, I am disgusted. Disgusted. It's just so stupid. It's just not having any clue. Like, look at what I'm drawing here. I say, why doesn't the rocket go straight up to get out of space? Why does it go to the side? I mean, why don't you just scream, I don't understand orbits at all. I'm a retard. Jaron, why don't you just scream that? I think orbits work this way. Let's send the rocket up into space. And then what, Jaron? Well, then it will, probably fall fucking back down. Because it's not going, where's it going? What's it doing? Well, I just want to fly out in space, go straight out to Earth like this. No. The craft gets up in the air and starts going horizontally so that it can gain enough speed to then orbit the round sphere Earth. This would make no sense to go up straight into the sky makes no sense. In fact, it would be the hardest thing you could do is to be working against gravity like that, just going straight up. Retarded.
Self being on the globe, you have to be in the exact middle of it. Never.
Oh, good. Level Earth observers here. This guy can't get a clue. He says he believes in objective reality. What do you have to say, Leo, about the 24-hour sun? Do you believe in that? Because it happened. I witnessed it. What do you think about the South Celestial Pole? I saw it. What do you think about the stars going the opposite direction in the south? I saw it. Do you understand? What do you think about converging lines of longitude that you can go measure yourself? In between 1 degree of longitude on the globe Earth is 40 miles at 50 degrees south. On a flat Earth, it's 140 miles. So are you telling me that people can't figure out that they've been lied to by 4 times the distance? You'd get in a car, you'd be driving 60 miles like, hey, buddy, I'll be there in an hour. All right, see you later. And you'd show up 4 hours later and be like, what the fuck? How did I just drive for 4 hours, but I thought I was only going 60 miles? No, you're being lied to by 4 times and nobody's figured this out. Only Leo's figured it out. So dumb. So dumb. If you open the phone lines, I will call in, bro, and thank you for bringing Friday Unplugged back. We'll clip it to promote your new project. Thank you, Snake Turban Head. He's also somebody who formerly might have believed in flat Earth and now sees the absolute retardation of it. You know? You sound triggered. Chill out soon. Son? Oh, thank you. It's pretty triggering to have people like you who, what do you do? Just live in people's comments and chats? Like, I don't have a life like that. You won't catch me in other people's comments and chats just hanging out there saying the same thing. Like the guy says pantomime 75 times a day as if there's no other words, as if that's the only word that exists. Oh, here's the pantomime leader and this is another pantomime pusher and then a pantomime. That's all he's got. And he goes around saying, oh, I believe in objective reality. I believe in reality. Oh, good for you. Wow, we're impressed. If you believed in reality, then you would know the earth cannot be flat. Leo, see this sun? Look which way it's going. This is objective reality. You cannot deny this. See this sun going left to right? I know that that means that we're in the north. You don't know that because you don't pay attention to the world. How about this sun? The sun is going right to left. What does that mean, Leo? It means we're in the south. How would I know that? Because it doesn't make any sense on a flat earth. You can't explain it. So guess what? You lose. I can explain it. You cannot. How about this one? Sun going left to right. We're in the north. Now, get this. If somebody is watching this exact same sunset, get this. This is the paradox of the flat earth that nobody gets. If somebody's watching this same exact sunset at the same exact time from the south, the sun's going right to left. Yes, you heard me right. Somebody in the north watches the sunset left to right, while somebody in the south watches the same sun go right to left. That's called a paradox. 2 people looking the same direction cannot see the same item going 2 different directions. It's called a paradox. It's a falsifier. The flat earth cannot work. Yet these guys want to go around and pretend like they have some secret. You don't. You don't. Okay, let's go to the next one. What about this one, Leo? What's going on here? This is objective reality. Stop saying you're a, whatever, I don't even know what you call yourself, objective realist, or whatever you call it. Regardless, you can't be, because these things are all seen with our eyes. These are true facts, and they cannot be explained on any flat earth, and never will be. How about this one? What's going on here? We've got a sunrise going right to left. Right away, we know you're in the south. Right away, we know the earth can't be flat. How is the sun coming from the south to rise in New Zealand? From the south, Leo. These are not guesses. These are not theories. This is not NASA. This is not space travel. This is nothing but objective reality that you can go and verify yourself if you weren't so damn lazy in people's chats saying pantomime. You'd actually do something with your life. Let's continue.
At the end of the day, we don't know. We're not allowed to go there. There's the Antarctic Treaty, Article 6.
That's a lie.
It states that you can't go independently beyond the 60th self parallel.
Yeah, you can't go independently to fucking Japan either.
So they've basically drawn a line around the earth and said you can't cross this line independently.
Yeah, every single country that exists works that way. Every single one. Go to Bangladesh, dude, and try to walk in that country. Go try and land an airplane in Argentina and see what happens to you. You cannot just go wherever you want. Antarctica is the same thing. You can't go down there by yourself. Just like you can't go to China by yourself.
So even if
unless you get all the paperwork and you get all the approvals, well, then what's the difference?
I'm in Australia. I'm pretty close to Antarctica.
That's a sad thing.
But even if I had my own plane, I can't just go there and explore.
You can't just go to Russia and explore either.
I would get turned around if
you will get turned around if you fly a plane and land in Russia.
And if I don't turn myself around, they'll start shooting.
Right.
They'll start. Oh, you have evidence of that? They'll start shooting. Won't they do the same thing in Russia? If you go land a plane in Russia and start running around away from the cops, what do you think's going to happen?
You'll be arrested, shot down, put in jail. So what's funny?
So any country. So it's just the same as any other country.
Is, with all the conflicts in the world, all the countries in the world, they all agree that nobody can go past 60 degrees south.
Not that nobody can go past. They all are working there, Dave.
We'll just say is this purple line here.
Add a
and
couple
no one
more
is
lies.
allowed to independently explore there. There's a treaty that goes until 2040, the Antarctic Treaty. Is that the date, 2040? I think it is. 2040. And it can't even be questioned. It's the longest standing treaty in the world, and all of the governments in the world support it.
What do you mean it can't be questioned? The number one thing in the Antarctic Treaty says this can be changed at any time by a unanimous vote by the signatories. So it's another lie by Dave Weiss. How many can we find? We're already at what, 20? You're not telling me any truths here.
What is going on there? This is because if we were able to explore freely the North Pole or the southern areas, we would know that we don't live on a ball.
False. Another false. 21.
You say, what are they hiding? This is pure speculation, and we don't need to speculate what's above us or beyond where we're allowed to go. But my speculation is, and I have no proof of this. There's lots of evidence, but no proof. If this is Antarctica,
it's not.
Remember, we wrapped it around a ball.
No. Dave, I stood here, and the sun went around me like this, falsifying your map. It's over. Because we know the sun did this.
They cut all of this out, right? So this is extra.
No, you're making that up. It had to do, the sun has to do this because we know that Australia gets light every day. We know that Africa gets light every day. Fact. Do you understand what facts are? We don't argue those. Fact. The sun is above Africa every day. Fact. The sun is above South America every day. Fact. The sun is above Australia every day. Fact. If over here during the winter or during the summer for down there, the sun is doing this, while at the same time it brings heat and light to Australia, then your map is wrong. Is there a model out there? Is there any way that there's a model that says, hey, you know what will happen? Is when you do see the sun south of here, it's also shining on Australia because it's on the other side of the globe. Oh, there is one. That's, of course, the globe. Forgot.
Extra land also could be called extra territory, right? Not that far away, just a couple thousand miles.
No,
right?
That's been disproven.
So somebody lived on the extra territory.
That's been falsified.
They flew in here
Falsified.
to abduct one of you guys. You would call them an extraterrestrial from the outer space.
Oh, that's false.
That's just a day trip. That's not traveling through ridiculous speeds and distances in a natural law violation.
Dave, why don't you try this one? Nobody's ever been abducted by aliens. Why don't you try that one? Do you ever think of that? Nobody has been abducted by aliens.
Space vacuum, which can't exist. Space is Narnia. You guys know about Narnia? Narnia, I think you guys know about the movie Narnia.
Let's give
it's
another.
Just a place that does not exist and can't exist.
But it's in the sky. We see it.
That's one thing that they're hiding. I think they also might be hiding other civilizations right in Antarctica.
That's another
I think
one.
Antarctica is bigger than the rest of the world combined.
That's another
that
one.
we know.
Yeah, and extra resources too.
What do you mean? We know. Dave, people can fly from Australia to the South Pole in about 6 to 7 hours. People can fly from South America to the South Pole in about 5 or 6 hours. People can fly from South Africa to the South Pole in 5 or 6 hours. Fact. So what I just did there was showed you that it cannot be bigger than the whole world. Okay. And when I was down there, when you see the sun at its lowest, which was 15 degrees, you realize, oh, if I keep walking towards that, every 69 miles, it'll pop up a degree. After 10 segments of that, it will then be even. It will then be 25 and 25. And where's the only place in the world where the sun doesn't change its altitude for the person? It's at the South Pole or the North Pole, either one. Okay. South Pole and North Pole are the only places on Earth that the sun goes an entire day and doesn't change its altitude in the sky. It would be at 25 degrees, 25 all day long. So once you realize that, you realize, oh, wait. So from where I'm at Union Glacier, I'm 690 miles from the South Pole, but somebody over there on the other side is 690 miles and somebody over there. So we're all converging to the same spot. That does not work on this map. Do you understand? There's a 0 degrees, or there's a 90 degrees, sorry. There's a 90 degrees south, okay? But on this map, it's everywhere. How is that possible? Like I just said, when I'm going this way, I'm walking towards the people that are going this way. And then I'm walking towards the people going this way. Do you understand, Dave? This way and this way and this way are all joining together. Your map has been falsified. It's garbage. Your app is garbage. And you're a garbage human for not just admitting it and instead throwing me under the bus, saying that I got fooled and it's a fake sun and they're lighting the fake sun with the plasma sun. And then you got people like Leo backing you, who's a realist, but will allow you to go around saying they switched out the sun from behind the plane. They're shining a sun in the sky off of a dome ceiling, and it's fooling us by lighting up all of Antarctica. Yeah, real cool.
They're making you think that you're scarce, right, on this ball when there could be unlimited resources.
Right. They also want you to believe that there's 8 billion people on Earth. Right? When if you actually do the compile all the numbers in the biggest cities like in China and everywhere, there's like 5 billion people missing.
Okay.
Right? There's only 2 to 3 billion people on Earth.
Oh boy.
And they want you to believe that we're overpopulated. If any of you have flown
You're
across
such
America,
a
there's
liar.
nothing there. There's nothing. It's empty. It's just corn, soy, and McDonald's.
Wow.
And Motel 6.
Dave, that's terrible.
Next.
Next question, sir. Abdi.
Well, why don't you believe in gravity?
Well, you start.
Yeah. So first of all, we don't like. It's like me asking you, well, why don't you believe in my unicorn? First, I need to prove that.
Wait a second. What? But what is the unicorn doing? If gravity is what's taking things to the ground, and then you said, "Oh, that's like me asking you, what do you believe in my unicorn?" No, that's quite different. Your unicorn doesn't do shit.
Unicorn exists. Well, gravity's never actually been isolated or directly manipulated or proven. We don't.
Wait. You can say that you don't know the reason from, but I don't understand how you can say gravity's never been proven. What do you mean? What does that mean?
We know why things fall down. We know why a helium balloon floats. It's not an anti-gravity device. It's just less dense.
Nobody thinks that a helium balloon is an anti-gravity device. That is a straw man. There's nobody on the earth that thinks that a helium balloon is an anti-gravity device. Do you not understand how these things work? It's like it's really willfully ignorant because you're doing it on purpose. Let me explain. It's not an anti-gravity device. If you've got let's just imagine here. We've got, let's make this sky, oops, that's wrong. Okay, let's go like this. And we're going to make this a green grass. Okay, so now pay attention here. Because I don't think that, what's my pencil? Good, hold on, sorry. I want to make sure you guys are seeing the right thing. I always forget to look. Good enough. Okay, so there's the ground, here's the thing. So if you've got I don't like green. I want a balloon, let's do a yellow balloon. Okay, so here's your balloon. Okay, good. And let's go down to this. Let's do 5. All right, so here's your balloon. It's on a string. Okay. What's inside the balloon? Helium. Great. Let's draw an H here. That's not going to be seen. Let's draw a black one. Okay, here's helium. What is outside the balloon? Air. Great. Air. Great. Air. Great. Air. Great. Okay. Now you've got gravity, which is pulling things down to the earth based on their mass. Okay? So you tell me, what is weighing more? The air or the helium? Well, the air. So the gravitational pull of the air is going to be more than the pull on the helium balloon. Therefore, you're pulling air down, and it's filling in this air here and sending the balloon up. It's not anti-gravitic. If you remove all the air, then the helium balloon falls down because it's being pulled by gravity, because it would be the only thing that gravity can grab to. When there's air around it, it pulls the heavier item first, more, which causes the lesser item to go up. Do you understand? Obviously not. Obviously don't get it. Obviously you're going to never get it. But that is the actual answer. Let me see if I've got I might have a video for you. Did I save one here? Not that one. Not that one. No. Here we go. Let's watch this.
This is a helium-filled balloon that is sunk, and we let air in back, it rises up.
So when there's air in this tube, the helium balloon rises to the top.
Okay? And then if we pull out the air again.
So now they're going to turn on the vacuum, which removes the air.
Pull out the air again.
So if what you said that it's an anti-gravitic device, then we would expect the helium balloon to stay on the top.
So you're going to pull out the air again and let it
When we remove the air, what happens? Well, then the only thing for gravity to pull down is the helium in the balloon.
sink.
How'd that happen? I thought it's anti-gravitic.
Can you see it sank?
So actually a helium balloon operates exactly as gravity dictates. And yet you've brought it up again as some sort of flat earth proof. Every single flat earth proof is just flat earth retardation. That's what it is. Okay, let's go back.
Dense than air, and a rock is more dense than air. We have an electrostatic gradient discharging to the Earth constantly, creating a small downward bias, and then the force of density supersedes that to determine directionality in the medium. So if I drop a rock in water, it's going to fall through the water. If I drop or throw an apple in the water, it's less dense than the water, it's going to float. And if I let go of a helium balloon, it flows through the air. If I drop a rock, it goes down. So it's just seeking an equilibrium.
But gravity explains that. So you're not making any sense. You're not bringing up something new to the table.
Relative to the medium.
And I'll take it one step farther. It's, you know, that makes perfect sense, buoyancy and density. But the question is, why do things go down? When I take this and I drop it, why doesn't it go sideways? You know, so here's just a thought experiment. Can't ever happen. I've got this thing that's heavier than the air. I snap my fingers and the entire Earth is gone. Okay. Now there's nothing. If I let it go, which way is it going to go?
Well, there's no gravitational pull. What do you mean?
That's a great question. Is it going to go anywhere? Because what is making it go down? We live in an electrostatic world. Every single thing from air, food, rocks,
hey, Dave told the truth.
Plants have an electrostatic charge. The
Good
Earth
job,
has
Dave.
a negative charge to a testable, measurable, scientific.
Hey, Dave, scoring some points.
And the sky has a positive charge. And without getting into how you need a positive and a negative and everything, there is a flow of energy down into the Earth. So here we have some leftover helium balloons from a party. And I got this button, and it's just neutrally buoyant, about 96% wrong. So the drone goes up, and higher up you get, the more pressure is. X is real. They also say that electrostatics is 10 to the thing. If you guess it within 2 weeks, you win $50. Go.
Well, that's quite funny because the moon is allegedly a sphere, and it's smaller than the Milky Way galaxy, and the Milky Way galaxy is a flat disk, and the whole universe is flat.
Wait, what?
Google it.
Yeah, and one other thing is gas pressure. If someone doesn't get this, this is an important thing to bring up. Gas pressure needs containment, right? You can't bring me 5 pounds of helium or propane for a barbecue without a container. You need a container, right? I can put a fish tank, an open top fish tank in the middle of a room, and I could slowly suck the air out of that room. Let's say the room's completely sealed, it's a vacuum chamber, and I could just slowly lower the pressure, lower the pressure, lower the pressure. There is no time during that lowering of pressure that the air in the fish tank will be a higher pressure than the rest of the room. But they want to say that gravity holds the air down from being pulled into space.
Yeah, or that you can just understand that air has weight. I don't understand why this is difficult. Air has weight. So wouldn't the air be weighed down on the Earth? That's the pressure that you feel on you. You know, the 14.5 pounds, what is it? 14 pounds per square inch, something like that. That's because there's air weighing down on the Earth. So what you just said made no sense to me. You said that, let me hear it again.
In the middle of a room, and I could slowly suck the air out of that room. Let's say the room's completely sealed, it's a vacuum chamber, and I could just slowly lower the pressure, lower the pressure, lower the pressure. There is no time during that lowering of pressure that the air in the fish tank will be a higher pressure than the rest of the room. But they want to say that gravity holds the air down from being pulled into space. That is absolute insanity.
How is it insanity?
We have a gas pressure simulator, and when we open the top, what happens? This is just with regular, same air pressure. Gas is unbiased to down. It goes in every direction. Gravity does not hold it down.
Okay, so you're just saying that, but let's say that there is gravity here. Why wouldn't some of these air molecules, the heaviest ones, be found at the bottom of this tank? Especially if you move these sides and you picture that you're on an Earth that has gravity. So those balls would all assemble with the most concentration of them at the surface. And then it would go less and less and less and go up. I still think, I guess I'll look into this in my show, but I think people are very confused about space and whether or not it's a vacuum that sucks, right? I don't think that the vacuum of space sucks. You're thinking of like a vacuum chamber, and on a vacuum chamber, we suck air out. We're sucking the air out of the vacuum chamber, right? So are you thinking that the space does the same thing? Because that's not the case. There's just no air there.
Now, if I could simulate this being a vacuum around it, it would instantly equalize, violently equalize.
But you forgot about gravity. You're saying things that are a straw man, Dave.
Violently, right? So here is I think I got this. So here, this is a vacuum and this is gas. We got a valve right here. And when we turn the valve and open it, instantly, as soon as it turns it, bam, up and away from gravity. That disproves gravity holding.
No, it doesn't. That is a tiny, I just got done telling you that when you have a huge mass of something, that is when gravity is acting the most on it. We have a huge atmosphere, which is a lot of weight, which means that's going to be held to the earth by gravity. We're not saying if there was just, let's put it this way, if there was just one little pocket of air, then you're right. If there's just one little pocket of air, then gravity probably isn't going to hold that, and it's going to probably go off into space. You're right. But we don't have one pocket of air. We have an entire atmosphere, a very heavy atmosphere.
Onto our atmosphere, right? So picture this. This is what Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson want you to believe, that this is Earth from the Voyager spacecraft, which was launched before you guys were born, right? So this is a tiny little blue dot with air around it, and this is an infinite vacuum.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what infinite vacuum means, but okay.
How is that air staying on that? This is all
gravity
science they teach you. And the last thing I've been going for a while is, if you were never taught anything about the earth, never taught the ball, never taught anything, there is no point in your life that you would ever assume anything that has to do with living on a ball.
So what difference? So yeah, and we wouldn't, if we grew up and we didn't know about heart surgery, we didn't know how to fix a broken bone. Yeah, you'd have no way of knowing how to fix a broken bone. What does that prove? What does that statement make? Oh, if you grew up in the year 4000 BC and you broke your leg, you wouldn't have known how to fix that. Okay, cool. So should we go back to 4000 BC and everybody on Earth forget how to fix bones? Or should we build from the past and say, now we know how to fix broken bones? So the same thing is true. If you grew up from 4000 BC, you know what? You probably wouldn't have had a clue about the shape of the Earth. You probably would have looked around and said, I think it's flat. I think the sun dips down into the Earth and comes up from the Earth when it comes. You probably would have thought that. So I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying that because that was the thought back then, we should all regress and go back to that thought? Despite all the planes that you fly in and the phone that you use and everything else that you do that is based off of things that we've discovered and grown upon or improved upon, you want us just to go back in time.
We don't live on a ball. The Earth is flat, level, and stationary, provably so, and it matters.
Provably so, but has no proofs and no claims and no map and no model.
Next question.
Provably.
Sorry, hold on. If you believe like the Earth is flat and it's like contained into like I think you said a pond, do you also believe that there's like a dome above it? Like
they do.
What type of shield?
We can't put a glass dome over a city, but they believe there's one over the Earth. 25,000 miles across, 30,000 miles across. It's just a glass dome. What happens if it breaks? I don't know. I don't know. Better hope it doesn't.
There's definitely some sort of canopy. Technically, we couldn't prove the shape, but I think it's a dome. But yeah, there's absolutely has to be a physical containment. Think of it as a giant terrarium. The Earth is basically an enclosed giant terrarium, and we're living in it.
Okay, good one.
Yeah. So here's an enclosed system. It's getting light. There's plants and animals living here. This thing has been closed for almost 50 years. No one's added anything to it, and it's a perfect environment. You cannot open that and have everything survive on its own.
What?
We live in a contained system, provably so, because we are breathing air right now. If there wasn't containment, you would not be breathing air.
Gravity is the containment.
Because it would not be contained. These are
even
simple.
If you don't want to call it gravity, I can understand. If you don't want to get it, then just know that things have weight. That's it. Erase gravity and say everything has weight. Okay? There you go. Now, granted, gravity causes the weight, but we don't need to go there if you can't get there. Just know that the air has weight. So it's going to sit on the Earth.
Common sense things that have been beaten out of you with textbooks. Literally, those textbooks are like beating you on the head with nonsense. It's all nonsense. 99% of it.
But it does work. Not 99%. Give him a damn. Oh boy, here we go.
David Weiss here. I've been taking Masterpiece for probably.
Look at this guy here. He's been taking Masterpiece, and I think that. How do I look right now? Do I look? Let me see. Do I need some of that? Might need to get some of this because I don't look too good. I don't know. I want to look like Dave. Dave, I got to get some of this Masterpiece. We got to get some. Send me some. I want to look like Dave. Look at this. Look at this guy's a spitting image of health. get some masterpiece right now so you can be like Dave.
Probably over a year, maybe 2 years.
Maybe 2 years you've been taking it.
The detox I feel from it is amazing. I have never felt better in my life. I know that sounds like a lot, but
it sounds like a lie is what it sounds like.
I sleep better. I have amazing dreams when I take it at night. I take it twice a day most of
I have amazing dreams when I take it.
time, but sometimes I only take it once a day because I forget. But it's definitely an amazing product. And now with the new research they've done where it is literally getting rid of the nanotech in your body.
Oh, it's literally getting rid of the nanotech in your body.
I can't imagine not having any. So there you go. That's my testimony. And I love the stuff and I'm never going to stop taking it.
Is there anybody more believable than Dave Weiss? Anybody? Thank you. Billy Bob the Kid says, yeah, reality can't comprehend that the Earth spins 2 times slower than the hour hand of a clock. Go watch an hour hand of a clock.
Gravity a theory that doesn't really discredit all the evidence.
What evidence?
You give us some evidence for gravity.
Oh, well, gravity means like the force that attracts your body to the center of the Earth by definition.
Angel, point up. Point up right now, Angel. So we're both pointing in the same direction. He's in Australia. I'm in Connecticut.
How are you both pointing in the same direction, Dave? Dave, down is the same direction for both of you. To the center of the Earth.
Right? He's not pointing in the opposite direction. Our feet aren't facing each other through the Earth.
Why
right?
not?
Up is up, down is down. And
what do you mean? Yes. But on the Earth, up is up away from the center of the Earth, down is towards the center of the Earth.
And that's it. Nothing pulls us to the center of the Earth. And that's testably.
What do you mean? How do you
measure?
Oh boy, that's another lie.
So, right? This is how flat Earth is, right? And they think that's crazy, but this is the Earth. This is spinning, right? We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, traveling
once a day,
in 4 different directions at once.
Once a day.
People are standing like this.
Once a day,
right?
yes.
None of this makes sense. And there is no.
It doesn't make sense because we don't see it in our everyday life, but this is the model of the Earth that works, that matches the observations. So I don't understand the problem. And it matches the fact that the Earth appears to be flat and that water finds its level and that we see too far. That globe model answers all that. It answers the sunset and sunset times, the sunrise and sunset times. It answers the reason why the sun moves backwards in the south, right to left rather than left to right. It answers why there's a south celestial pole. It answers why there's a south pole. It answers why there's a 24-hour sun in the south. It answers why there's a 24 sun in the moon. I mean, in the north. This moon does the same thing. 24-hour moon in the south, 24-hour moon in the north, moonrise in the north, left to right, set left to right, in the south, right to left. It's every single. I want to read something that David Sanchez sent me today because he just said it perfectly, and I was like, "Yeah, you nailed it." I just want to read it because we have some good conversation. And by the way, Dave Sanchez, I like talking to him because him and I have gone a long way. He went away from at one time he stopped trusting me, and went away from me, basically saying that I was wrong and that the Earth was a flat. But now he's on this side. But what exactly did he say? Because it was just well worded. He said, here we go. He said, yes, I would probably be embarrassed to say that I don't know what the sun does at this point. The globe model has the sun locked down every second of every day. That's the thing. Flat Earth has no answers or predictions for anything. And then there's this model out there with all the answers and predicts everything correctly. And flat earthers reject it automatically just because they don't think that we're spinning and because they think they see too far. It's dumb. Flat Earth, honestly, is just ignorance of how the globe works. Truly, it's just that. And amen. That is exactly right. It's what it is. It's just once you've made those statements, if you're wrong, then you should go, oh, is that how it works? Oh, is that okay? That, and then fix your belief. But you can't just stay in the same position. You guys have nothing. Nathan Thompson, talk about losers. Nathan Thompson on Facebook yesterday commented on my post. I made a post saying, hey, here's my new show. Here's why Flat Earth still doesn't work. And he commented and says, oh, you're so cringe. Why don't you stop crying? This comes from a guy who's been arrested out in front of a school yelling Flat Earth through a chain fence at kids at recess, number one. Number two, somebody called me and said, hey, Jeremy, will you hook me up with Nathan Thompson? I'm interested in Nathan Thompson. I'm like, what? What's wrong with you? Like, I think he's cute. Fine, I'll call him. So I called Nathan, said, Nathan, I got this girl that's interested in you. Can I give her your number? He's like, dude, thanks so much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Great. So they went on a date in Vegas. I met this girl after in Vegas and said, so how was the date with Nathan Thompson? She goes, well, it was all right. Like, what do you mean? He cried. Like, wait, what? He cried. He cried on the first date? Yeah. At a restaurant? Yes. Across the table from you, he cried on the first date? He cried. Tears. Cried. Yes. And you don't want to date him anymore, do you? No. So then this guy goes in and says, I'm crying because I'm talking about my new show. And say, no, sorry, Nathan. That's not crying. Crying is when you sit across the table from a girl at a date and cry. That's crying. You understand the difference? Me making a post, not crying. You sitting at a table with a girl across from you crying is crying. That's the difference. So I had to bring up again, if you guys haven't seen this, let me show you. What you want to do is search YouTube for, let's go here, duplicate. Search YouTube for
Frozen Lake. We've done it over.
Search Reckless Ben. RECKLESSBEN. If you want comedy, this is comedy. You've never seen something so funny. Find this guy, Reckless Ben.
I tell you right now, a lot of things.
Go to videos. Go back 4 years. Okay, we don't have to go. He hasn't done a ton of stuff. We're already at 3 years. You want to go back 4 years. And here. Find this 5 episodes. It starts right here. You'll see here. Finding Flat Earth episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. This is the funniest documentary you've ever seen. And let me just explain something real quick. When this first started happening, on the first day, Alex Stein and I were watching him play this on Instagram, and we looked and we said, wait, we recognize those guys. That's Reckless Ben. He has a YouTube channel. Now, Reckless Ben was pretending to be a Harvard student who called Nathan Thompson out to California. They pranked him. On day 1, Alex and I called Nathan and said, Nathan, the guy is not a Harvard graduate. He's actually a prankster. He has a channel on YouTube. It's called Reckless Ben. Go look and then get out of there. You're being pranked. What did he tell us? You guys are just jealous. You guys are jealous that the Harvard guys called me and not you. And I have the best discernment on flat Earth, so fuck off. That's what he told us. And we said, dude, you're being pranked. It's clear. It's obvious. You're in a fucking duck suit, dipshit. It's a prank. No, you guys are just, I have the best discernment on flat Earth. No, you don't. You're the biggest retard on flat Earth. Look at how terrible this is. This guy
The cause of that is you. It's not very hard to figure out. So this is what I mean when I say science has been hijacked. I expect to see a globe. Seems super.
Doubt it, Nathan. We have to believe.
So when they decided to stack toilet paper to get to space, did that clue him in that it's a hoax?
Toilet paper keeps ripping every couple feet.
Nope.
Because Nathan's pulling too hard. Oh no, shit.
It keeps ripping, dude. This will only take about 7 hours.
This will only take about 7 hours.
He never realized that this was a hoax. He never realized he was being pranked. And he's got the gall to say, I need to show, I'm being cringe. This is the most cringe thing I've ever seen, especially when you have 2 people call you on the phone and say, Nathan, you're being pranked. Get the hell out of there. Yeah, right, dude. It's so real. I'm going to watch a marriage tomorrow. Guinness Book of World Records came out and gave us a record.
Literally out of nowhere.
It's a prank.
It gets really windy. And our toilet paper is not staying on the ground.
It's gonna work, guys. It's gonna work.
The wind is destroying the...
We even gave him the guy's channel. Go check his channel, Nathan. He's a prankster. Nope, he wouldn't do it. He's too proud that Harvard called him out and flew him out to California. Anyway, this whole thing is the funniest documentary ever because it's just basically them completely and totally fooling Nathan Thompson. I mean, just hilarious. Here's him in a duck suit.
Charge this entire mountain range up to be theoretically.
They put him in a duck suit so that he wouldn't get electrocuted or he wouldn't get radiation poisoning. Look at this. It's all fake. It's all hoax, and this guy can't realize it.
Hello. Are you okay?
That scared the shit.
Did it shock you? Do not enter this area without the suit.
Right, don't go in that area without the duck suit.
Now that we know our magnet is up and running, it's time to send our signal to Kazakhstan.
So you know how Morse code works, right?
You're gonna send a pulse?
Yeah, so we're sending a magnetic pulse, that way they know
This
it's
guy.
us. Here, I'm gonna just stand over here. That way.
Oh, good, they put him in the duck suit.
Ball,
Now he'll
guys.
be safe
The
now.
Earth is flat.
But no, that's what I'm saying. Like, we were testing on a small ball, and so it's just confusing that it's not.
What a joker.
I'm not confused at all.
You're the king of
I know
cringe.
exactly what's going on. The
King of
signal
cringe.
came from the north, not underground.
Look at they're doing a test and then
Everyone here, solid, I guess.
Guinness Book of World Records shows up in a car. Like, that's how things work. They literally were out in this field doing some stupid test, and a guy pulls up from Guinness Records to give them a record, and he didn't realize it's fake.
Check the number on the computer and we're good to go.
But he's the king of discernment.
Wow.
It's looking pretty good, you guys.
Oh, they proved it.
Numbers are looking pretty good.
They proved the flat Earth. I knew it.
I was skeptical. I'll be honest, I was skeptical. So I'm here to present the award to Benjamin Fisher and Blake Powers for the largest magnet measuring 25 square miles and 700,000 gallons.
Look at this guy.
Congratulations, guys. You've done it.
This is my first
How cringe.
record. And Mom, I hope I made you proud.
Brianna, I love you. I hope you'll take me back. We have the same beliefs now, so yeah.
In my opinion, we are all heroes here, and heroes never look at their own explosions.
I mean, that's just so bad. It's so funny. And by the end, you've got him thinking he's part of this wedding. This wedding made in heaven.
Have to be doing it for 5 minutes. That's the law.
Actually, never mind. Nathan.
True love happened in front of my face.
So heartwarming. Everyone in the audience was just, aww. Excellent ending to the weekend. I fly out to Virginia tomorrow, so what a way to wrap it up.
Usually, if your friends ever call you and they tell you that you're being pranked, and then they say the people that you're with have a YouTube channel and it's called Reckless Ben, go there and check it out. It behooves you to say, maybe these guys are telling the truth. Maybe I should go to YouTube and check if they're being honest about the guy that I'm with being a YouTube prankster and not a Harvard graduate. Did he ever do that? No. He has the best discernment on flat Earth.
Proposed to love my life. She said yes, and it's on TV, so I can remember it forever. I'm a flat earther. Keep it flat. Yeah.
So sad, so cringe.
I will pay for your guys' wedding. When does Nathan leave?
He leaves in the morning. I need like a
Wait, when he's leaving? Oh, we're going to do it right here in the park. We're going to get married right here, and he believes it. Look at he believes it.
Honestly, it's an online ordainmentship.
I mean, it's just hilarious. I'll give you guys the link because if you haven't watched that, you need to get a thing of popcorn, and you need to what happened? Did I go too far down? Get a thing of popcorn and watch all 5 episodes. You will laugh your ass off, and we'll never see Nathan Thompson the same again. Let's grab that.
Destroying the whole experiment.
So there we go. And I don't know if I think he does cry. I don't know how many times in the episode though, but probably a few. It would just be pathetic if he was such a vile douche. He's just gross. But that is funny to see. I'm not even a fan of pranks. I don't think that it's that great, but this one is so bad. I mean, I'm not a fan of pranks when you do something that, anybody would do. Like if somebody, I don't know, stuck a bowling ball outside your front door. So when you walk outside, the bowling ball drops on your head. Well, that's rude. It's not a prank. But this is something where this guy should have known. He should have known the first minute. But anyway, let's get back. We were on these guys a little bit more.
No measurable curvature. There's none. We can see too far.
No, that's wrong. Okay, well, yeah, there's no measurable curvature. You said that's wrong, but we can see too far.
Gravity has not been isolated or directly manipulated or proven in an experiment. It just hasn't.
Here is just getting to the ball, being pulled to the center of a ball. So these are these mountains over here. This is the world record shot, 275 miles. Now, the person is on a mountain, and I don't know what level he was on the mountain, so we're going to put him at the highest point on that mountain, which will give him the best view if the Earth is a globe.
What do you mean? We know what the distance was.
If the Earth is a globe, there should be 12,680 feet hidden, right?
Dave, I believe that you said there should be 20,000 foot clouds that have condensed down to the size of the horizon that would hide any mountain that's only 12,000 feet high. Remember, that's your excuse for why we see the rocket launch that I see from Vandenberg. So the difference between you and the globe is that the globe answers have to account for everything. They don't just answer one thing. They have to account for everything. So you don't get to just make up some stupid ass shit about why I'm seeing a rocket a minute and 5 seconds after it takes off. Like, oh, it's 20,000 foot clouds that condense down to the horizon and we have to wait till the rocket gets above that. If that were true, then your 12,687 foot mountain from 275 miles, which is 100 miles further than I am, would be covered by the same clouds. So why is there no clouds in this picture? Why do you get to pick and choose when you use what you use?
Wait, hold on. 12,000 feet. Is that what it says? 12,000 feet hidden. No, the mountain is 12,000 feet high.
Right. So it's behind the 20,000 foot cloud that you said protects rockets.
Right. There should be 16,000 feet hidden.
No, there should be 20,000 feet hidden easily because there's clouds that block rockets.
From this elevation at the top of this mountain, there should be 16,000 feet, but we can see the whole mountain.
No, you can't. You're not using the refracted number. The refracted number is closer to the right thing, would be 9,000.
We can see these mountains over here. I know it's hard to see on your screen. It's small.
Very hard
You
to
can
see.
go look up world record distance photo.
Okay,
and
that's
it's
not
there.
proof the Earth's flat.
So we can see things beyond the physical curve of the Earth.
Right, and we've already showed you why that works. You live in a world with an atmosphere. An atmosphere works as a lens. You put a lens in front of something and you can see further than the geometric edge. End of story. Easy.
Now the Globers will say, oh, refraction. Nothing refracts that you can't see. Like if you and I were...
Excuse me, Dave. Please watch this.
Let's find out if he's lying.
Nothing refracts more than you can see physically. Let's see. Let's see, Dave, if you're right. Or if it's another lie. Uh-oh, wait, what just happened? Dave, I only see red and yellow right now. Now I see green and blue. And yellow popped up way higher. So I guess where I was confused. What did you say again? Because it seems like another lie. Let's hear again. What did you say? Nothing what?
Distance photo. And it's there. So we can see things beyond the physical curve of the Earth.
Right. So I just showed you.
Now the Globers will say, oh, refraction.
Correct.
Nothing refracts that you can't see. Like
nothing refracts that you can't see.
If you and I were on a flat surface and they built a 10-foot wall, brick wall between us, how far back would we have to walk before we saw each other? And
Well, with an atmosphere, there's a number.
The answer is we'd never see each other.
That's false. That's another lie.
It's a 10-foot wall.
Keep
and
lying.
It gets worse if we're on a globe. We're both going to get lower and lower and lower
Keep lying.
as we get farther and farther away. But we can see things far beyond the physical limitations of the globe.
Yeah, we just showed you why.
Next.
Yeah, we got a couple of questions here, right?
One more time, Dave. Say again that we can't see further than a physical obstruction. And I can find you scientists, climate scientists, atmospheric scientists, that guy, I forgot his name, Young, Eric Young, Dan Young, whatever it was. He'll tell you that the atmosphere works as a lens. So we put a lens there, and all of a sudden we can see what atmosphere does to things behind the geometric distance that we can see.
He's wrong.
He is. Okay, what else? Let's keep going, Dave. You got a lot of lies going so far.
Do you think the moon landing was real?
It absolutely was fake. It violates Newton's third law and the second law of thermodynamics and all the gas laws. So basically, if I was to show you a live feed, a photo, or a video of me in Narnia, a magical place that doesn't exist, you're not going to believe in Narnia. So this
guy's worse than Dave.
Space vacuum, like we've just been over, violates natural law. If we had a space vacuum coexisting next to our Earth, right, all of the air we're breathing would escape into it violently. Like Dave showed you with the little valve there. If the globe doesn't have a container around it, and it doesn't have a valve holding the air in.
We need another lie detector.
Next to this infinite vacuum that's actually still expanding, right? We shouldn't have air on Earth at all.
Right. This is on the moon landing. The only light, they didn't bring any extra lighting on the moon landing according to NASA. And so we got the sun is over here. You can see the guy's shadow right here. So let's just follow him. He's going to do hippity hoppity to the right. And we're just panning to the right. And we just get over a little farther. And all of a sudden, his shadow is now going that way, right? And then we're going to just go a little farther and watch what happens. We go a little bit farther. And now his shadow is going this way. Wait a minute. How did that happen if the sun is over there?
No, you fucking idiot. Everybody do a thought experiment with me, would you? Okay, I want you to picture right now that you're standing looking and the sun is on your left. Everybody imagine the sun is on your left. You're looking straight. Now I want you to turn 180 degrees. What side is the sun now on? Sun's on your left. We turn 180 degrees so that now I'm facing backwards, which means the sun is now on my right. So if you're looking at a shadow coming from the left of the astronaut here, or going left, but it started going right, then the camera simply turned 180 degrees. Do you understand? It's not on a dolly moving left to right, Dave. The camera is spinning. It is turning 180 degrees. So the sun was on its left. Let's go back and rewind it so you can see. Okay, so you'll see the sun is to the left, and this shadow is actually going a little bit behind him. You can see it's behind him on this uphill. Okay, so the sun's on the left. Now watch the camera do 180 degree turn, and now the sun is on the right.
Bring any extra lighting on the moon landing according to NASA.
Okay.
And so we got the sun is over here.
Right,
You
it's
can
on
see
the left.
guy's shadow right here.
Right.
So let's just follow him. He's going to do hippity hoppity.
Here goes the camera
and we're just
spinning.
panning to the right.
Spinning.
Panning to the right. And we just
Spinning.
get over a little farther.
Spinning.
And all of a sudden, his shadow is now going that
Right, because remember when we did the 180 degree turn? Well, this time we only did about half of that. So where's the sun now? It's behind us, which means it would be going behind the astronaut. Sun behind us, astronaut shadow going that way. And if we keep turning, what's going to happen, Dave? What's going to happen? This is not hard.
way, right? And then we're going to just go a little farther.
The camera's
and watch what
turning.
happens. Go a little bit farther.
Yep, the camera's
and
turning.
now his shadow is going this way.
Now
Wait a minute.
right, now the sun's on the right.
How did that happen if the sun is over there?
It's not over there. We just turned 180 degrees. Dave, if you turn 180 degrees, what happens to the sun? It was on your left. Now it's on your right. The shadow was coming off to the right. Now it's off to the left. Perfectly explained. No problems at all.
Left, right? So it gets worse than that. So if we look, we can see in his visor, you got two lights here, and you're going to see two more. Watch. I'll jump forward a little bit. So you got two lights. And
Dave, you have a dome that you use to play with things. If you put a light, you see the one light multiple times in the dome.
When he turns his head, you're going to see two more. One,
So what are you saying? They had multiple. You think that they're so dumb that they said, we're going to go fake the moon landing. And what we should do is use multiple fucking lights? Is that what you think, Dave? Your explanations, your conspiracies don't even make sense. How could they think they could get away with using multiple lights? It doesn't even make sense.
Here it goes. Where is it? Let it go.
So they used
Right, here it
two
goes.
lights?
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's how
Four
helmets work.
lights, right? So what is that? Now, I don't know. I wasn't there, but maybe it was something like this.
No.
This would explain all of the crisscrossing shadows, because all the shadows would be going in one direction. You
Wait, what?
wouldn't see 4 reflections in his helmet. And there are whistleblowers already that on their deathbed have told you when they faked it, how they faked it, and everywhere. You can find that on my app in the
Everywhere? What do you mean
landing
everywhere?
section.
Everywhere.
One whistleblower, his father was in charge of where they filmed it, and on his father's deathbed, he told his son the whole evidence, and he said, "You can't say it until you
I'll tell you, I don't trust Bart Cybrell, so I don't give you that.
know you're going to die." Well, the guy had cancer. He knew he was going to die. He made
The Earth and
let's
in turn
get
have
down.
given us the curvature rate. So
What?
if you can go to a lake and see something that's, less than 6 stories high, and it's 10 miles away and you can see it, it's game over. The Earth isn't curving.
a 10-mile lake should have 66 feet of curvature, but we can zoom in on the beach on the other side of that lake.
Where? What beach? When have you done this? Hold on. When have you done that?
Angel, you know the exact numbers on this one. The observer here, I think, is 8 feet high.
6.
6 feet high, and then
So 8-foot observer, 6 foot
you give it.
is,
Go.
yeah.
Go.
All right, so it's an 8-foot observer height. The first oil rig is 6 miles away. The one in the distance is 10.1 miles away. Now, for an 8-foot observer, the horizon has to be a specific distance away. Okay, and that distance.
And this is where you guys get wrong. You never remember that the globe says refraction exists, and you can find out that it does. And the globe says that you can see too far because of refraction. So all you're seeing is remember how you got mad, Dave? You're like, why aren't these lights up in the sky? It's the same thing. You're seeing the surface of the water that is behind the curve. You're just seeing it up where the level would be. Why? Because you can see past the curve because of the atmosphere. But you're going to see the ground, which is water.
For an 8-foot observer on the globe is 3.4 miles away in front of both of those oil rigs. So
Right.
basically,
Yeah.
the physical horizon that boats go over
Yes.
when they go away from you has to be 3.4 miles away.
So just
Doesn't
so you
have to
understand that, so you can see the water here, you can see the water here, you can see it here, but you can't see it beyond this horizon.
You didn't
watch
put
my
it-
fingernail.
Now, if we put a lens there in front of it, we would see behind the curve.
It'll disappear behind the horizon. So not only can you not see my fingernail,
We could if we had an atmosphere.
can't see the surface of the water.
We could if we had an atmosphere.
The problem is we can see the surface of the water here.
Because there's refraction on the Earth.
We can see it between them, and we can see it from miles beyond it.
Yes, because
So
you can see
Does
further.
that tell us the Earth is flat? No. It tells us the Earth is either flat or 1,000 times bigger than they tell us. If it's
Or that the Earth has refraction.
1,000 times bigger, maybe there's a
No, we know that it's not 1,000 times bigger. There's stars. The stars move 1 degree for every 69 miles north or south. Do you understand that? So there can be no Earth that's bigger. Doesn't make any sense. You can call anybody on Earth right now and say, hey, do me a favor. Take your angle to Polaris, drive 69 miles north and tell me what happens. And the person will say, oh, it moved by 1 degree. Great. Call everybody you know. How many people do you need to call, Dave, to realize that the Earth's a sphere? What do you think 69 times 360 degrees is?
1,000 continents.
The
right?
circumference
But
of the Earth.
There is no curvature. We have observations that would require the Earth to be from a 4,000 mile radius approximately to a 400,000 mile radius.
What are you talking about? What observation do you have that would call for that? That's a lie. Where's my lie counter? You're at 36 already. Come on.
Right? But we see, but there still be curvature. Nobody has ever measured curvature. They've hijacked perspective and told you it's curvature. They've hijacked eyesight, the limitations of our eyes, and told you it's curvature.
What happened again to, I'm trying to think, did I save that somewhere? Let me check something real quick. I don't know. I was going to do a separate video of this, but when you say nobody's measured curvature, that's just not true. It depends what you mean by measured curvature. You won't accept any measurement of curvature. How about, let me show you this. Don't I have the turning torso? I think I do have it. Watch this, and you tell me if this is measuring curvature. I say it is. Where's my, hold on. Excuse me. Where is this one here? Tell me how this is not measuring curvature. Okay. This is a guy who went and measured. Sorry, I have to look if you can see what I'm seeing or what you guys are seeing. Is that the YouTube version or the, yeah, that's good enough. Okay, so this guy's going to different locations to find this building that's called the turning torso. And you can see these blue lines. He's going to be looking at it from various positions. He shows you on the phone what position he's at with the GPS. Okay. And it shows how far away he is from it. And then he's going to observe the turning torso. And let's see it. And you tell me how this is not measuring curvature. So it says right down here, 25 kilometers, 15.5 miles. He zooms in. Now we see the turning torso. And we can count the sections on the building. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a little. 8 and a little sections. Now he moves. He's at now 17.6 miles. See down here? So at 17.6 miles, what would you expect if the Earth was curved? You would expect to start losing this building. You're getting further away from it. Let's see. But this won't be, this is why they're just lying. They don't believe that there can be anything measuring curvature, so they just deny it. He zooms in. What's going on here, Dave? How did we lose? Now let's look at this building. Get up a little higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're now down to 7 sections of that building. Now he's moving to 21.6 miles. This is not trick photography. This is not CGI. This is measuring curvature. Zooming in. He's at, what did we say, 21.6 miles. Find it. There we go. Let's count the sections. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sections. Visible. What happened to all these buildings down here? What happened to all this? Where's all the people? Where's the shops? Where's the streets? Where's the street lights? Where's the cars? Where's the parking lots? I don't know. Let's fast forward a little bit. The last time we had 6 blocks. Now we're going 25 miles. Uh-oh, that building's getting shorter. This is not compression. This is not perspective. These things are not getting squished. We are actually seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 blocks. Do you see that? Where there's not, the other 3 blocks have not been condensed at the bottom of this, Dave. Let's fast forward a little bit more. Now we're at 28 miles. You had it. There it is. You had it. You lost it. I don't see it now. Oh, there it is. It's kind of hard to see, but as I can't really tell the blocks on that one. No, I can't. 1, 2, 3. It's hard for me to see that. The last one, 29.7 miles. Let's see. This is measuring curvature. Looks like 1, 2, 3. Pretty good job by whoever did this video. Matthias KP. I'll put this in the chat if anybody wants it. There you go. Enjoy that. So there's your measuring curvature. There's no other explanation for this. There's just not. What's he doing now? I didn't see what's going on. What is he doing? Did anybody see what's going on? What are we looking at now? I thought he finished. Oh, at 16 meters, 54. Anyway, I mean, there's no other explanation for this. There's just not that we would have water rising up and blocking buildings. So the first one was how far? I'm just trying to see. 3 blocks. So we blocked more than half the building with water. And that building is high. How high is the turning torso? Anybody know offhand? Just going to say how much we lost in height that's behind the water. Turning torso height. By the way, that building spins, as weird as that is. So its building is 623 feet, and half of that would be about 315. So we had water rise 315 feet. 315 feet. Do you realize how tall that is? Think about that the water rose that high. It's covering that much of the building. What would be the explanation, Dave? I don't think you have them. Let's go back to dirt. Let's go back to dirt. You ready? Dirt. Go.
Next.
Not answering questions.
I'm trying to get folks who haven't asked questions yet, so and then I'll come back. Okay, Megan, and then Adam.
So when you speak about the moon landing, you said that it disproves the gas laws. Can you explain that?
Go ahead, Angel.
Yeah, so basically gas requires a container. The V for volume in the gas laws is the container. The definition of gas pressure is the amount of force exerted by the molecules in the walls of a container. So basically, without a container, you can't have the gas pressure we're breathing, right? Also, if we even grant you that the vacuum is real, which it can't be real, but even if we grant it, it violates Newton's third law. Because you need, when something is traveling like an airplane or a boat, the boat pushes the propeller off the water, the plane pushes off the air, but in space, there's no medium, there's no air, right? So there's nothing to push off. So if you stand on a skateboard and then you use your arms to push yourself, you're not going to move. But if you push away against the wall, you'll start to move.
What if you are on a skateboard and you throw a bowling ball back behind you? Will you move? The answer is yes, you'll move. Why? Because of Newton's third law.
Now, we've got examples of putting propulsion in a vacuum chamber and then pull a vacuum in there, and it doesn't work. It stops working because there's no medium to push off. So basically, it's a violation of Newton's third law.
By the way, if flat earthers ever say, we seen this or we have this, immediately say, where? Show it to me now. Because they're lying.
Even if we grant you the space vacuum, you would not be able to travel in a vacuum.
Says
also,
why?
In a vacuum, if I took a balloon, right, I got a regular party, round balloon, and there's no air in it, and I just blow just to get enough air in it where it's just a little blob. The rubber's not stretching. I tie it in a knot. I can put that in a vacuum chamber, evacuate the air, and the entire balloon will fill up and fill the entire vacuum chamber. Right? That's because the air pressure is lower than the air in there, and the gas wants to expand and equalize. But we watch these guys on the moon wearing their snowboarding suits, and they're not exploding. They should literally explode. And NASA has only.
You don't think they made the suits to withhold the pressure? So they literally should have made spacesuits and been like, let's not make them strong enough to withhold the pressure that we put within them. What do you mean? Well, the vacuum of space is going to be outside of them, so we don't really need to worry about making them withhold whatever pressure we put inside. Well, then wouldn't they blow up? Yes, but that's what we want to have happen, according to Dave Weiss. Well, shouldn't we build the suits so that they withhold that pressure? We could, but then, they're not going to blow up. Yeah, we probably should do that. Probably shouldn't blow up the astronauts. Way to go, Dave.
We put one guy in a vacuum chamber once, and halfway through the decompression, his tongue started boiling. He passed out, almost died. They had to get in there real quick and try to save him. Hey, Dave got one right. We have a challenge out there. Mark Sargent has a challenge out there saying that him and an astronaut go into the chamber together and evacuate the air, and they won't even acknowledge the challenge because they can't. They can't. Space is a vacuum that violates natural law. You haven't been taught about natural law. You haven't been taught about any of these things because if you did, you'll start questioning everything. And that's.
I don't think that Dave even realized that these high schools are actually using him as a tool. He's so dumb that they're bringing him in so that they can make fun of him to the children, and he's posting it on YouTube as if he's doing something good, and that these high schools are like letting him teach. They're using him as an example of what happens when you become a potato.
That's what we want you to do. We want you to question everything. We don't believe the earth is flat. We know it's flat. We know it's stationary. We know it's level. We know it's
That's scientific. Remember how they were saying at the beginning? We do science. They don't do science in science class. They don't do science. The scientists don't do science. We do science. And by that we mean we know something's true. So that's just it. That's science. I always thought of science differently than that. I thought we don't say we know this and we don't say we know that. We actually go and test and verify and a double test. No.
Topographical. We know it's not a ball.
Oh, that's good science.
And you could prove that for yourself too. You don't have to believe us.
How? Were you going to tell us how?
Just like
You're just going to say that? And you could go prove that for yourselves. You don't have to believe us. How?
out of curiosity for giggles, what do you guys think would be on the bottom? Should the Earth be a disc, what do you
Earth would definitely be on the bottom always.
think would be on the bottom?
But we don't think it's a disc.
Yeah. Okay, we don't think it's a disc in per se, but the deepest hole ever dug is about 8 miles.
I mean, this guy's the worst. Mostly because he's just repeating things I've said in the past. But
down through the earth, and they reached an impenetrable barrier. So beyond that, I have no idea. But I believe that it's basically firm. It's stationary, and I couldn't tell you what's beyond it because no one knows.
This is the core borehole. They dug down, and while they were digging down, they were using ground penetrating radar. They're like, okay, no more rocks. They hit more rocks. Okay, no more water. They hit more water. Everything they did was wrong.
Jacob, you had a question.
When did you first start believing the Earth was flat?
Well, I don't believe the Earth is flat. As I said, I know it's flat.
Oh, Jesus.
In 2014, I was doing a conspiracy podcast called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole.
Heard it.
And again, they hiding resources and control. That's very simple. But at the end of the day, we're not the ones lying, right? So ultimately, it's them lying. I can't get into the minds of the people lying.
You are lying.
Speculate.
But there's lots of reasons that we can clearly speculate. It's about control. If you knew that there was more land, more territory, more free energy, you didn't have to work for electricity or gasoline. If you knew that we're not overpopulated, there's an infinite amount of food, that we're not the global warming.
There's an infinite amount of food.
Warming is a complete and total hoax. If you knew all of these things, you wouldn't be able to be controlled. But if they can keep you in a state of fear and debt, then they own you. He who owns it, he who created it, owns it. So God created the world that we're in, but man, evil people or whoever's running this world, they created the ball. If you play on their ball field, you have to play by their ball field rules. And if you play with their fiat money, they completely and totally control you. I have an app. It's on my website.
If you play with their fiat money, then they control you. I have an app on my website. It's $3.99 of U.S. money. If you could please send me that money to me as soon as possible. If you let them control you with money, you will be a slave to them. If you let them, if money dictates everything you do, then you'll be a slave to them. For only $3.99 right now, can you please head to the App Store and get my app? Thank you.
If you want my app for free, all you have to do is have the teacher email me your email address and tell me what type of phone you have, and you get the app for free.
Right, except for
the lie
yearly
is an amazing section, and that'll blow you away. But also on my website, flatearthdave.com, the crash course, some of those videos are in there. Just watch the first 3 or 5 videos, and you too can be laughed at by your friends because you'll be a flat earther.
Shit, I got to take that back. I was giving him a lie for that one. That was actually true.
Other questions here? Anybody who hasn't asked a question yet, I just want to make sure. Anyway,
blowing my company.
What's going on?
Okay.
How would you explain someone that maybe started at an airport in New York City, flew around the entire globe, and then ended up back in New York City from the other direction?
That's a great question. And real quick, how much time? Tell me how much time we have.
No, I'm done with this video. All right, we're done with that one. We got a 41-6. Let me check the. I forgot. I keep doing this. I keep wanting to check the super chats, but I can't get to the top of the. Is there a button you can press to get up there? I don't even know how to do it. Oh, nope, that's not it. Well, I'm just trying to move this. Oh wait, if I move it into this view. Come on. Oh, there it is. Yes, I got it. Sorry, I got to grab the top of the window. Couldn't get it before. We're going to go to Super Chats and check if anybody's been so kind to do a fan funding. All right, let's see. Oh, we got a bunch. We got Scoundrel hooking us up at the beginning there. You got, what does that say? Sent 1 Jeranism gift membership, sent 2, sent 3. Interesting. Thank you very much, Scoundrel, for that $2. And another $1.50, and another gift membership, and another gift membership. Thank you very much. Addicted to Globing, $10 says, good luck on the new channel, Jaren. I've already subbed. Hopefully Interesting Ism will grow and we'll get a new speaker's corner. I'll be there. Good luck, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate that. Scoundrel, another gift membership. Scoundrel, another, and another. Dave's Waffle House. Dave, I don't have my soundboard, but, from the Waffle House. Good enough, right? Another human being. Thank you. $2 to do the sound effect for me, since I can't figure. I got to get a new monitor tomorrow. I'll do it. Andrew LOA says logical thinkers will always prevail. Yes and no. Yes, I think so. Yeah, I mean, if people actually think things out, they'll be fine. I mean, I can look at what I did and what happened to me and clearly see that the problem comes with, especially being a creator of videos, that there's a validation issue. There is. I mean, it's soon as you do your first video and somebody says, oh my God, you're so funny. Oh my God, I love your videos so much. Oh my God, you brought me to God. Oh my goodness, I love your channel. That just feels too good. Just feels too good. And somebody then starts to put up a protection block around that belief. And if nobody snaps them out of it real quick, then they fall deeper and deeper into it. Then you speak at a conference, then you write a book, and then before you know it, you've attached your religion to it, and you've told all your family off and told them they're pieces of shit and called a bunch of people morons. And guess what? You are stuck then forever as a flat earther, and you are wrong. Grossly, grossly wrong. We've got Claire Celestian. Thank you very much. She says, watching you use tides and clarity to dunk on Weiss is satisfying. Thank you very much. $5. Thank you for having integrity and sharing your journey. Thank you for watching. We've got Kevin said thoughts on Himawari 8. Yeah, I'm going to put that. It's on my list. Never been to the Philippines yet. I told you before. Oh, you just have Kevin Venture Philippines? I've been there. Eating dog in the Philippines, outlaw in 1990. What? Oh, 1998. I was going to say, I ate dog. Eating dog in the Philippines was outlawed in 1998. It was considered a delicacy in 1994. You can't eat it now? You sure about that? Do they eat dog in the Philippines? Philippines. In the Philippines, the commercial sale and slaughter of dogs for meat is illegal, but an underground trade persists, particularly in the northern provinces. While dog meat consumption was once tied to certain cultural rituals, the practice has largely been shifted to commercial demand and has become increasingly condemned by animal welfare laws. Nice. There you go. The Animal Welfare Act of 1998 prohibits the killing of dogs for food with penalties including imprisonment and fine. Why did I go in 94? Fucking tastes like shit. It's all right, little puppy. Thank you for giving me nourishment. Whoever you were. I had to eat Filipino dog because they told me it was, if I spit it out, I'd be in trouble. It'd be rude. It'd be considered very rude to my host family. That's good to know. I'm glad that they stopped doing that. China, South Korea, the Philippines, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Nagaland in India is where they still eat dogs, according to this. All right, let's go to one other one I wanted to watch. This one here was hard to watch. I started it. I used to think I liked Sam Hyde. Let me go to a different one, though. We're going to listen to a real quick video. I think it's pretty good. We will... where is it? Did we bring it up here? This one. How long is this, though? Oh, it's short. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to look at the chat, see if I missed anything. If you got something to say to me, we'll watch this, and then we're going to do one more interview. How much time do I have? Yeah, I want to go about a half hour more. So I got I want to listen to that one with the girl. Yeah, I know which one we'll go to. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. If you do go somewhere, be back. Maybe you go to the restroom or something like that. But be back quick. We won't be very long. 2 minutes. And you're going to have to look at a shitty picture. It's all right. You'll be all right. You'll live.
Gather around, kids. Listen to me. Gonna teach you how to live life clean. There's a certain kind of person you don't want to be. They call a dirtball. Take it from me. Don't be a dirtball. Don't be gross. What's a dirtball? Tell us they boast. They lie, they cheat, they don't brush their teeth. They steal, they stink, and they cause a scene. You, that's nasty, no way, no how. That's right, my kids, so listen now. A dirtball doesn't wash their hands. Leaves their trash in the park, lets it blow in the sand. They cut in line, they don't say please. And pick their nose, then wipe it on their sleeve. They borrow your stuff, never give it back. Eat with their mouth open, man, that's whack. They lie to their friends, spread rumors too, and blame the world when they lose a shoe. But you, my child, will do what's right. Stay fresh, stay kind, keep your future bright. Don't be a dirtball, don't be rude. Say thank you and clean your room. Be honest, be fair, don't cheat, don't steal. Cause dirtball don't care how others feel. Now listen up, kids, the truth is clear. A dirtball's got no friends near. If you lie and cheat, if you steal and scam, soon no one's gonna give a dang who you are. You are. listen up, kids, the truth is clear. A dirtball's got no friends near. If you lie and cheat, if you steal and scam, soon no one's gonna give a dang who you are. A dirtball sells lies like a traveling show. Says the earth is flat, nah, tell them no. They leak your email, sell your name, and don't even care, it's part of their game. They sit on their phone, spreading fake news, twisting the facts however they choose. They don't check sources, don't care what's real, just pushing their nonsense, it's part of their deal. Don't be a dirtball, live life right, be polite and shine real bright. Work real hard, be good and true, and people will wanna hang with you. That's the way, my little crew. Now go wash your hands and tie your shoe. And if someone tries to sell you a flat earth app, run!
Run!
Good song, good kid song. Play it for your kids if you have a chance. They would love it. And it teaches them not to be a dirtball, not to be a liar, not to be a thief, not to be a app selling, because if the money, it's just, if you let them control you with money, then you're just a slave to them. $3.99, guys, my app. You can get it with the U.S. money, which will essentially make me a slave based on what I just said, kind of, but we don't really worry about that. Okay, we don't always worry about that. Hold on, I want to find something. I just wanted to check if it's in my saved. Oh, come on. What's going on here? No, I don't want to search. I'm just checking my saved messages real quick, see if there's something in here that I want. And there might be, and it might be there. Not there, not there, not there. Come on. Be here. Yes, we do have it. Let me bring this up over here. Shoot. I'm not going to be able to play. Oh, I can put it on this. Nah. Well, I'll just show you, but it needs to be actually done differently. But so over here now, you see, if you can see that, let's see what you see. Yeah. Okay, so this is the other night. I went to watch a Vandenberg launch. Let me see where we see it. It might be hard for you to see. So, okay, so you can see it happening right here. You see this? This is the launch. The craft is getting up there. Notice, notice, notice. There it is moving. Okay, so if you, which I've done, you wait until that light goes out. Now it was kind of it wasn't the greatest view. It was kind of like, I don't want to say, there was like a cloud layer right about here. But after it disappeared, which is right a little bit further, and I've zoomed in, when it disappeared for MECO, which is main engine cutoff, I never saw it come back. Okay, so remember, this craft is flying away from me. So it's taking off at 185 miles away from me, and it's going away from me. So when it went out for MECO, I did not see it relight. So at first I was like, I didn't get a good view. I didn't get a good night to observe it. That's incorrect, because I only need to know when MECO happens and match that up. So when you match up MECO with the actual footage, and then you rewind it, you realize again that this craft was 1 minute and 7 seconds launched before I see it break the horizon. Okay, so you can't see my mouse. So it's 1 minute and 7 seconds, and then we see the light. Now, when you do the math on that and you figure it all out, it comes out to 32,000 feet or 29,000 feet, something like that. So it means that when I see the craft here, it's 32,000 feet in the sky. So where was it for 1 minute and 6 seconds? It was, way down here. It took off from here. And it went slowly, slowly, slowly for 1 minute and 6 seconds. And then when it's 32,000 feet, I see it. And then it goes up and away from me. And then we get MECO, which we can pair up with their footage. So again, I have shown curvature. Okay. Now you can call it whatever you want. You can say, oh, it's a perspective thing, or it doesn't even make sense. And Dave's excuse for this is that there's a 20,000 foot cloud that is the size of the horizon, and we have to wait until the rocket gets above that 20,000 foot cloud until I see it. Of course, that diminishes and dismisses his Canigoo evidence, his longest Photoshop. It's just crap, garbage, nonsense this guy is spitting. for whatever reason. I don't know. But you can see it going up there. You can see it moving a little bit better here. And that's it getting up into the sky. And but anyway, if I had my video player, I could zoom in and show you, but I don't have it. It's not working because it's on the monitor that's broken. But anyway, that is the craft. And I have my other camera that zooms in on it. I'm just showing you this view. This is with the iPhone, I think, just in case. It sucks on the night. The nights are the best. Oh, and when I was supposed to go do this, it was supposed to be launched at 7 or 8:09 p.m. and the sunset at 7:30. It was going to be perfect. But when I got there, they had moved it to 10. So I had to sit there in this fucking field for 2 hours and wait for 10 o'clock to come around. And then we got this, but it was already night, and that kind of dismisses the nice, pretty jellyfish view. All right, anyway, just wanted to show you that. Something else that was done, another test I did. Let me see if there was anything else in that saved messages that I need to look at. No. I think that's it. That's all I wanted to show, right? Yes. Okay. Oh, God, I forgot about that. What a joke. What a joke. All right, that looks good. Okay, so we are done with that. Let's close this down. We don't need that anymore. All right, and we listened to the song. We're good there. We are back. We're going to watch this because I like this lady because she fought back a lot, so that's why we're going to watch her. She did not let Dave give her much shit. I think she knew her stuff. I think she's a physicist, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. In some way, she thinks she's a physicist. I thought I saved it here. Let me see which one it is. We did the high school one. We did that one. Is it this one? Dave Weiss, physicist. No, I don't know. That guy Justin Woods didn't do great. What is this one? Oh, this is a good view. Let me just show you this real quick. Can you see that? So I've been showing people forever why we let me go browser. All right, there we go. This is why we don't see curvature on the Earth. So when they say there's no measurable curvature, well, yeah, it's going to be very difficult to get the measured curvature. But if we see a rocket launch, and I don't see it for a minute and 5 seconds from 185 miles away, where the fuck was it? There is a answer, just like I read from David Sanchez. There is a model that answers everything. There's no question that doesn't answer. If you answer, well, why does one place see it go right to left and the other place see it go left to right? Pull up a globe. Put a person on the top and a person on the bottom. Spin it and watch what happens to the observation of the sun. The people in the north see it cut left to right. The people in the south see it cut right to left. So why is there a 24-hour sun in the south and a 24-hour sun in the north? Well, the globe explains it. Well, what about a south celestial pole? Globe explains it. Well, what about the stars spinning the opposite direction? Globe explains it. Upside down moon? Globe. Upside down sun? Globe explains it. Water lying level? Globe explains it. Oh. Yeah, that's what we're saying. Is how many things do we need to do or show until people get it? And I get it. I know the biggest problem for people is like, yeah, but you used to do this. You used to believe that. Now you're upset at them. Well, yes, I didn't have anybody who went down to the south and proved that the south was what we're taught. If I did, if somebody came back and said, Jaron, the south is exactly as we're taught. Really? And you've been a flat earther for 10 years? Let me look into that and make sure. Make a couple calls, maybe make a trip myself, and I would have realized the south, if it's the opposite of the north, means we're on a globe. As above, so below. Okay, let's, I got a bunch of these. Let me bring these up real quick. We got one.
These are the tidal nodes he's talking about. The high tides and low tides spinning around an area of no.
Sorry, I know you're going to hear a bunch of talking.
Actually disprove the gravitation. This is the sun and moon landing.
Sorry.
They didn't know like a million people on Earth, right?
Sorry.
First.
Okay, moving this over.
Well, it could be things like extra lens. There could be anything there. They could be.
Okay. Let's go here. Let's press play on this one.
When if you actually do the compile all the numbers of the biggest cities like in China and everywhere.
Oh, so we already heard these.
There's like
1.9 seconds left. The spark.
They also want you to believe that there's 8 billion people on Earth. If you actually do the
seeing if it's it's all from this latest shorts from Dearth. We already saying all these.
Like if you and I were on a flat surface and they built a 10-foot wall, brick wall between us,
Wrong.
how far back would we have to walk before we saw each other? And the answer is we'd go out tonight, take a picture, next year, same night, same time. But the question is, why do things go down?
Yeah, we got a couple of questions here.
So what is flat Earth? I look at it like this.
Wrong.
What we would like from you.
Wrong.
This is on the moon.
We already
landing.
saw that
Only
wrong.
They also want you to believe that there's 8 billion people on
Wrong.
Earth.
Next question, sir. Abdi.
So why don't you believe in gravity?
We already heard that.
And let me give you.
We already heard
These
that.
are the title.
We already heard that.
So these are these mountains over
It's the same one over and over again?
And to keep point up right now, like if you and I were on, go out tonight, take a
Yeah, I guess so.
picture. But the question is, why do things?
Okay, I
go
want to find
down
Dearth
when
of this
when
girl. Where is that girl? We could watch that one because, but there's the one with the lady. I thought I saved it. We just did a video with that guy and a girl. Oh, and let me look at my my history over here. We've got Jeranism history, and we've got Earth gets it wrong. We got that one. We got that one. We did that one. Okay, I think we've got it. Is it this one? There it is. Let's watch this one. See how many more lies Dave can tell, shall we? What's going on?
they could fly using electrostatic. So are they defying gravity? Or are they just
and have a manual focus, and then you can use that same focal length, look at the moon, and they're still in focus, but one's supposed to be 400 times further away. Even during a lunar eclipse, or sorry, a solar eclipse, you see the moon going over the sun.
Right.
They're both in focus with the same focal length. So
What do you mean the moon's in focus?
yeah,
Well,
and
it's
even when
almost indetectable because when you're looking at the camera and you see what the little numbers are that are on your focal length, I'm a photographer too, it's infinity, which is when you get past a certain distance, the distances between
girl's
really
good. I like
far
this lady.
things is like really tiny amounts in that, focal distance of that infinity range of the camera. So
I do want you to watch the beginning. She says something
in
funny at
summer-
the beginning. Watch this. The beginning is hilarious. I forgot what she says, but she says something funny.
final comments? And I wanna just wrap up by saying, flat earthers, only constructive comments, information. Anyone that attacks Sandy, I'm going to ban you, and you're never going to be able to comment on my channel again.
Thanks, Dirk. Thank you. I don't feel bad. I've eaten tons of kitty. Don't eat kitties.
All right. Hello, everybody. This is going to be a fun, interesting podcast. Today we have with me my co-host, Angels of Light from TikTok, and we're going to be talking to Sandy, who's from the Republic. Give me the full name of your site, the Republic of America.
Republic for the United States of America.
Republic for the United States of America, a true patriot. Sandy was in the military. She can tell us a little bit about that. And we're going to start off today on this show talking about our views on the Earth, the shape of the Earth. Sandy thinks that she has proof that the Earth is a globe, like we all did. And we're going to go from there. Sandy, I just want to bring up one thing. Have you ever been wrong in your life? Of course we have. And the answer is sure. And so we're going to present stuff today that I really want your opinion on. I want you to, maybe we're both going to learn something new, but we're going to see where it goes from there. So you good with that?
We'll give it a try.
Okay.
I did watch the video you recommended.
Oh, so that was Flatten the Curve by Vika Drazi about the military people. What did you think of it?
I had a migraine by the time I got halfway through because of all the mistruths that they were speaking.
Oh, mistruths. Okay. Yep, got that.
That was pretty much in summary.
All right.
I was going to share that with you off screen, but
if you are a flat earther, you must believe that Vika Dravis is smarter than every Harvard and Yale physics professor. Do you think that that's possible?
That's okay. We're honest here. We're all friends, and at the end of the show, if we don't agree, we're still friends. We're still on the same team, and we all have our ideas what this place is. I think that this topic is the most important topic because if you're not grounded, if you don't know that we're at the center of creation, I think it weakens your ability to live to your full potential.
That's for that curve.
It's always nose down.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's actually a 2-degree nose up. That's how they maintain lift. I can show you the pitch data.
No, I get it. I've
pitch data to
got
support
half
this.
of an astronautical engineering degree. So
Okay.
I can set that anywhere I want. So what if the aircraft is supposed to be at 3 degrees nose high?
Exactly.
And now I'm
Yeah,
at
it's
2
not-
degrees nose high to stay in an arcing motion.
You're saying you're nosing up to nose around the globe.
No.
So if the nose is always up, how is it going down around a curve?
It stays the same distance from the ground.
How do you land with a nose up?
Well, that's proving my point. I'll show you. I'll show you.
No, you have to have the nose up in order to land in most aircraft.
I agree. I agree.
We agree. Hold on.
Yeah, I agree.
So
this basically is a flight simulator, right? And we have, hang on just a sec. Oh, did I lose it?
Who made this?
I see it.
I see it. Okay, good. So that's the attitude indicator, and we can set the reference frame to the Earth. But in reality, I've debated many pilots. They all admit they don't need to nose down ever.
You've debated many pilots. Where is this at?
Right.
They don't know they're nosing down. That's my point. They are doing it every single day, and they don't know they're doing it. In fact,
the thing is,
the pilots on that video
Well, they're not nosing down. This lady's getting that wrong. If you nose down, you're going to descend. So you're not nosing down.
are misspeaking so many things. It was very frustrating to listen to. But
the thing
continue
is,
with your argument, please.
Yeah, the thing is that they fly with a 2-degree nose up, and they maintain that 2-degree nose up. We've got the pitch data to support it. They never
Not
nose
every
down.
year.
Yeah, but the horizon is dropping as you fly towards it. Do you understand that? Again, the plane needs to drop 1/8 inch. Everybody grab a nickel, lay it on its side, lay it on its tummy. That's how much the plane needs to drop for every 660 feet that it's flying. How hard is that? 1 nickel. 1 nickel.
Okay, keep going.
Yeah, so to maintain lift, this is a globe Earth. This is the dimensions
To maintain lift, that has nothing to do with your
globe.
Mm-hmm.
And as this plane would fly over that globe, right, obviously the ground would dip down and away from the plane constantly, right? So it's going to maintain that 2-degree, okay? And now if I aligned it to gravity, because that's what you just said, right? It just aligns to gravity. But if I speed it up now and put a pressure level on, the plane, it's going to maintain the same pressure altitude. But eventually, see how the pitch is, it keeps gaining pitch now? Because it's not actually adjusting nose down.
Well, you are the one who set the simulation. What are you doing? You set the simulation to stay still. That's not what the planes do.
You're saying it does, but that would show up on the pitch data.
What?
If I was to actually nose down now.
Why would it show up on the pitch data if the plane is flying level above the level plane below it? And you could, it's not a level plane. Yes, well, it is. Locally, it is. It's essentially. So you're talking about a plane that's got a little nose up and it's staying the same distance from the ground and gravity is adjusting its belly. You here are just flying this plane off into space and not adjusting gravity as would be required of the plane.
No, that would show up on this pitch data on the bottom here.
No,
see
wouldn't.
that, how I'm nosing down? And
If you nose down, you're going to descend. If a plane is flying across the Earth, it doesn't descend. It's staying at 35,000 feet. Nosing down would go to 34,000 feet. Is it trying to do that?
And yes, absolutely, you're right. On a globe, I'd have to nose down. But what happens?
No, what? You would not.
In reality, now that this is a flat Earth model, right? So I'll just stay at a 2-degree nose up to maintain lift, right? And like you said, yes, we can land nose up, obviously, because the plane and the ground always remain parallel to each other. So if I want to come in and land now, all I've got to do.
Yeah, but that works on a globe as well. Why on a globe do you think that a plane would not stay parallel to the ground? What are you talking about?
Is nose up.
At which point is the plane flying off into another land where it no longer has to adhere to gravity?
And land, right? I don't need to do anything because the land is still parallel, the ground is still parallel to the plane.
It is,
and,
no matter what. Why wouldn't that be? I don't understand. On a globe, then you must think it's different than that. So on a globe, what do you think happens when a plane lands? That it comes in sideways? Isn't it going to come in and land parallel with the ground below it?
The horizon in front of you will never drop down and away from the plane constantly.
No, because the plane is always above the flat ground.
It'll just stay where it is. They've admitted that.
That's what it does.
And I've got the pitch data. I can show you the pitch data.
That's what the pitch data will show.
No, I'm totally following you, but I can take that attitude indicator and I can jack it up to 10 degrees nose high, and it's still going to fly straight and level as long as I realize that 10 degrees nose high is straight and level.
Absolutely, but it's not going around the curve of the Earth.
Why do you say that? That's just another lie. Dave, you can't just say words. You can't just say it's not doing this. Well, what do you mean? Why not? What about it needs to be refuted? What about it is not correct? I don't think you're giving anything.
If it was no, it's going to go around, and now it's gonna be just. It's not going to keep compensating for the Earth.
Yes, it does.
When you're coming into an airport,
yeah, laugh at him. I love this girl. She's laughing at him.
You have to calculate your rate of descent, right? Your angle of descent.
Mm-hmm.
So 125 miles out, you're at 30,000 feet. You have to figure out how many feet per mile to descend, right?
You don't have to figure that out.
How do you calculate
okay.
that?
You figure out you're 120 miles away, you've got 30,000 feet to lose, and you do a feet per mile calculation, convert that to an angle.
Yeah, so 125 miles out, you figure out the feet per mile, and you can land on the runway.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. At what point do you calculate the extra 2 miles of Earth curve?
No.
Because you're 120 miles out?
125 miles out is 2 miles of Earth curve.
But you're not landing 2 miles away from where you're at.
So all right, point taken. But
when you build a Home Depot, do you call the Home Depot that's 30 miles away and be like, hey, I need to make sure that we're level with you? Oh, no, just build it where I'm at? Okay. That plane needs to worry about where it's at. That's all it needs to worry about.
According to the globe Earth, with a radius of 3959, at 125 miles, it's about 2 miles of curvature. So you just said that you did a calculation, a flat Earth calculation.
Why did you say that?
When you get there, the runway is going to be 2 miles lower than you expected.
No, it's not.
Well, it's not like you close your eyes at the 120 mile mark.
It's bad weather and it's nighttime.
You get to the runway and you're like, oh, it's not where it's supposed to be.
What about it?
Yeah, the planes fly. There's radar that's on the ground in case they can't see the ground. The radar will land the plane.
Adjusting it the entire way down.
Nighttime, raining, and cloudy. You're calculating your descent rate on a flat Earth calculation. You're not calculating.
Why do you mean a flat Earth calculation? Where are you getting that from?
In Earth curve.
You think that the planes are programmed with flat Earth?
It's happening automatically.
It just happens automatically, magically. Which device?
Not magically.
Does that again?
It's called your altimeter.
Your altimeter is just measuring how high you are.
Right. So that would always be correct when you landed. How do you not get this?
Correct, but it's by pressure altitude. So
when
you've got two kinds of altimeters.
I'm flying through a dynamic system, and there's storms. Pressure's changing constantly. So is the plane going up and down to maintain the same pressure, or is it just trying to come down at a rate so it finds the runway right where it's supposed to be on the flat Earth?
If you're flying through turbulence, you're going to have some pressure changes, and you are going to see your altimeter jumping around a bit, but it's not going to be hundreds or thousands of feet.
What about 2 miles of feet?
What?
You're always adjusting. And the other thing too is if I can't see the ground, then I'm following an electrical signal to that runway.
Thank you.
Right. So
I don't even know that my nose is slightly lower than what it would have been had I not adjusted for the round Earth.
So can I ask you a question? If you were to come in to land on the north to south runway at the equator, would you be taking into account Coriolis and the Earth's condition?
This is just so dumb. This is they're not understanding anything. She just got done telling you that it adjusts constantly. Now you're going to bring up another example where the plane never adjusted at all. You're going to say, oh, if you took off from the north and you went to the equator, how are you going to land with it going 1,000 miles per hour? It's adjusted the whole time.
A shift underneath the plane?
No.
Perpendicular?
I always love when the flat Earth people bring up Coriolis because that's not what we bring up as Coriolis. So
well, that is Coriolis.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, I know it is. I know it is.
No, but Coriolis is, they don't get Coriolis. They don't understand what it means. That simply, it's such a short distance, but it's because if you're at the equator, you're moving 1,000 miles per hour, and even a mile, even a half a mile north of you is moving 999 miles per hour. So when you throw a ball or whatever, you're throwing it from 1,000 mile per hour starting position, and it's landing at 999 mile per hour position. So it's going to be not a straight line from where you threw it. That's Coriolis.
By definition, Coriolis is why there's different wind speeds at different latitudes. Because the flat Earth theory does not explain why hurricanes spin counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
No, actually,
so you're saying
it does. How?
But what are you saying that the
it does? They just both said it does and then give no answer.
The Coriolis effect, which is the apparent deflection of an object in a rotating system, is causing is the Earth's rotating underneath the hurricane.
What?
To cause that. That's what
it's rotating underneath a hurricane to cause that?
You're claiming.
The fact that the air at the equator has to go faster in order to stay in equilibrium with the air at the lower latitudes, higher latitudes, then is going to cause the deflection, because you've got a faster velocity air at the equator and a slower velocity air at the higher latitudes.
Even right next to it.
The winds move in all directions, and we've got jet streams and trade winds that go opposite directions always.
So what?
Yeah.
If the Earth is only spinning one direction, you can't claim that.
And Sandy, the Coriolis is, let's pretend it's a super calm day and it's a dead air. There's no air movement. It's because it's all rotating perfectly with the Earth on a globe. Around the equator, so you're moving 1,034 miles per hour, but the air is moving in lockstep, so there's no breeze and it's hot because you're on the equator. And so you fire a bullet or whatever, and you fire it north. Well, as that bullet goes, or whatever you're shooting, let's say it even goes farther, the Earth is going to be spinning slower, but that bullet has that tangential speed of 1,034. So that's what's going to cause the apparent deviation, correct? That's what Coriolis is. You aware of that?
If you've got a high enough velocity and a high enough angle, it's the same like ICBM missiles. That's why you have to correct for ICBMs.
Sure.
They're in the air so long that there is a significant amount of shift because the Earth is spinning.
Go right after.
Well, okay.
Go ahead.
You just said that the missile adjusts for Coriolis, but the plane doesn't.
So a missile is not manned, and so it has to be adjusted in order to get there where you want it to go. You essentially are giving it its initial, where are you going to?
So it is adjusting for Coriolis, but again, the pilot won't be.
Always, they're always adjusting for Coriolis. They just don't realize it because it's a small enough effect.
Okay, but you just said a bullet is affected by a sniper rifle, which is in the air for 2 seconds.
What? Right.
Is that true?
Yes, but how much is Coriolis going to affect it in 0.2 seconds?
Very little.
Well,
tens of
that's
feet,
not my
20
claim.
feet.
I don't claim it even is affected by Coriolis. I claim that there's no Coriolis.
And the longest bullet shot was a rifle.
I did not know that flat earthers claim no Coriolis.
Shot was over 4 miles just about 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago. And the guy that shot it said he never calculated for Coriolis.
See, that's one of my proofs. And if you do look into it, it's because he said he didn't adjust for Coriolis because everything else is infinitely more important. So that's how little it is that he said, no, the wind speed would knock it further, the muzzle speed, the nuzzle spin, whatever, all these things. And they're shooting 4 miles. And do you know it was the 66th shot that they hit the target? They're not aiming like a sniper rifle. They're just shooting wildly in the air until they hit the target. And it
was in the air for some 20 some odd seconds.
Right. So you think that they really need to take Coriolis into effect? There's an infinite amount of more important things. They're shooting 4 miles.
Well, we would have to calculate how much Coriolis there should have been in 20 seconds. We would also have to find out which way he shot. Was he shooting east-west or north-south or something in between?
Right.
It's all going to matter.
Sure. So Sandy, even like how your paradigm claims that at the equator, the Earth is spinning east 1,037 miles an hour. So if we put a plane flying at the equator east, same direction as the Earth is spinning, but the plane's only going to go 500 miles an hour, so half that speed.
Wow, they don't understand it.
Will it keep up?
No, that's because the air is going with it, and your air speed means it's the speed with regards to the air.
Right. So then if we turn around, is it going to have 1,000 mile an hour headwind, or is it just going to have no headwind?
Nope, it's still traveling with the atmosphere.
So I've done both. I have gone due east. I've gone due west. Depends upon the time of day. It can really suck because you're going right into the sun. And so what I can tell you
that's the thing. Our position is that the plane just flies and treats the Earth as stationary, which is what we observe.
Yeah, which is what is the truth, really. What difference does that make? I already said this, that all those documents that you guys bring up that say treat the Earth as flat and motionless, that's the best method to fly a plane. It doesn't mean that the Earth is flat and motionless. That's the way that you fly it. Do you understand? It makes it easier. Why would you add complexity to something that doesn't need complexity? It's already complicated enough to fly a plane. You don't need to add complexity that is literally not important at all to flying the plane. Do you understand?
Which is what you do. You don't adjust for Coriolis. You say it's happening automatically.
Right.
You can't tell us how.
What do you mean you can't tell us how? She did already tell
because it's not. The Earth is stationary. So the things that you're describing actually work perfectly on a flat Earth with no excuses. The globe has constant excuses. Let me ask you a question.
What?
No. So how do you get someplace if you've got a direct crosswind?
You fly into the wind. If you have a head.
Yeah, you have to. So instead of flying straight, you have to fly slightly crooked into the wind.
Sure.
So that you're actually slipping that way.
Yeah,
that's the same way, and you will not perceive.
Wind.
You will not perceive a difference between Coriolis or wind correction. It will feel the same to you in an airplane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So no Coriolis. No Coriolis.
Yeah.
What? No, she said
it's
you
there.
won't
It's just
feel the
you're not going to
difference.
know the difference.
So let me ask you a question. If you're on the equator, you agree as from a point in space that you're moving 1,034 miles per hour, correct?
I'd have to do the math, but that sounds about right.
Okay, yeah, it's or 24,900 miles
Has to
per
be
hour.
in regards to
once in a day.
in regards to space outside of the
Yeah,
Earth.
outside of the Earth reference frame. So if you're at the North Pole, you're not moving at all. You're just pirouetting like a ballerina.
Well, nobody does that. What are
Unless
you
you're
talking
talking about the revolution of the Earth or the rotation. What am I saying?
I'm talking about your tangential speed. So
Right.
If you're on the equator and your wings are pointed east and west, you're moving sideways at 1,034 miles per hour.
Okay.
At the equator.
At the equator, yeah.
Probably
so
about right.
It is. That's the Earth calculation.
Okay.
So if you're in northern Alaska, you're moving like 200 miles an hour because it's making a much smaller circle.
Okay.
It's not making this big circle. It goes around once a day. So you're moving, let's say, 200 miles an hour. So a helicopter takes off or an airplane. It's got that tangential speed of 200 miles an hour. It can fly around in circles and land where it took off, no problem. But what if it flies to Ecuador and wants to land on a north-south run?
As it's flying, Dave, when it gets to be above the area that's going 300 miles per hour, it's now in the air that's going 300 miles per hour. So now it's moving 300 miles per hour, and then it keeps flying, and then it goes 301, 302, 303, 304, 305. It's a constant adjustment. It doesn't fly with its 200 mile per hour and then get where it's 600 miles per hour and go, oh, shit, well, I just need to gain 400 miles per hour right now.
Running, facing runway that's moving sideways at 1,000 miles plus per hour. How does it gain that sideways tangential speed to catch up to the Earth?
Constantly.
It already has it because it's in the atmosphere.
Right.
So would you agree that
The air and the Earth are moving.
Notice he just moved right off that. Just moved right along.
together.
the atmosphere, if the atmosphere is locked to the Earth, dynamically it blows left and right. No, somehow it's locked to the Earth, but we have summer breezes.
Right.
That comparing that to a flat stationary Earth with dynamic winds, breezes, it would be the same. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
You would experience the same thing.
Yeah, that's why you're
a rotating Earth with a rotating atmosphere dynamically moving around summer breeze versus flat Earth with an enclosed atmosphere dynamically blowing around.
Sure.
As a small micro observer of this giant system, you would experience the exact same thing. Would you agree with that?
The headings would be slightly different
I'm
because
not talking about that. I'm talking about your experience on flying from Alaska to Ecuador and landing.
But do you also understand, Dave, that if go out in your front yard and look around, that is the same, whether you're on a globe or whether it's flat. You're going to see the same thing when you look around. So what does that mean? Just because it's the same thing doesn't mean that the other one of them is true, the one that doesn't match every other observation. You found one thing and this is a known thing. In fact, this is why we all have heard of flat Earth before, because the Earth appears to be flat. That's what it appears to be. Look around, the Earth looks flat. That's it. But it ends there. We have other tools. We have other things. We have other observations. We have other people. We have other sciences that come together and give us the shape of the Earth. So just because something looks like something doesn't mean that that's the end of the story. Right?
You say the Earth is spinning, and as you go, you're locked into the atmosphere. But wouldn't it be the same experience on a flat enclosed Earth?
Sure.
Why would your heading be any different anyway?
I was saying, to your perception, the only thing that you would see different is your heading.
What would be different about the heading?
You would have to correct for Coriolis, which is what you would think is wind, because
So you're saying flying from Alaska to Australia, to Ecuador, you have to correct for Coriolis, but the plane does it automatically.
Correct.
You don't have to nose down because the plane does it automatically.
Correct.
Versus on a flat Earth, when you fly from Alaska to Ecuador, you just fly.
Right. So you're going to see slightly different attitude indicator and slightly different heading in order to make both of those things happen.
Can I ask you a question, right? So a hovering helicopter in your paradigm, in your mind, when it's hovering in one spot,
You should already get this, Angel. Angel, wake up. She's already told you about the atmosphere moving with the Earth. Now you're just pretending like she didn't say that. You're going to ask her something stupid about a helicopter, again, negating the fact that she just told you how it works.
Moves with the Earth and rotates, right? Is that your? Say if it was to hover, for the world record was 50 hours, okay, and the Earth didn't spin under it. It didn't. They landed back in the same spot.
Yeah, because they're moving with the atmosphere.
But are you saying if we were to see it from the outside, observing so-called space, would it be doing that motion, circular motion in space?
What do you mean? If you're watching the Earth spin, which would be incredibly, incredibly slow, do I need to go back to this picture of the Earth spinning? This Earth is spinning. Look at it go. Look at us move. Look how fast we're spinning, guys. Notice it says actual time. you can't see. Right below this says actual time. This Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Can't you imagine why everybody in Florida is not flying off? They should all be flying off into space. Look how fast it's moving. Or it's not, it's moving extremely slow. So nobody would fall off anywhere. Okay, just making sure. Just making sure that you get that. Let's close that one. Let's go back to, where were we at? Oh, come on. I always lose where I'm at. Here we go. I like this lady, though.
So the reason why it's hovering over the one spot is because it's hovering in the air that's going with the Earth.
Right, so it's actually turning, though. It's actually turning with the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics because it's accelerating. In order to do a circular motion...
Wait, what?
Yeah, well, acceleration requires extra energy. So...
But why is it accelerating?
The higher up you go, you're saying the atmosphere moves in perfect lockstep as well at all altitudes.
Well,
so if you...
It's got weight, so it's being weighed down on an Earth that's moving very slow.
If you go...
Near.
Yeah, so if you go up more, higher, where's this magical force coming from?
Lift.
Because the higher up you go on a globe, the faster it has to go. Like a racetrack, if you're on the outside lane, you have to run faster to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so the higher up you go on a globe, the faster the wind has to travel. But
And that's what we see as pilots when we're flying at high
what's doing that?
What do you see?
higher wind speeds at altitude. That's why it takes much longer to fly west than it does east.
Well, it depends on what altitude you're at because there's counter-rotating winds depending on how high you are.
But one's much higher than the other.
You know, like North America. You know, if you're going to fly like the North Atlantic tracks, the NATS, when you're going to Europe from you know, the east coast of America,
you can get 850 mile per hour
tracks, which is of course, you know, the Alaska, Japan kind of routes. They are going to schedule what route to actually fly that day in order to make the gas the least amount, because they're going to take advantage of those winds.
So if you look here, these white and pink winds, these are like 300 mile an hour winds.
They're not 300 miles per hour.
But here they're going in the opposite direction.
That's a lie.
So
why wouldn't you click on it and it shows the speed up in the upper left hand corner? But you wouldn't do that because it won't say 300. So you just made that up. That's another Dave Weiss lie. Now he's at 44, and we need a little Judge Judy.
You're such a liar.
Oh, that's not Judge Judy. Sorry, we need Judge Judy. I said, where's Judge Judy? Thank you, Judge.
You know you're a liar.
Thank you.
So we have counter-rotating winds on the inner flat Earth and the outer flat Earth. So they take advantage of these. You know, the way they know this is they launch close to 1,000 balloons twice a day from all different spots across the Earth, and they use ground antennas to track them and put it all in a supercomputer, and they can chart these winds. So this is how they know that, you know, airplanes where to fly. Like, hey, you know, you ever notice when you leave a place, hey, you're 20 minutes, a half an hour late, but then you end up getting to your destination almost on time because they end up saying, hey, we're going to put you in a tailwind, take you a little faster, and they try to make up all the time.
Right.
They do a pretty good job. It's because of this.
You know, they fly higher.
You know, depending on where the winds are. Sometimes higher, and there's a better wind, a trade wind up there.
Mm-hmm.
So they tell us that these things are that all those balloons are tracked by satellites.
No, they don't. What? That's another lie. Dave, you're just making shit up at this point. They say that the radio songs, or whatever they're called, songs, are tracked by satellites. I don't even think they say that. That would be a dumb thing to do. 1,000 balloons daily. I don't know where this is. 1,000 weather balloons. That's what I wanted to say. 1,000 weather balloons daily. Approximately 1,000 free-rising weather balloons are released daily from around 900 locations worldwide to provide crucial real-time atmospheric data for weather models and forecasts. While these launches have been coordinated globally for decades, some U.S. National Weather Service locations have recently reduced or ceased launches due to staffing and material issues like helium shortages. Way to go, NASA. Radio sonde measures temperature, humidity, pressure, and wind speed as the balloon ascends into the atmosphere. The data is transmitted back to tracking displays and is essential input for computer-based weather prediction models. It doesn't say that it's tracked by satellites. It says the data is transmitted back to tracking displays and is essential for input into the computer. Okay. Around 900, these locations typically launch twice a day. The collected data is vital for local severe forecasting. These staffing issue. I don't see anything about it being satellite tracked, but go ahead. Continue.
Actually, more accurately, I think what they're doing these days is they're using GPS and transmitters on the balloons to tell the satellites that are downloading the data from the balloons that are saying, I am at these coordinates and here's what the wind speed and everything is doing. It's also tracking it in real time. So then you're at this coordinate and then you're at this coordinate 1 second later and you're at this coordinate 5 minutes later. And it can tell you, where the balloon is going based upon those GPS satellites. Now, the one thing you're not taking into your calculation is all of the data that's coming from all of the aircraft that are airborne that have the, oh shoot, I just forgot the name of the system. It's the tracking of all the airlines. They funnel all their data, their wind data and everything into their models so that they know what the current winds and the real winds really are. So the forecast says it should be 150 miles an hour, and instead it's 160 miles an hour. And so that information goes into the weather models, and then they can recalculate where they should be putting the tracks the next time, or if they should be shifting the tracks or whatever, because gas is money, for an airline. So, and I've flown on both tracks. I've flown on the Atlantic.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I remember seeing that they don't even collect the balloons. 1,000 balloons a day times, what would that be? 1,000 times 365, and you got it's 365,000 balloons that we just deposit around the Earth for no reason. It's funny. A little trash.
Atlantic tracks and the Pacific tracks.
So when you say GPS, you mean they're using satellites to track all of these balloons?
Yeah, in a way, that's mostly correct. The balloon is tracking its own position using the satellites.
Okay, that makes sense.
So they're using satellites.
Just like you have a GPS, thing that says, right now I am at these coordinates because this is receiving signals from all these satellites, and it triangulates and it says, I'm right here, plus or minus, an error bar, right?
So we have all of these satellites that are orbiting in all these different directions, and they're all over the Earth. I mean, zoom in a little bit so you can see.
Most of them are going 60
most
degrees
of them
north
go
to 60
one
degrees
direction.
south. That's primarily where they're at.
Right. And meanwhile, we're orbiting and spinning and whirling and twirling in 4 different directions at once, all curved.
Scream, I don't understand louder, Dave.
Trajectories, not in straight lines, but somehow, I guess gravity holds on to all of those satellites that makes them go exactly where they're supposed to go.
You already know that.
They use how do they know where the balloons are? They use timing with signals.
Correct.
The satellites generally don't track things; they are just giving off signals. They're saying, I'm here.
The data doesn't even go back to the satellites. It would just be received from the balloons.
Like saying, I'm here, this is the time, I'm here, this is the time.
Right.
And there's a machine on the balloon that says, okay, I got satellite 1, satellite 2, satellite 3.
Right.
And puts all those signals together and says, well, then I must be right here. And then that becomes part of the data stream that is then sent to a different satellite.
Or back to the ground.
Probably NOAA or the, the one that's in the center of the oceans. Yes, the oceanic ones. I can't remember the names of them. But anyways, they sit over the equator because that's the only place you can have geostationary. And they pick up those signals and they beam them back down to wherever their station is of the, where they're taking in the data and then feeding it into the models to do whatever they're doing with it.
Where do the satellites get their power from? Because they're up there for quite some time. And is it solar panels? Is it nuclear? What are they doing?
Yes and yes. It depends. I mean, they all have a different way of doing it. Some of them are chemical, some are battery, most of them are solar panels. So
I like this lady.
They're going to be recharging all the time.
So what if we told you that all the balloons that they launch don't use satellites? They actually just use ground antennas.
Who would care?
That's possible.
Yeah, who would care?
Well, and I guess it's because they're usually not picked up. I mean, they're disposable, so maybe they're going to go cheap.
Yeah, probably.
Unless they're going to go pick up those balloons. I mean, the ones over the ocean.
No, they don't. They last for like 8 to 12 hours, and then
one of our buddies found. One of our buddies, Geocentric, his name is on TikTok. He found one of these satellites and he linked it back to a website that it was for GLONASS satellites, the Russian satellites. And if you Google them
GLONASS,
and then hit images and look at what they are, they depict them as these, typical satellites that are floating around in space. And they tell you that they're about 22,000 kilometers away, but they're all on balloons. We've got the website now.
No, that's not true.
That shows us the tracking for them, and they're all on balloons.
Okay.
So why would they claim they're on satellites in space?
They wouldn't. That's got to be made up.
That they're not.
You're making shit up.
They didn't
I can
expect
tell
us
right
to be
away.
able to find it. So again, they're just the
They
goal
didn't
model is.
They didn't expect
lying.
us to be able to find it. He said, but they let the balloons go every day. So that 1,000 balloons are being just deposited anywhere on the Earth, and he's like, they didn't expect us to find this. They didn't expect you to find one of the 365,000 balloons that hit the ground every day.
Outright lying to us
every year?
About what's above us. And you believe that, the stars that we see are are impossible distances away. Do you believe in scaling invariance? Like our sun, why does the sun look the same size as the moon?
That is not scaling invariance.
Chance.
Well, no, why? Why? It's bigger, right?
It's
Jesus
not
Christ, get
all the time.
scaling invariance
Well, that's
right.
why we have annular eclipses and total eclipses.
That's not what I'm saying. Well, let's just say approximately the size of the moon. Is that better?
Approximately.
better.
Okay.
Yeah. So why does the sun why does it appear approximately the size of the moon?
Chance.
No. You're not getting my point.
So it's 400 times further.
400 times further. It's 400 times bigger, and it's 400 times further by chance.
Yeah.
No, that the moon's orbit puts it at a visual distance to us on the surface to have the same angular distance or radius as the sun does, even though it's way bigger, but it's also way farther away. And it just happens by chance that the sun and the earth look to be about the same angular radius.
Yeah. So let me start again.
What's wrong with it?
Do you agree that they tell us that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon?
Yes.
No, it's way bigger than 400.
Okay, how many times bigger?
No, it's 400.
Holy cows. About 1,000 Jupiters will fit inside of the sun, and about 1,000 Earths will fit inside of Jupiter. Something like that. I mean, I'm pulling those ballpark numbers out.
So let's you know what? Maybe I need to recheck my facts, but you agree. Let me back it down even simpler. The sun is bigger.
The sun is 800 and something thousand miles across. The moon is 2,000 miles across. 2,000 times 400 would be 800,000. That is correct.
Bigger than the moon.
100 times.
Way bigger.
Okay. So if the sun, let's just say, just for a number, is 1,000 times bigger than the moon, how do we get the sun and the moon to look the same size? Approximately.
It's a lot farther away.
1,000 times farther.
Correct.
Let me think about that for a second.
Yeah,
this is their claim.
If the radius of the sun is 1,000 times the radius of the moon.
I think it's 400 times. The sun is claimed to be 400 times.
Yeah.
Well, we know that that's not true because we have satellites around the sun.
We do?
Way bigger than that.
You do? You have satellites around the sun?
Well, NASA says they are. No, so if we want to go into that,
yeah.
We actually agree that NASA lies a lot.
Yeah. So,
again, NASA lying, space travel being fake, moon landings being fake, Mars landings being fake doesn't change the shape of the Earth.
My point is, the sun looks the same size because it's significantly farther than the moon.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
So if the sun, let's just pretend it's a mile over your head at noon.
Here we go.
It would fill the entire sky because you'd be on a BB and the yoga ball would be a millimeter over your head. The yoga ball is the sun, right? So that's the scale we're talking, just approximately. If the sun was a mile over your head, would it fill your entire view of the sky?
Yes.
Say that one more time.
If the sun was 1 mile over your head, the sun at 860,000 miles across,
right,
a mile over your head, and you looked up,
right,
would only see the sun.
Probably.
Okay, definitely, but we'll go with probably.
Okay,
That's
we'll
fine.
go.
Right.
So
you'd also be fried to a crisp.
I'm not. I'm just talking scale here.
I know. We're doing thought experiments.
All right. So if we move the sun 93 million miles away, all of a sudden it becomes the size of a coin held at arm's length, just like we see it. Okay. So it got smaller. Why?
That's our
perspective. It's how perspective works.
Yeah.
So every time you double the distance of something, you realize it's half the height and half the width. So it would be a quarter of the size.
No, because size is just the radius or diameter, and you're only going to go with one dimension because it's round.
So it's half the size. Is that what you're saying?
I got to double check that. I'm pretty sure.
Double check it, but I'm going to go with half. It's a quarter, but I'm going to go with half just to give the benefit of the doubt. Mm-hmm. So at 93 million miles away, it's the size of a coin. If I doubled
why'd you say a quarter? If you're talking about perspective, it's half and doubles and halves. Yes.
It would be way small. It would be the size of a pencil eraser, maybe a little bigger. And then if I doubled it again, so now it's 4 times the distance. It's getting to be it's going to get pretty small. It's going to be small, like a pencil eraser at arm's length away. And then if I doubled it again, so it's 8 times farther, it's now getting close to the size of like what Jupiter looks like when we see Jupiter in the sky. Would you agree with that?
Pretty close.
That would be probably a good estimate.
Ballpark. Yeah, ballpark. So 8 times. So they tell us the sun is 8 light minutes away. We're going to change from miles to light distance. It's 8 light minutes. 8 times 8, 64. At a light hour away, it's like the size of Jupiter. At 2 light hours away, how small is it?
Half Jupiter.
It's getting close to looking like a distant star at that point, right?
Well, that's what it is. It's just a closer star.
So just help me out with the size here. the size. So if I made it 2 light hours away, 4 light hours away, 8 light hours away, 16 light hours away, you actually, its angular size would become too small to see. So at a light day away, we'll just jump to 24.
Dave, do you realize that every star, the angular size is too small to see? We don't see stars. We don't see the angular size of the star. It's just the light. The light gets here. We don't see the star. There's no angular size to stars.
4 light hours away. At a light day away, you could not see the sun. Its angular size is too small.
You could see the light of the sun.
All for your eyes to see.
You couldn't see if you're talking about the disk of the sun, maybe not, but you could see the light.
Well, our star is an average star, and the ones that we typically see are the huge ones.
Sure. So you agree that scaling invariance, the sun is X number of times farther than the moon, therefore it looks like it's the same size as the moon. If it's 400 times bigger than the moon and 400 times farther, it looks like it's the same size. You agree that works. We'll get those exact numbers.
That's not scaling invariance.
It's not an opinion. You can go do the research, do the math, and find out the angular resolution limits of your eyes, and you'll realize that a light day away, you can't see the sun. Let's make it.
No, you're very confused. You keep talking about angular size and how much we can see angular size, but we can see light. If they're huge generating stars, generating a bunch of light, they can be too small that we can't see the star, but you can see the light.
2 light days away, just to give it the benefit of the doubt. At 2 light days away, you cannot see the sun. Now, can you see Polaris from Texas?
Yeah.
Of course. Naked eye. You can see Polaris. Yeah, of course. But it's in the same spot. It doesn't move.
Oh, yes, it does.
It does move.
Well, it makes a tiny little circle, but it's in the same area of the sky.
What does that make?
So
that's not a lie, by the way, Dave. You tried to get away with a lie.
Polaris is 46 times bigger than the sun.
And a bunch brighter.
So at 2 light days away, if I made Polaris 92 light days away, that's double the distance. You could not see Polaris at 92 light days away. It's 3 months.
What?
But you're also talking about different temperature stars.
And luminosity
so
and everything.
Really, really bright stars are going to look, you're going to see them further.
I hear what you're saying. So at 3 light months away, Polaris is too small to see. But now you're saying the brightness. Right? We'll get into the brightness in a second. At 2 light, they tell us Polaris is 433 light years away, not months away, years away. And if you do the inverse square law, every time you half the distance to a star, it's 4 times brighter. Right? How bright is Polaris? You're talking like a 6 times brighter than the sun. If you're laughing,
but I mean, I would say I would defer to Dave McKeegan here, who I think describes it perfectly. I have a hard time describing it, but yes, it's the brightness of the item does. If you half the distance, it's going to 4 times the brightness, but you're also reducing the space that brightness is in. And he shows it perfectly where he actually zooms into something across the room and shows that it's the same brightness when he zooms in half as much. It's not increasing 4 times.
You're laughing because you never thought this through.
That's not why she's laughing.
No, it's because we're talking about angular distances, and it doesn't go linear after a certain point.
It doesn't go linear. So at what
we can use it as an approximation other than to a certain point. But
at what point does a star stop getting dimmer and smaller as it's getting farther away?
It does, but not linearly.
But why would it do that? I don't get it.
Why the stars all look like they're the same distance basically in the sky?
That's just math. I mean, that's why when you asked me that before about angular distances and that gets half, I'm like,
all right, I got to be done here.
I have to check to see where does the water line.
Or you're getting up high enough to see over what's blocking it from you, right? Water, waves, a marine layer becomes opaque.
Why is Oakley?
My favorite points to make is a flat Earth. My favorite.
It's this less dense air, and it's going to bend down.
So it's
you're basically saying
the tiniest amount every centimeter.
Right.
So the whole way. Add it all up, and it makes a curve and brings it right to your eyeball on the.
So you're saying that those lights are basically holographic projections wrapping around a ball?
No, that's not what she said. You can see further than the geometric distance that the ball tells you because we have an atmosphere, and light refracts in the atmosphere, meaning you're going to see it higher than it actually is. It's not holographic.
We've covered presupposed Earth radius, pressure without a container, angular.
Other things. And so now this light is going to be coming around.
So it's
you're basically saying
the tiniest amount every centimeter.
And when we showed you the melodome, Dave, that was a drastic. Think of the globe as a drastic dip. That's not what we actually see in reality. You're talking about. Do I need to bring up my GeoGebra? I'll bring up my GeoGebra because you have to see that you're talking about something so minuscule. Let's see if we go here, go open. And we should have, oops. Oh, never mind. I'm not even signed in. We'll go back. Go.
Until you add it all up and it makes a curve and brings it right to your eyeball on the
So you're saying that those lights are basically holographic projections wrapping around a ball?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
We've covered presupposed Earth radius, pressure without a container, angular resolution, perspective hijacking Earth curve. We've covered Boyle's law. We've covered diffraction limit. The one thing we haven't touched on was mirages. Give us the most ridiculous excuse of a mirage that you've had.
Well, the mirage is an interesting one because this is probably one of my favourite points to make as a flat earther, especially when someone says there's no proof of flat Earth. So I'll give you an example.
Guys, if you ever think about becoming a flat earther, I want you to look at Nathan Oakley today and then look at him 5 years ago. Look at him today, look at him 5 years ago, and see how flat Earth wears on you.
We'll use Ranty and one of his images. So he has a picture of a clock tower at about 20 miles at Barrow-in-Furness, and it's just a picture of a clock. Now, as a flat earther, I look at this picture and say, clock at 20 miles. That's the end of my explanation. As a flat earther, I can make that statement. I'll say it again. Clock at 20 miles. Now, if you're a fundamentalist religious zealot, then that's not a clock at 20 miles. That would be a slightly looming, non-standard refraction high in a holographic...
Everything we see is through the atmosphere. Nathan, nothing is where you think it is. Nothing, in my room, yeah, exactly. This monitor's probably pretty close to where I see it. But if I go outside and during the day and I look at a distance, the end of my block, that telephone pole might be a little bit off where I think it is. And if I'm looking a huge distance above water to start with, you're going to have refraction that's going to kick things up. I've seen it.
Projection of a clock from behind the reified edge of a sphere based on an R value and a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking.
Feel much of an effect, but with Masterpiece, it delivered noticeable benefits. Check out the podcast I did with Terry from Masterpiece.
What the hell? Hold on.
Video, and it doesn't even, avoiding them all.
It genuinely is.
It is.
That's soundbite classic.
Hey everybody, quick message that I'd like to share with all of you. Our lives are filled with...
Dave, we can see you reading, dude. This is so bad. Dude, we can see you reading the screen. Do not do advertisements when you're reading the screen. Go fucking on TikTok, dude.
Toxins in our air, food, and even...
We can see you reading, dude. It's fucking pathetic. You can memorize this if you want to make an ad.
And the information we're taught. Avoiding them all is impossible, but helping your body...
Does it get rid of the nanobots in my system? That's what I want to know.
Doesn't have to be complicated. That's where Masterpiece comes in. Just 5 drops under your tongue twice...
What? It's so bad. It's Masterpiece. It's just 5 drops under your tongue.
Today, and that's it. Super easy, super simple, and it doesn't even taste bad. I tried countless supplements, and while generally I'm pretty healthy, I didn't really feel much of an effect. But with Masterpiece, it delivered noticeable benefits. Check out the podcast I did with Terry from Masterpiece. Link below this video, or you can find links directly to Masterpiece on our website, flatearthdave.com, or in the shopping section on the app. The key to health is to detoxify. Now back to the show.
Well, they're really there, and the light is really hitting your eyeball.
But they're actually below the curve.
Correct.
Yes.
How do you explain when we've done it over 20 miles on a lake where the sun is setting behind the person and the person on the other side of the lake has a mirror and is flashing the sun at them?
Same exact thing.
Is that also wrapping around the ball?
Correct.
Or are they actually seeing the flash?
You're seeing the mirror that's been lifted due to refraction above the curvature. We see the mirror flash
in the mirror.
When we actually see a sunset, we're seeing the sun after it's already set.
I'm not talking about that.
The same reason.
But that she's giving you a reason that you can believe that we're seeing the mirror higher than it is.
The sun is not set. It's above your...
You know, that has not... You are retarded. Judge Judy, please, or somebody please talk to this guy.
You're a bum!
Thank you. Bum. Good call.
Head behind you.
No, you're not paying attention. You're not paying attention. She said that when we see the sunset, it's already set. What she's saying is you see the sun, but it's actually already set. So does that make sense? So when we see the mirror flash, it's actually behind the curve.
I'm across the lake. I have a mirror, and I'm flashing the sun, and you see that flash.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see that flash?
Same thing.
It's curving.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So hold on. We're going to move on from this. That's fine because we're not going to get anywhere with this.
There is actually a great YouTube video about a guy who used a fish tank and used
with the salt water, sugar water. And it goes down. It goes down.
It down.
Go up.
You're an idiot.
And that's because it was more dense on the bottom, less dense above. And so when he aimed it up, it hit the less dense stuff and it curved down.
But you understand that he's hitting it through glass. And also, we don't live in a sugar tank. We don't live in water.
Oh, here we go.
We're living in gas. You know what crepuscular rays are, Sandy? The rays that come out from the clouds.
Air is a fluid. It's just not as dense as water.
I agree. But can you find me a picture of crepuscular rays that are curving?
What?
Also, Sandy, you're saying the density gradient is what's causing this refraction. Do you agree that the density gradient is vertical, going up?
Usually.
Right. So if it's going up, there's no density gradient horizontally. Horizontally,
What's
there's actually
going up?
no density gradient because it's vertical. So when we do observations looking horizontally, there's no density gradient.
Oh boy.
Well, it's what I said. It was when the light is trying to get to you.
The Earth is a curved, so therefore there is a density gradient.
Yeah,
over here, a round curve.
So
and
the light
has
is
to
staying
go up into the less dense stuff that's above.
No, it doesn't. It stays in that. You're saying it's curving in that same density. It's never going above the density that it's in. It's curving following the curve of the Earth, is what you're saying.
Oh boy.
Or we're gonna move on. So that yours is we got refraction. We have this density gradient. We're seeing
Terrible.
How far back do we have to go before we can see each other?
Dave, you can test this.
Flat is an easier calculation.
But we can, is what you're going to say.
I'm trying to think.
At some point in your theory, we're going to pop up over that.
We've already shown
trying
it.
to do. I'm
Yeah.
Move next.
2 years for one degree.
No. It's 76 years. Yes, we're close. Yeah. Augmented reality or zero.
All we can say is for each of those specific instances, and I have seen the green screen. What do you call it? It's like on the control on the control screens. You know, at like
yeah, we've seen that. We've seen that.
Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen.
Have you seen bubbles in space? Have you seen the bubbles in space on the live feeds from the outside?
You've seen people fade in out of nowhere on live streams.
Then you see the ones where they're supposedly on either the shuttle or the space station, and
they're hiding. That mean that
revolving around us.
What?
But they're all.
This guy's the worst too.
Polaris.
I mean, this guy's
the
terrible.
Sun
the reference
Polaris.
frame is the Earth.
Everything circles Polaris. Halley's Comet. Everything circles Polaris.
Your reference frame is the Earth.
Yeah, because we're the center of creation. Yeah, we're the center of creation.
Yeah, we're the center, and Polaris. Everything circles Polaris in our sky. We're stationary. We're not.
That's what we observe. Yeah, our position is we don't move, and yeah, we're the center of creation.
So
that's why everything rotates around Polaris.
My theory would say.
So, do we need to recognize though that if flat Earth is at least falling into clear religion, clear, they're just saying words, providing no evidence. Remember that they are pointing out problems that they have with the globe, not showing us why the Earth's flat. Why don't they tell us how the 24-hour sun works? They can't. Why don't they tell us how the AE map could ever be legit? They can't. Why don't they tell us that the AE map's the only map that could ever exist that's flat and that it's been falsified? They can't. Why don't they talk about the South Celestial Pole? What's it doing there? They can't. Where's 90 degrees south on a flat Earth? They can't. Why the sun sets right to left on a flat Earth? They can't. So when you're talking about which model we choose, if we have a choice between the one that makes the predictions, the one that answers all the questions, the one that predicts everything we see, or the one that makes no predictions and has not provided humanity with anything, which one do we choose? And Dave seems to think that we should choose the flat Earth simply because, well, wouldn't it kind of look flat if you lived on a globe? Yes. Well, then let's say it's flat, but it's a globe. So why would we do that? I don't get it, but I'm done listening to Dave. That's a good way to get a headache, by the way. Listen to Dave for 2 hours and you will want to jump off bridges, the way I look at it. He continues to lie. I thought we were going to get to see him. Let me see if I can find real quick. He always brings up the Mars picture. Total lie. What's this one here? Who's this guy? Why does it keep moving?
Affect our tides. How's it going to affect your life? Right? But then when you understand that, wait a minute, Mars is an energetic, in my opinion, sentient light source.
Oh, Mars is sentient now.
Before, and I'm going to paraphrase it into.
Let me make sure we know what sentient means so that I'm not going to call this guy names for no reason. No. Sentient. Let's see what that stands for and what that means, just so we can make sure we got the right idea what Dave believes. Able to perceive and feel things. Mars is sentient. Thanks, Dave. Let's put another lie down.
You tell me if you're aligned with this. When you look at in your brain, you think I'm thinking on a globe, like we're a globe. I'm thinking about the way I've been taught my whole life, a globe, and it's gazillions and gazillions of space. It's endless. To me, that begins to make God's
debunking of this, debunking of that, and then the debunkers come out. You know, the what's that? The two guys that debunk everything. I don't know. Mythbusters. They love debunking the moon. Yeah, they're total paid. So here is
very easy to say, right? So anybody that says something different than you, the total paid agents.
Here is a video, right? So let me just stop this.
We've already talked about them. Did it make sense to you guys when I pointed this out? Look forward, pretend the sun's on your left. Now do a 180-degree turn, face the other way. Now the sun's on your right. If you can understand that, you can understand what's going on here. In this
right
picture.
now, where's the sun?
To your left.
Here, right? His shadow, it's going that way.
Left.
Okay. So we're going to just let him go, and he's going to start doing a little hippie hop. And
Right.
The camera's going to pan to the right.
It's not panning.
Still, you know, so we're just going to the right a little bit.
It's
not going that far.
spinning.
And here he is, and now his shadow is going kind of that way.
Right, because the sun's behind us
Right?
now.
And then he's going to go a little farther.
Right.
Just turn a little bit farther.
Yep. Now the sun's on our right.
And now his shadow's going the opposite direction.
Right, because we just turned 180 degrees.
How's that possible?
Because we just turned 180 degrees, dipshit.
It changed direction.
No, it did not.
How did the sun get over there?
Because you turned. You turned to face the other way.
This is the middle part. So look in his visor. You see that you're going to see two lights.
That is the dumbest.
Ready? You can see two
What
lights
an
reflecting in
idiot.
his visor. Is this line tilted? And is it going below?
I wanted to find that Mars bullshit.
Just space vacuum. Do you understand that breaks natural law? When they're looking at it, they have to set the aperture for the stars.
What?
That's what they claim. They say the aperture. You know, you're looking at something bright.
But the moon landing to him seems absurd. And when you speak to that generation, this under 15,
Shit,
and
I
you
cannot
ask
find
them,
it.
watch this and tell me what you think.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard when
We
he
go
talks
to
about
outer space.
Kiribati.
And
So
I take
stupid.
a picture of the
Oh, have you
Earth.
seen this? He gets all excited about this, like he sees
barely
it.
coming down.
It's so dumb. This is so bad.
When you say that's fake, what does
It does not look fake
intellectuals
at all.
on the other side?
They
Everyone.
just short circuit and they're like, you can't be. It's just like
No, it's not that they say it can't be. It's clearly real.
Matt Walsh. You know, there's too many people in on it. You know, they can't do that. So let me ask you a question here. So this is the rescue from
Here we go. Watch
ISS,
this.
The other, a couple weeks ago, whatever.
Uh-huh.
These look like pretty severe cable straps to these preliminary chutes. Now this thing is falling down at an incredible speed, super heavy, thousands of pounds, and these little nylon parachutes are going to slow it down, and they're not going to shred. Right? You throw a parachute out with too much weight going fast, it's just going to shred. But you got these.
You don't think that they build them to not shred?
Okay? Right? So now here go the other parachutes, and again, look, it came out of this section at the top. Right? This thing's falling. Why aren't these opening?
Because that's what they're meant to
Eventually they're
do.
gonna open, right?
What?
You got these cables. Notice the cables.
They probably weren't at a height
it's
that there's a
coming
lot of
down.
air.
I'm gonna fast forward. Now, at one point, I'm fast forwarding here. It just kind of stops here. It's just kind of hanging. It's not even coming down, like barely coming down. But
parachutes.
Even from here, you can see the cables.
What is going on?
But watch what happens when it hits the water. When it hits the water, where did the cables go?
Dave, how many did you download this off
go.
YouTube,
Come
dude?
forward.
Because
Go
that
back.
is the least.
Back. There we go. Sorry about that.
It is a
So,
compressed
it's
version
gonna
of the
hit
video.
water, and then this is AI.
No, it's
This is
not.
just an AI rendering.
No, it's not.
This is live though. This is from them. And by the way, the boats are out of distance here, but they flow. They got the drone there in time, so you can see the cables. See the cables. Where did the cables go? Now we get closer. Where are the cables?
Do you understand how
Where-
compression works? Dave, when you download a video from YouTube, or when you even upload a video to YouTube, what the render engine does, if it's not, if you're rendering at your house at the highest quality, it's different. But what YouTube does is if there's colors that are similar, then it just washes over them so it doesn't have to change every scene, every frame. So if you can't see now, is that the best quality version there is? Do you have the original video, or did you download that off YouTube or screen recorded?
Are the cables? Look at how beautiful and cinematic this is. Right, like this drone operator, he's awesome. The boats that are coming, they're still a mile or farther away, but somehow the drone got there.
Yeah, because drones fly.
Where are the
further
cables on the water? Now you
faster.
see the cable right there, and now it's gone.
What?
Where are the cables on the water?
In the water.
Where? Now watch when the boats. Oh, there's a little glitch too. Did I jump by it?
Wow, this is bad.
Hey, watch right here. Little glitch.
Yeah, that happens all the
that-
time.
Where did the parachutes come out of?
The hole in the top of the thing.
Where are the cables? There's 4 astronauts in here, or 3.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the opening?
It's a little hatch
Now, these
at the
boats
top.
are going to come in. There's no opening.
It's right
There's no
there.
cables. Here are the boats over here. Somehow that drone got there. He's amazing.
What? This guy's got to be.
They're not worried about getting the cables caught in the props. This thing's toasted like a.
I'm assuming those cables are probably weighted.
How much more do I need to show you?
That was terrible.
All of space is fake.
Oh
all
boy.
Of it. All
How
of the
much?
agencies
He
are all
just
run by
showed
NASA.
that, and
You
he
know that
said,
all of
"How
the
much
space
more do I need to
agencies,
show
NASA,
you?"
JAXA, all of them
To show you
train
space is
in
fake.
Florida with NASA.
What? JAXA does not. That's a lie.
That's where it's literally a show. It's the theater of
Another
space, the theater of war. It's all theater, everything.
So war's not real?
It doesn't even look real, Dave.
It's not real. Of course it doesn't look real. This is what they showed us, though. This is what they presented as real. Where did the parachutes come from?
The hole.
How come they didn't melt?
Melt what?
Where
Melt
are the
what?
cables? It's so bad that you can't see it. That most people are like, I can't process this information.
Yeah, well, you're looking at the worst version, number
Where's
one.
the opening?
It's on the other side.
Now, in a
Okay,
week or
hold
two-
on a second. Hold on.
Go ahead.
This is the actual video footage.
Yeah.
JJ Carell needs help.
You want to get into Katy Perry's launch? That's all.
This
other
Please.
show.
But this looks just like a bad video game. Like
No,
it
it
looks like
does
a
not.
video game.
Yeah, it is. It's AI rendered. It's not real. I used to think they go out there, they stage the thing, and they drop it from an airplane, with nobody in it, and then they do the whole rescue thing. I don't even think they do that anymore.
What do you mean? They
actually
actually move that thing onto a boat, and then the astronauts get out. So what are you talking about? They don't do it anymore. There's video of that.
all of it. No, then the dolphins show up in a little bit, right? I don't think it's in this video. There's dolphins. They had dolphins. Do you see that?
No, I did not see.
They literally had dolphins swimming around. Like, oh my God, dolphins are greeting the astronauts. It's for the kids.
Oh,
Okay, let's go back to that question that I asked an hour ago. There's the dolphins. I see.
Oh,
See
yeah,
them
there you
over there
go.
by the NASA.
Yeah.
Is that a dolphin or the NASA symbol?
Maybe.
No, that's the parachute.
Huh?
Why, Dave? Why? Why are they doing this?
They're
To
not.
hide God. To
They're
hide
not.
resources. To hide free energy.
They're not.
To hide your freedom.
They're
to
not.
hide more land.
They're not.
To hide everything.
They're
It's
not.
that literally to control you.
They're not.
Because people would be out of control. They wouldn't cooperate.
Cooperate in which way? Being
Mm.
worker bees?
They already
Being
are.
worker bees, being slaves to the system. They would, if you play on their ball field, you have to play by their ball field rules. And if you play with their money, you're controlled by their money.
You'd be saying the same
I
thing.
think that Bitcoin is a control thing, but there's other cryptocurrencies out there that are not, like Monero and other privacy coins that are going to bite them in the butt. They really, iPhones are to control us, but I'm using my iPhone against them, right? We can use their technology against them. I mean, could you do all of the stuff that you do without their technology? No, of course not.
I couldn't get the information I needed, but I don't even know if the information is true or correct that I'm getting, right? I have to figure it out on my own and think critically. And I think that's the biggest thing that's missing in our lives is critical thinking. Now, I only have a few more minutes with you, and I appreciate you giving me so much of your time, too, because I know you're busy and swamped.
Really busy.
I think I think your best contradiction or your best evidence that it's a flat Earth is the Earth's curvature and planes flying.
No, it's not.
And no one's able to square that
It's
circle,
very
if
easy.
you will. Meaning a plane takes off from Los Angeles and it has to get to UK. Well, there's a curvature to the Earth that has to be in the calculations.
No, it's not.
In order to fly, or you would fly straight off into space.
No, you
correct?
would
Am I
not.
simplifying that correctly?
Just look at this.
You're wrong.
I was flying to Mexico. Pilot goes, we're about 125 miles out. We'll be descending and be there in about X number of minutes. I'm like, oh, okay. He's got to calculate his altitude, his distance.
No,
how
he
many
does
feet per
not.
mile that he needs to drop, and that's what pilots do. It's called the rate of descent or angle of descent. But the problem is that's a flat Earth calculation. At 125 miles out, there's 2 miles of curvature, and if they don't calculate that in, they're going to fly over the airport 2 miles.
Wow,
high.
stop saying that one.
But
That's
it's
terrible.
a flat Earth calculation.
What?
It's a flat Earth calculation.
Oh boy.
Has anybody ever said to you
mind.
an explanation, gave you an explanation to why?
Oh,
Are they going to say gravity? Is that what they're going to say?
They say gravity. I wish we had time to talk about gravity and maybe we could do a part 2. But gravity is the killer. because it's a made up theory, and electrostatics explain everything, and it's testable, provable scientifically.
What?
Gravity? Want to talk about gravity?
Yeah. God dang, Dave. It's not a rabbit hole, Dave. It's like you're unpacking a package you got, and all of a sudden it starts expanding. That package begins to expand and expand and expand, and you're like, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to understand.
I just checked, and the place that the parachutes come out of is that hole. They come out of here, Dave. Pay attention when you keep telling people where the parachutes come out.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
They come out of that hole.
This is the actual.
I'm looking at the ropes come out of there.
Yeah. How much more did it come by it? So it's going to hit the water, and then this is AI. This is just an AI rendering. This is live though. This is from them. And by the way,
that's a lie.
The boats are out of distance here, but they flow. They got the drone there in time, so you can see the cables. See the cables. Where did the cables go? Now we get closer. Where are the cables? Where are the cables? Look at how beautiful and cinematic this is. Right, this drone operator, he's awesome. The boats that are coming, they're still a mile or farther away, but somehow the drone got there. Right? Where are the cables on the water?
Drones can fly a mile away from people,
and now it's gone. Where are the cables on the water? Where
they probably sink.
The boats. Oh, there's a little glitch too.
The glitch means it's fake. The glitch. You got the glitch
right here. Little glitch. Explain that.
Trying to see if they come out of which hole the two.
Come out of?
They come out of that little hole right there.
Where are the cables?
They come out of these holes.
There's 4 astronauts in here, or 3. Where's the opening? Now these boats are going to come in.
What do you mean? Where's the opening for them to get out?
There's no opening. There's no cables.
What?
Here are the boats over here.
Right there's opening.
Somehow that drone got there is amazing.
Right here, Dave.
They're not worried about getting the cables caught in the props. This thing's toasted like a marshmallow.
Yeah.
How much more do I need to show you that
probably a lot more.
Space is fake. All of it. All of the agencies, they're all run by NASA. You know that all of the space agencies, NASA, JAXA, all of them train in Florida with NASA. That's where it's literally a show. It's the theater of space, the theater of war. It's all theater, everything.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even look real, Dave.
It's not real. Of course it doesn't look
I
real.
thought JJ Correll was smarter than that.
But I gave you $4. I go, here, we're even. You're like, what? I'm like, don't worry, the rest are dark.
I have all your links up there, Dave. Dave, I can't thank you enough for giving me so much time.
You're welcome. FlatEarthDave.com
Get out
is
of
the
here.
only link. Just go to my website. All my socials are there. Follow my socials. Fill your picture every video, right? It's like 360 days of clouds there a year. I don't know the exact number, but
it's not that. You're a liar. I have things to do, Dave, in 10 minutes, and you are a liar.
Cloudy all the time. So when Jaron said
not cloudy all the time,
he was going, I said, you know what, Jaron, they could fake the sun. He's like, they can't fake the sun. I go, what about if the sun is behind a hazy sky?
You said they couldn't fake the sun.
They could fake that, and he agreed. And he said, well, if the sky is cloudy, we're gonna not accept that. And Will goes, if the sky's even hazy, we'll consider that a win for flat Earth.
That's not what he said.
Mm-hmm. They got to Santiago. They get to Chile, wherever they were. They waited a couple days until they could go to Antarctica. They go there, and the people getting on the plane said, we haven't seen the sun in 3 months. You guys get here, and it's blue sky.
Excuse me, how the hell did that happen? How did we see people getting on the plane? We didn't talk to those people. What are you talking about?
And I call it 9/11 blue. It looks so blue, it looked fake.
Wow.
Right?
And again, you're talking about the downloaded version from YouTube that has been condensed.
This unbelievable blue sky. And then they said the sun was so bright that you could not go outside without glasses. But
that's always the case.
We look at all the historical books from the people that went to Antarctica years ago. At those same times, I forget the names of all the explorers, but none of them, all the pictures were wearing glasses.
Oh boy.
None of them were wearing sunglasses. So why was the sun so bright? Why, there's a lot
because
of
it's a fake sun.
Right? And I think that they were in Antarctica, but I think they were fooled.
This is real smart. Flat earthers out there, just realize how smart you sound now. We've gone from being scientific to now just making up whatever. Either Satan is the sun, or they changed the sun out by some magical hot air balloon team that went up there behind the plane, fooled the pilot. Pilot didn't even notice. Well, they don't have rear view mirrors on planes, so how would they notice?
That's where all the infighting comes from. But I think spiritual forces that are literally getting under people. There's people calling me a shill because I'm defending TFE. I'm not defending TFE. I say TFE. I was the first one to call it a hoax. I said it is nonsense from the first email that Will sent out. Will sent out a teaser email. There's a big experiment coming up in 30 days. You're going to be involved. And I was like, tell me what it is. I don't play these games, and I'll tell you whether it's something that is worthy. He goes, nope, you're going to have to wait. I said, never email me again. I don't deal with demons.
Sure.
Right? Go away. I just got this evil feeling.
Oh, yeah.
And what's funny is
he's got discernment.
Remember the debate with Greg Locke and Dean Odell in Tennessee?
Oh, yeah.
So I went there.
Oh, you went to that?
I did. I'm 8 feet off the ground. We got these not going to be fracked up. Go, oh, look, I'm really behind.
No,
they're so impressive, the information.
And then Sacramento would be going there. Like, nah, that's garbage. I'm not going in there. Right? Probably got, his $3 or $4 million to fake hit.
Who's that guy?
I thought Dave actually says that they don't pay people off, and then just right now he just said that they do. Just lying. I don't see the Mars thing. That's another thing he's doing. He's taking a picture that was a joke on a website. Not a joke, but it was just a mistake on a website, a picture that they put some terrible blog that the guy keeps saying is from NASA. It's not from NASA. NASA does not post videos or pictures of Mars with plants on them. Stop pretending that they're that dumb, Dave. Okay? You're not dumb. Yes, you are. Anybody want to get that shirt for Dave? Let's get that shirt for Dave. You're not dumb. Yes, you are. Paying you to pronounce Quasar like Quasar. Thank you, Kevin. Happy that you brought Friday up. Plug back. Thank you very much, Snake Turban Head. Yeah, I'll figure out how I'm going to do Thursdays. I mean, you didn't see, I didn't get anybody there. There's not enough people watching my show to do a Thursday or a Speaker's Corner. You have to have people call in. So when you have 55 people watching your show, 4 of them are going to call in. It's not worth it doing a show like that. So I believe that's it. Thank you guys very much. We are going to be heading out. Do I have anything coming up going on that I need to tell you about? Oh my God, my phone's pulling it up. What time is it? All right, we're good. We are going to be back soon. I don't think I have anything coming up that I need to tell you about. Professor Dave, I was on with Professor Dave. That'll be coming out in a couple of days, I'm sure. He is cleaning that up. Please subscribe to the channel. I'm going to do it one more time. Go to youtube.com/ and then @ the little, and interesting-ism. The channel name is Interesting, but I couldn't make that my moniker because it has been taken. So anyway, please follow that channel. That'll be there'll be some trailers and stuff coming out soon, and then my Friday show will be moving there. Probably be doing some clips here or something like that. Finally, proof that the Earth is flat. Oh my goodness, there's so many bullshit interviews on here. Could be stuck forever. But let's just talk about Dave real quick. Dave has revealed himself to not be a friend of mine, number one, where he did pretend. He blew smoke up my ass constantly. I let him get away with it. If you go to my channel on Odyssey, you can see that I've probably had him on my channel like 10 times where he was giving app updates and app this and app that. And he always told me, man, when I get going, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you. Of course, I'm sure he's told a ton of people that. And he probably hasn't paid anybody. So he's, I used to think that he had right intentions. And I still don't even know for sure that he doesn't lie because he thinks it's for the better good. Like, I have a hard time believing that Dave knows the Earth is a sphere and blatantly lies about it. I think he's just closed off to anything else, and he feels that he's right. And I was there. I was there for a while, to where you just feel too right. I mean, he's got people who talk to him all the time. Dave, you're so great. They go watch him speak. They go to these. So once you have that, your mind convinces yourself that it cannot possibly be false. Because why would I be going? Why would I be speaking? Why would all these people believe me? Why would all these people be following? Why would all these people love what I do? Why would all these people say I brought them back to God? It becomes very difficult because think of everything that comes with Dave admitting that he's wrong. Apologizing to a bunch of people, disappearing. Where's he going to get another job? How is he going to make money? So many things go into that. And so it could be him, or it could be his brain that's just blocked off him from ever knowing the truth. So we will just continue doing what we're doing, but know that he blocks you. He's not paying attention to any of this stuff, but he is a dirtball, the all-time dirtballs. If you don't know what he did to me, my address got leaked. Basically, MC Toon sent me my picture of my house and says, we got this from the app. And I'm like, great. And it'd been like 9 years. I'd been able to keep my address a secret. So I called Dave and said, dude, they now have my address. And he's like, oh, okay, well, you don't know that they got it from me. I'm like, no, I do. They didn't have it for 9 years, and now they are hacking your app, and they got it. So I eventually had to send him a picture of his house for him to wake up and be like, oh, I guess they do. But when I told him that, I said, well, now I'm going to have to move. Thanks a lot. And he's like, if you move, that's on you. It's not on me. It's on you. It's your choice. I'm like, yeah, okay, I get that, but it'd be because of your app, stupid ass. So I said, well, because I always like to look at the brighter side or try and find the silver lining. So I said, well, you know what? Maybe I'll get a house with a pool. That'll be an upgrade. So I was saying that because we have a shitty pool in the backyard that we use, when we set up every summer. Well, we're like in the pool every day. And my son loves it. It's just great. But I'm like, we always wanted a house with a pool. So I'm like, hey, maybe I'll try and find an upgrade. We'll get a house with a pool. So then when I get back from Antarctica, I hear from several people, including people I trust very much, that Dave is going around telling people that be careful, Jaren's compromised now, and he's been paid off with a house, and most likely it'll be with a pool, and he's going to tell the story that it was because of my app that he had to move, but really he got the house for free because of what he did. So what that does is essentially stops me from being able to move. Because now if I moved anywhere, the people are going to immediately think, well, Jaren, now you got the house for free. And if I say I didn't, the only way to prove that is to give my address up, which is exactly what already has happened. So he essentially blocked me from moving. So has he called to apologize? Has he called me once since I've been back from Antarctica? No. A friend for 10 years has not reached out, in fact, blocked me in every possible way since Antarctica. So that is a pathetic man, not a friend. And I've kind of noticed that across the board. People like Mike from THC was a good friend, completely gone. Really, Tony Coriolis is like the only really flat earther I can think of. Well, there's Josh Monday, nice guy. I don't know if he's still flat. If he is, he won't be for long in my mind because I do believe he's after truth, and there is no truth in the flat earth. So anybody, this is the other thing. If somebody is still a flat earther at this point, they are not a truther. Just know that. They're not a truther, okay? A truther is after the truth and will look at evidence and will come to the right conclusion because they're really, truly after the truth. A religitard flat earther is not after the truth. They already know the truth. And they will continue to push nonsense and yell at people and act like assholes. And if flat earth would just go away, if they would just go and have church on Sundays, mind their own business, have hangouts, have meetups, cool. The problem is these guys are calling people names and acting like complete and total assholes on Facebook. You're not at a position that you can act like assholes. You have no evidence. You have no reason. In fact, I told Professor Dave, flat earthers should not be allowed in any scientific debate at all. You're giving them the idea that they have equal standing. They do not. They do not. They do not have any prediction at all. They've not predicted one sunset or sunrise angle or time. So if the South was a lie, we still have flat earth on the plate. We still have a lot of questions. If the South is exactly the opposite of the North, it's over. It's over. And that's what has been observed. And Dave, stop pointing at me. All right, the final score tonight, 62-7. Dave, nice try. You did all right. Usually, if you're a truther, then you would tell, maybe the score would be 62 truths to 1 lie or 0 lies. But this score seems backwards for a truther. 62-7. That doesn't seem right. All right, guys, I am out of here. We've got a, do I have any songs for you to play? I don't know. What did we play last time? Did you guys, yeah, the interesting one. I don't know if that's the right one. Oh, I can't, but yeah, I could play on here. Sorry. I'm going to get my new monitor or maybe find a used one or something. That is my oldest one. I guess it's the one that would go out first. I guess. Let me see if I've got anything for it. And please support the show. If you could spare a buck, you can go Cash App, $Jeranism. That'd be greatly appreciated. I do wish there was something like that, because what it looks like now to flat earthers is that you lose everything if you come out with the truth about the shape of the earth. That's what they would see what's happened to me. So they're going to look at that as like, oh, look what happened to this guy because he lied. That's what they're going to think. But truthfully, that's what happens when you tell the truth. So that's the way our world works. It's pretty sad because I've gotten a taste of it. And I'm like, oh, no wonder everybody's a liar. No wonder people aren't honest. There's no we pretend that there's payment in honesty, but there isn't. People ignore you. People stop following you. People stop supporting you because you were honest, and they'll be like, oh, you were wrong before, so we shouldn't reward you now for being, I get it. But what you are creating is a world where there is no benefit to being honest. There just isn't. I mean, I can't get a job because I was honest, right? Whereas if I would have stayed a flat earther and would be dishonest, I could get a job with many flat earth people would hire me. So that's the difference. You would think like, oh, I told the truth, so now the globe people, no, they're not calling me back. They're not calling me back. So it's because you were on the internet, and no company wants somebody that's on the internet or has any internet presence because it only is a bad thing. There's nothing good that can come from hiring somebody like me that's going to help any company. No company is going to be like, let's hire him because there's a potential good side of him being an internet person. No, they're going to look at it and say, no, there's only potential bad sides. Go to the next person. So it just sucks that, and I don't even know what that would look like, what I'm asking for something to look like. But I think I'm going to win the Powerball lottery, and then everybody will see what happens when you are honest. You win $1.7 billion, and you moon everybody and tell them, take a hike. That's what's going to happen. At least that's what I'm going to manifest. All right, let me see what's going on here. So if you can support the show. If not, I get it. I get it. And that will be ultimately, my own fault. I get that. You don't get to be 10 years wrong and then 1 year right and you're like, oh, I get rewarded for that. No, there's no reward for that. But I think other people see that, and this world is just going to continue to go kind of south because, again, like I said, with Jussie Smollett and all these people that have ever done something wrong, there is no benefit to them coming out and admitting it. We pretend that there is. Just be honest. Just be honest. You'll be, it's better for you. It really isn't. It just isn't. Look at the numbers that happen to my channel. Just completely decimated because you lose all the flat earthers and then you lose half the globers. So you're left with about a tenth of what you had before, for being honest. So that's what people will see. It's not like if you're a flat earther and you're looking and saying, I wonder what happened to Robbie. Oh, he doesn't do anything anymore. What happened to Paul on the plane? Doesn't do anything anymore. What happened to Patricia? She quit and left. Doesn't do anything anymore. What happened to Jaren? Channel got destroyed. Channel is worthless. He doesn't make any money. Last month I made less than $300 and paid out $600 on FactDown. So I'm actually in the negative. I'm actually losing money that I don't even make. So it's kind of I guess should have been expected. I thought that people would really listen to me when I got back, because I thought, if Dave Weiss went down to Antarctica and said that he saw the 24-hour sun and was switching back to a globe, I'd be very interested in every video he put out. I'd be very interested in listening to every word. I thought that would be the outcome. It turned into everybody blocked me, nobody cares. So it's just, I wish there was some, how do you explain it? Because think about it. Any pastor that comes to the conclusion that he's wrong will never admit that. They're just going to go down, continue being a pastor, because I think everybody else sees that once you have an audience, once you have a group, once you have a community, that to lose that is not just to lose that community, but it's also to lose the potential for another, if that makes any sense. Like, no pastor is going to leave a church and go start some atheist revival and get a bunch of people to go watch him because now he's atheist, right? So if a pastor leaves a church, he's done. He's lost his flock, he's lost his group, and there's no way to get another one. That's what happens on earth when you are honest. Is that it's not like, oh, this person's honest, so now people follow him because he's honest. No. People don't want that kind of honesty. They pretend that they do, but they don't. People don't want that kind of honesty. People want they want somebody who champions what they believe in, champions what they believe, and makes them feel better so they sleep better at night. That's what people want. That's what people want. They don't want somebody who is a liability. Oh, what's Jaren going to say about this? Oh, does he still believe in this in the moonlight? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. So it's just unfortunate. You would hope that these people that are still flat earthers would see a reason or something good about getting out, but they're not going to see that. It's just not there. So they look at everybody who's come out, and it's not been beneficial to anybody. So to them, they see it as they're the truth, and the people who left the truth are getting what they deserve, which is nothing. That's the way flat earthers will see it. And they will continue on and laugh at us. And oh well. I mean, again, I would never, even knowing what I know now, I wouldn't change a thing that I've done. Wouldn't change it. I have wishes of what I would think would happen around it, but as far as my activity, my actions, wouldn't change it. Can't change it. All right, I got to go. We have had some fun. And I was trying to think if this is ready. Go here. No, go here. There we go. What is this? Come on, be in here. We got that one. I don't know. That one's good. Don't I have the, well, I thought I have one in here, but I don't see it. Interesting. Final, what's the time? Test 3, low fat. No, can't see it. I do have a song coming up because people, when I was done, remember I told you the train story? I don't know if you were listening to Fact Down. I told a dream I had about a train. And then I wrote a pretty good song for it, but I just haven't found the right beat that really nails it. So let's see what this one is. Is this one ready? Let's look how this one goes. I don't even know how this one is. Let me see. Yeah, it's not bad. All right, much love to you guys. We'll see you soon. I remind you, do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. You can. And they tell you that the Earth is a sphere. 24,901 miles in circumference. And it is a fact. And that's that. It will never be flat. Again, the AE map has been falsified. The AE map is the only flat Earth map that can exist, and therefore the flat Earth has been falsified. Dave Weiss, you are a dirtball. Till next time, this has been Jeranism. Peace.
It's the moment in the dark when the match gets lit. Your brain starts thinking and it just won't quit. It's not loud, it's a whisper that chills the spine. Where truth hides deep, hidden by design. Not fact, not fiction. It's the realm in between, where answers are still questions and interesting. It's the glitch in the code, the flicker in the stream, the ghost in the machine, the birth of this dream.
Interesting. Mind open to something that's fresh and new. The satisfaction that comes with learning the truth. Interesting.
Yeah, they clip me saying it, now I'm famous. Sold their movie to Netflix trying to shame us. They took the money while I put truth before everything. The worst thing you can say about me is
interesting.
you feel it in your gut when the silence speaks, in the crack of the mask when the real one peeks. It's the question that lingers, the itch in the brain. This is nah, that ain't right when they try to explain. It ain't about clout or the loudest claim. It's the fire that burns when they forget your name. It's the glimmer in the static, the pulse in the void. It's beauty and madness both fully employed. It's the sob for thunder, the hush before proof. We all must stumble cause that's the path to the truth. It's a lighthouse blinking from a coastline, and maybe it's the distress signal before they come and save me.
Interesting. The more you uncover, the further truth moves. Interesting. It's coming up clutch when it means win or lose. Interesting.
I'm fluent in the pauses, commas that raise their eyebrows. The beat between drum, it's where truth pulls down a nightgown. Uncertainty sermon, this is curiosity's town, where questions wear crowns and answers bow down. I tasted both cult and cosmos, both north and south. Saw the sun circle me while the excuses run out. Integrity sexy, no filters, no dressing, raw truth on the plate.
So interesting.
No script, just truth and raw sound. No fluff, just facts that shake the common ground. From space to scams, from cults to kings. When you put a ripple in the calm, it's cause you're interesting.
Interesting.
A door cracked open, beckoning you through.
Interesting.
It's a center mystery that dares you to move.
Interesting.
Truth ain't fragile, it bends, it bites. I dug through the dark and I lit up the night. Flat earth shook, yeah, I watched the sky. Never lose the spark behind curious eyes. This ain't hype, this ain't viral, this is vital. That's right, this is the show, this is the mirror. This is where the word interesting takes flight.
Interesting.
Interesting isn't the answer, it's the appetite. Keep it hungry, keep it honest, meet me in the middle, good night.
Interesting.
And when the truth hits strange and clean,
truth, it's strange and clean. All I do is welcome you. This is interesting. Interesting.